Okay, alright. Geez, I don't know what to say anymore. I really don't. Um, Guys, we need to talk, man. Um, I think I'm going to take time off from YouTube and do other things. Stuff lately's been taking a toll on my mental and physical health, and I'm not doing well. I'm not doing well. Um, I've been dealing with a lot of stuff. I've been battling anxiety and depression issues. I've been really frustrated and angry lately, and I've got to get my life fixed. I mean, I've got to work out getting my life better again and getting back on a regular schedule and a better upload schedule too. Um, hey, sweet, where'd you come from? And just gotta work out some things with my life because I've been going through a lot of hard stuff, and I don't know. These late night hours, staying up like this, killing me and doing a lot to me, my health, causing me to feel really depressed and lonely and angry, and it's very hard. I've got to rethink about things going forward and what to do. And I've been dealing with a lot, so I don't know. I don't know if I want to continue doing YouTube going forward right now because it's doing a lot to me. Taking a major toll on my health and doing a lot. Just just been dealing with a lot of um been dealing with a lot of health issues and problems lately. Um, Headaches, um, dizziness, sick, my stomach and stuff like that, and just been going through a lot. I've got to rethink about things going forward and how to fix it, and it's just these late night hours doing these things, staying up like doing all this, it's just taking a toll on me, causing a lot, causing me to not be very good, and it's getting worse. Hey, don't scratch that. It's getting worse, and I don't know, but I've got to rethink. Um, Trying to study for my CompTIA Plus course, but I can't get it working again. And it's just a lot, man. It's a lot. I have been dealing with a lot of mental and physical health issues, and uploading and doing content hasn't been good right now, and YouTube, and it's just been a lot, man. It's just been a lot. I'm dealing with a lot of hard stuff, and I don't even get up anymore. Well, I sleep all day and then I get up um, at like 9 or 10 p.m. at night. Stay up all day till about like 7. Well, 6. 6 or 7. Schedule's weird. Um, I eat when I get up, usually around like 10 or 11. And then I go back to sleep around 7 a.m., 8 a.m., maybe 9. And I just don't do anything anymore. Besides YouTube stuff, and I've been playing a lot of old games with emulators, things like that. Been going through a lot of stuff in my life, and been lonely. I've had nobody to talk to. I've been depressed. My best friend's never around anymore, and it's just been a lot, man. It's just been a lot. I'm sorry I don't upload daily anymore, or on a regular upload schedule, or certain things, or I don't have, or the content doesn't come out as quick. Content doesn't come out daily like it used to, or certain things. And I'm sorry that these things just don't work out as well as they did. But it's a lot, man. And it's taking a toll on me a little bit. And I just can't play with my friend. We usually play on the weekends, Fridays and Saturdays. He's not been around a lot lately. He's been busier. He's been going through a lot of tough stuff, including certain issues. And it's been a lot. To say the slightest, it's just been so much. But yeah, things have taken a toll on me lately, and I've been rethinking about things and where to go forward with stuff and what to do. And where I'm going with things. It's been difficult, and I just been going through a lot. And I have no one to talk to. Been depressed, been going through a lot of hard stuff, and just been dealing with a lot of things in my life. So things have been difficult for me. I guess except for you guys and my family, and staying up at night. Oh well, being up at night playing Gauntlet Dark Legacy, which I was. That's about it. Everything else can be very depressing and lonely with these nights. And it's really done a lot to me physically and mentally, my health and everything. Got really angry yesterday and finally snapped. Just been upset. And I don't know. Just so used to having my best friend around to talk to and hang out with, and he's not around, and usually that plays a big part in it. It helps, but it's just too much, man. Just too much. And I've been trying to redo things differently, but every time I try to redo things differently, something always comes up, and throws me off. So I don't know. Thanksgiving's coming up on the 27th, so something like that. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. I know there's like a lot of really good Black Friday deals going on and stuff. I'm probably gonna go pick up, probably see if I can find, um, some good deals on games or stuff in the after Thanksgiving. Maybe Black Ops 7, Battlefield 6, or SpongeBob Titans of the Tide, or something like that. Hey, bud. It's just a lot, and I don't know. I'm just going through a time in my life where I'm just things aren't easy right now, and so I ask you guys to just pray for me, please. Keep me in your prayers. I'm just going through a lot. It's hard for me. I'm dealing with a lot, and I've not been in a good place, mentally and physically. I've been battling major depression, um, recently, because my life has been hard and not having anyone there. And so I was just used to like being able to hang out and play with my friend, and now he's not been around. So that plays a big factor in it. So there's a lot of factors in my life that has changed recently, and it's gotten harder for me. I've been going through a lot, very hard. Um, been going through a lot of my life, and it's been hard. And uploading and all this other stuff and everything, just all this other stuff has been difficult. With things being the way they are, and yeah, it hasn't been easy. It hasn't been easy. Just want to let you guys know what's going on with me and what I've been dealing with, and stuff like that, man. But yeah, I don't really do anything anymore lately. All I do is just kind of just stay up all day. I mean, I sleep all day, wake up, do videos, um, play games for a bit, go back to bed, sleep all day, and then wake up the prior night. So I don't really do anything. I don't really like get up and do anything anymore, because I don't really have anybody to do anything with, including with my friends. So I don't really have any reason to get up to do anything. I don't have anybody to hang out with or do anything with. Like, it would be different if I could play with my friend Trav, but he's never around. So, anyway, it's just been a lot, and yeah, pray for me, man. Pray for me, and um, hopefully things will get better. I hope. Gotta go make an appointment with my psychiatrist, to figure out these issues, because I've been having stomach issues, and the stomach's been hurting me lately. I've been having a lot of issues lately with stuff. So, and I have been battling depression, major depression. major depression issues lately, where I either sleep all day or I stay up all night until I drop from being tired. So hopefully me and my friend Trav, we can get back together and play again, and I can live stream or I can record us playing. I want to play with him, but he's just never around anymore. Sniper. I want to play Sniper with him, or I really want to play Dying Light 2 Stay Human, but I can't get it to work. He wants me to play with him. He wants us to hang out and play Dying Light 2 together because he says he has a bunch of stuff to give me in the game. So I don't know. But yeah, that's what's been going on with me. I just been going through a lot of stuff. And everything, and yeah, keep me in your prayers, guys, because I've been really going through a lot. These what's been going on lately has not been easy for me, and it's been hard, and I've been battling a lot of tough stuff, and it's been difficult. It's been very difficult. So, yeah. Been battling some major issues. My life has gotten harder, and it's been really difficult lately, and I just don't know how to deal with it. And having no one around is not easy. It's been really difficult on me. Before I had my best friend, now it's not been easy. So, been going through a lot. Things have changed a lot in the last couple of weeks. It's been hard. So, just yeah, keep me in your prayers. Pray for me, please, and hopefully things will get better. I'll go talk to my psychiatrist about these things coming up, and maybe they'll get better. I hope, but I gotta go make an appointment and get that sorted out. So I don't know. I need someone to talk to. I don't really have anyone to talk to right now, and it's been hard. You guys are about the only people I talk to now, except for my friend Trav and maybe my family. I've been going through a lot, so, And things like that, man. Probably need to go back to therapy and talk to my therapist. But he won't be available this week because it's Thanksgiving. Probably do me some good to get out of the house and spend time with family for Thanksgiving, because I'm going through a lot. Probably help to get out and visit with family for Thanksgiving holidays. That might help my mood. I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, I just want to let you guys know that and everything. Update you on what's going on with me. I uploaded me playing Spider-Man 2 on PC SX2 emulator, more SpongeBob Creature from the Krusty Krab, and Ready to Rumble Boxing Round 2. If you guys want to check it out. Plus, I have a video talking about what's going on around gaming, the industry, and news and stuff. including on Xbox, PS6, and the PlayStation, and the new Steam console. Um, it's just a lot, man. Um, I don't know. I heard that they announced that the Steam machine or the new Steam console is going to be like $750, like the average price of a PC. So anyway, um, yeah. So we got a lot of news to cover. There's been some big stuff going on today or yesterday, and we'll get around to that. And actually, I'm probably gonna eat something because I haven't really eaten anything since I woke up. So let me eat. Let me go grab something to eat, and then we'll talk about this. Um, bring up Telegram. Where is it? Alright, I'll be right back. Where'd you come from, huh? Where'd you come from? Thought you got let out. Huh? Huh? Thought you got let out. Okay, alright. It says, pray for the Jews. Love them or hate them, just Israel. And the Jews are not going anywhere. Israel has a very special role in fulfilling end-time Bible prophecies that are coming to pass daily. Look at this list. Hundreds of academics at these universities were targeted. From Ben Gurion University of the Negev, BGU, the Tension Israel Institute of Technology, 3 Weizmann Institute of Science, 4 Hebrew University of Jerusalem, 5 Tel Aviv University, 6 Harvard University, 7 European Organization for Nuclear Research. Some of those listed reside outside of Israel, including those who live in the United States of America. Psalm 21:22-6, pray for the peace of Jerusalem, may those who love you be secure. $1,000 was being offered to install notices in front of Target's houses and protesting the crimes, which is supposedly performing research that supports the IDF. $5,000 is being offered for information about the target. $20,000 is being offered for auction of their vehicles or houses. $50,000 is being offered for their murder. The bounty for murder is doubled for special targets. The website, which was established sometime in August and stated being utilized in September, encourages supporters to register for secure communications to discuss the contract. The IDF confirms killing 2 Hezbollah operatives via drone strikes in southern Lebanon today. The first strike in town of Methadon killed Jamil Reza Kanabish, who the IDF says was involved in restoring Hezbollah infrastructure in the area. The second strike in Hola put an unknown operative who the IDF said served as Hezbollah's local representative in the village. And as part of his role, he was responsible for liaising between the terror group and the residents on economic and military matters. The IDF says the operative also acted to seize private property from Lebanese civilians to be used for Hezbollah terror purposes. Israel continues to take out terrorists in Lebanon as well as Gaza. Bubba says, meanwhile in Gaza, ceasefire violations and armed Hamas terrorists crossed Israel's line, exploiting the humanitarian road in the area in which humanitarian aid enters southern Gaza. The terrorists fired IDF soldiers and as a result was eliminated. The IDF says a total of 17 Hamas operatives attempted to flee from an underground tunnel in the IDF-controlled eastern Rafah area of southern Gaza. 11 were eliminated and others 6 were apprehended and transferred to Israel for questioning. Those arrested and apprehended are spilling everything they're giving the IDF key intel information via interrogation. Ooh, Nintendo Switch games Black Friday sale at Best Buy. What is that? What kind of games they got for sale? Well, I wanted to see that. Super Mario Galaxy. No, it's Super Mario Odyssey. Nintendo Switch Sports. Maybe I can't read that. Nintendo Switch Sports, Super Mario Odyssey, Luigi's Mansion 3, Donkey Kong Country Returns, Princess Peach Showtime, Zelda Echoes of Raiden, Splatoon 3, Paper Mario. Yeah. Um, 11 were in the May, another were apprehended and transferred to Israel for questioning. Those arrested, apprehended, are spilling everything. They're giving the IDF key intel information via interrogation. Update from yesterday's IDF Hamas capture in eastern Rafah. It says interrogation of the Hamas operatives pulled from the tunnels are exposing what's actually been happening inside the underground terror pocket, hiding for more than 1 month. The real number of terrorists still inside is about 80. Not the 200 Israel initially believed. They are spread across several tunnel routes. Not one unified network. Each tunnel holds only a few dozen fighters and there are no underground connections. Moving between them requires coming above ground like rats. Several detainees said their tunnel had roughly 30 men. The terrorists who emerged around 6:30 this morning admitted they came out to collect food and water from another tunnel because their supplies had run out. The entire pocket is overseen by Hamas Eastern Rafah Battalion Commander, the highest ranking figure at the site. One of the tunnels contains 10 bodies of recently killed terrorists alongside the surviving operatives. Alright, let's see what else we got here. Tyson is closing on one of the largest food processing plants in the U.S. as cattle supplies dwindle. Beef prices are already skyrocketing and now they will go through the roof. And as we mentioned, the third seal revelation has already been opened. The black horses may let loose. Pray to endure, help those in need. Remember, as you did to the least of these, you do them to me. Tyson is closing one of the largest beef processing plants in the U.S. as cattle supplies dwindle. Tyson Foods closed a major beef plant in Lexington, Nebraska with over 30,200 employees in January after U.S. cattle supplies. Trump approval rating slips to second term low. Fox News poll shows the latest Fox News poll shows voters hold President Donald Trump responsible for the current economy of 59% of all voters, disproving of the job he's doing. Says new 2026 Lego set Chinese New Year of the Horse has 4 horses that earlier resemble the 4 horses of the apocalypse. Yeah, it does. That's really interesting. Yeah, they do look like the 4 horses of Revelation. I agree. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. And if you want to see it here, I'll put it up. Hold on. Right here. Not exactly, but there are some similarities. White horse, black horse. I guess that's supposed to be the pale horse, and then this is the white. I mean the red horse. It looks orange though. Yeah, that is kind of unique. I have to admit. That's pretty interesting, and a little freaky too. Today, that Lego would be releasing um a Lego set based off of the Revelation, the Four Horses of Revelation. Hmm. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I have to admit. It says the White House is proposing U.S. military leaflet drop over Caracas on Nicolas Maduro's birthday. A move officials describe as a psychological operation designated to pressure him into leaving the country. The United States is supposed to launch a new phase of Venezuela-related operations in the coming days. Reuters, multiple airlines cancel flights to Venezuela after U.S. warns of threats. Industry group. Alright. Says breaking DHS Secretary Noem announces over $1 billion will be invested in new security screening technology at airport checkpoints. Not just to keep travelers safe, but also to make sure that we're getting them to their locations and to their destinations. AI surveillance police state for safety and security. The biometric visa tracking system, which is supposed to be coming around 2026, they're saying. I don't know, man. I'm really beginning to wonder about Trump.
I wanted to come and be with all of you today to talk about the fact that we as the Department of Homeland Security are going to be investing over $1 billion in new technology and new advancements in the security systems at security checkpoints in airports across the country. That is the biggest investment that we've seen in screening technologies in years, in over a decade, and we know that it is our responsibility not just to keep travelers safe, but also to make sure that we're getting them to their locations and to their destinations safely, on time, and efficiently, and also in a manner that can be pleasant and can be an enjoyable experience for them and for their families.
Is as a reminder why they shut down the airports nationwide. It says, B system in full swing. Apple launches digital ID in U.S. A new digital ID feature will allow users to store a version of their passport in their Apple Wallet. It will reportedly be accepted at 250 airports across the country. Apple promises the data is encrypted. This is why there are airport closures around the country. Across the country, are they installing a new hardware system to be compatible with Apple Digital ID? Are they allowing this government shutdown for many reasons that we do not know about? The timing for all of this this is very suspect. This is really all about the Great Reset. The U.S. Border Patrol is monitoring millions of American drivers nationwide in a secretive program to identify and detain people whose travel patterns it deems suspicious. ABC. Alright. What else we got? Doesn't look like there's much information for news-wise going around currently today. The U.S. Navy just welcomed a powerful new asset, which I can also delivery of the future USS Massachusetts SSN 798, the 25th Virginia class submarine from the H.I. Newport News Shipbuilding Division on November 21st. With advanced stealth, surveillance, and special warfare capabilities, Massachusetts will bolster our nation's asymmetrical advantage at sea. I didn't get a chance. I haven't had a chance to watch Trump's meeting with Zoran Mandani. I wanted to watch that. Sadas al-Shibani, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Explorates Syria. We announced today the adoption of Dr. Mohammed Qatta, the permanent representative of the Syrian Arab Republic, to the negotiation of the prohibition of chemical weapons of our commitment to closing a chapter on the dark legacy left by the defunct regime. We also extend our thanks and appreciation to the essentially state of Qatar for its continued support. This is the beginning of the liberation of this complex matter. Background information regarding U.S. civil aviation from Makwachia SVAZM Flight Information Region. Since September 2020, there has been an increase in global navigation satellite system GNSS interference in the Makwachia Flight Information Region SVZM FIR, as well as activity associated with increasing Venezuelan military readiness. Some civil aircraft recently reported GNSS interference while transitioning this SVZM FIR, which is in some cases caused lingering effects throughout the flight. GNSS jammers and spoofers can affect aircraft out to 250 nautical miles and can impact a wide variety of critical communication, navigation, surveillance, and safety equipment on aircraft. Additionally, since early September, Venezuela has conducted multiple military exercises and directed the mass mobilization of thousands of military and reserve forces. While Venezuela has at no point expressed an intent to target civil aviation, the Venezuelan military possesses advanced fighter aircraft and multiple weapons systems capable of reaching or exceeding civil aircraft operating altitudes, as well as potential low altitude risk from man-portable air defense systems, manpads, and anti-aircraft artillery. The FAA will continue to monitor the risk environment for U.S. civil aviation operating in the region and make adjustments as appropriate to safeguard U.S. civil aviation. There really ain't much to talk about here that I didn't already discuss. So, Friedrich Merz, Chancellor of Germany, has discussed a plan for peace for Ukraine with President Donald J. Trump in a good and confident phone call. We have agreed on the next steps of the advisory level. I'll now brief the European partners. So yeah, that's everything, man. Now I want to watch Mandani. So let me find that. Going to Andrews Air Force Base to do some work. We're going to do some fix up at the base, which indeed we're going to. Right, reinstitute the golf courses meeting with the great Jack Nicholas. First person involved in trying to bring their recreational. It's a great place that's been destroyed over the years for like a maintenance will fix it up, and Jack will be the architect. And they'll design it to existing courses in very bad shape. We going to fix it up at the Air Force Base, and we're looking at other things over at Andrews, so we're going to be stopping those. Let me see this real quick.
And the economy, as you saw, we're going to Andrews Air Force Base.
Yeah, I have to admit, Trump doesn't look great there.
Some work, especially for our great Air Force. We're doing some fix-up of the base, which we need. We're going to try and reinstitute the golf courses. I'm meeting with the great Jack Nicholas, greatest person, and he's involved in trying to bring their recreational facility back. It was a great place that has been destroyed over the years through lack of maintenance, so we'll fix that up. And Jack will be the architect and he'll design it. 2 existing courses that are in very bad shape, so we can, for very little money, fix it up for the Air Force Base. And we're looking at other things over at Andrews. So we're going to be stopping, won't be too long. We'll be stopping over there. I think some of you will be there. And the economy, as you saw, some incredible numbers came in. Investment in our country is bigger than ever before by a factor of 2 or 3. And that means a lot of things are being built, and a lot of plants will be opening very soon. I know that before you had a fight with you and lost it, you guys were able to work it out. I get along with everybody. We see the same thing happening with you and Donald. Sure, why not? I mean, I get along with everybody. No, not like I would like to get the peace. It should have happened a long time ago. The Ukraine war with Russia should have never happened. If I were president, it never would have happened. We're trying to get it ended. One way or the other, we have to get it ended. So then he can continue to fight his little heart out. So I spoke last night to the gentleman you just referred to, and we're going to be meeting, I believe, in the very near future. Are you willing to be arrested today? What? Are you talking about the former Brazilian president being arrested today? No, I don't know anything about it. Are you willing to he's the president. Are you willing? I didn't hear. Is that what happened? That's too bad. That's too bad. No, I just think it's too bad.
Do you still plan to deploy the National Guard to New York City?
If they need it, right now other places need it more, but if they need it, we had a very good meeting yesterday, we talked about that. But if they need it, I would do it. Are you willing to forgive Congresswoman Taylor? Forgive for what? No, I just disagreed with her philosophy. She started backing perhaps the worst Republican congressman in our history, this stupid person named Massey, and I said, go your own way, and once I left her, she resigned because she would never have survived the primary. But I think she's a nice person. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We've just had a great meeting, a really good, very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries.
Wow, he's
very tough people, very smart people.
Crazy.
And he beat them easily. And I congratulate him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built, and food and prices, and the price of oil is coming way down. Anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York. And we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year. So that's good for New York, good for everybody. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am, I will say. There's no difference in party, there's no difference in anything, and we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York, and congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Please.
I appreciated the meeting with the President, and as he said, it was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the President, I appreciated the conversation. I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. Sure. Any questions, please?
President Joseph Nelson from the New York Post. I've got a question for you and then also one for the mayor-elect. For you, you referred to Mr. Mandani as a communist. Can you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question, and on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot from when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you, some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. And
They got back.
I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually, and some very liberal people. He won't surprise them because they already like him.
And Mr. Mandani, it sounds like you had a productive discussion, but just days ago you referred to President Trump as a despot who betrayed the country. You said his worst nightmare and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate about the President is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
And I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting. Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please.
Mr. President, Anthony Marshak from MTV Lebanon. I would like to ask you a question about the Middle East regarding, you did say that Hezbollah in Lebanon is not in a good position, and Lebanon now is the final unresolved after Gaza and Syria. Given your assessment, like, what do you say for the Lebanese today? It's the independent state in Lebanon, and what is your next move to push toward disarmament, the disarmament of Hezbollah?
Well, we are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas and frankly everybody else. And we actually have peace in the Middle East. As you know, the King of Saudi Arabia just left yesterday. We had some great meetings, and he's made a contribution toward the United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion coming in. No country has ever had anything like that, not even close. If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or $21 trillion. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon, we're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East, and we actually have now for the first time peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And now we're going to refine it, and I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
There is a potential to invite the Lebanese president to meet you to the White House.
I would do that, absolutely. And the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think he feels very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East.
We desperately want it, and that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again 2 major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
You said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that. I'll do that. I'll sign it. Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
Mr. President, you've threatened to send federal troops to New York City. You both have differences when it comes to ICE agents in New York City. Mr. Mandani, you called ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out, and I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, you know, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have peace. We discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Yeah, 2 questions, if I may. One for you, Mr. President, on BBC in a second. But first of all, for the mayor-elect. You're both from different parts of the political spectrum. You're both populists, though, and I just wonder to what extent the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media use inspired any part of your campaign.
Well, I actually told the president that, you know, so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often, politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focus on that same cost of living, and that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit, we talked about Con Edison, we have to work a little bit on getting the prices, because, you know, we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison. And we're gonna have to talk to them, you know, if we're sending them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true, we have to get Con Edison to start lowering their rates.
Absolutely.
And if I may, last week you told me you were pushing ahead with your plans to sue the BBC for up to $5 billion. You're going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well. Is there any progress or any updates on those issues?
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person, and you know, I think they have some big energy problems. You know, they've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's out of control, and he's got that problem. He's got a big immigration problem, as you know, and he's got a big energy problem. And we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister's a good man.
You have a chance to speak this week.
I haven't spoken this week.
Have you spoken to President Zelensky about your plan? Are you going to meet with them?
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame. And I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big energy producing plants have been under attack, to put it mildly, to put it nicely. Yeah, we have a way of getting peace, or we think we have a way of getting peace. He's going to have to approve it. Just so sad, so many people. You know, last month they lost 25,000 soldiers. This is something, we haven't seen anything like this since the Second World War. And they're averaging 6,000 or 7,000 a week between the two of them, dead soldiers. And it goes on, and I think they're getting reasonably close, but I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including India, Pakistan. You could even go, in fact, they're coming here in a week or two, go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead, and we worked something out on that, but so many. And the one I thought would have been, for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin, I thought that would have been maybe quicker, but it does take 2 to tango. And now you see all the death. And you know, it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want to see all those people that really, it's on the other side of the ocean. It's a war that should have never happened. It did happen. I blame the person also sitting right behind this desk. This is a war that should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But we're trying to save a lot of lives. They're losing 25, think of that, 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian and Russian, and it's a shame.
I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focus very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Condemn socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist, and your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay, you can just say yes.
Okay.
It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
And I wanted to ask you also about this Ukraine plan. President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal proposal...
He doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of tenuous about it.
He'll have to like it, and if he doesn't like it, then, you know, they should just keep fighting, I guess. You know?
The suggestion that he made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine. Is that
Well, at some point he's going to have to accept something. You know, he hasn't accepted. You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago, I said, you don't have the cards. Don't forget, I inherited this war. I would have never, this war never would have happened. I inherited this war. And I thought he should have made a deal a year ago, 2 years ago. The ultimate deal would have been if it never started. That would have been a good deal. That could have been done too if you had the right president, but you didn't have the right president.
Mr. President, the cost of living is something that you and Mr. Mandani seem to agree on. Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mandani. Do you see Democrat policy specifically as being a problem? And I'd like that be a question that both of you could answer in New York City.
Look, I think that there are many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president was the president. And those are also part of the message of our campaign, was to take on a broken politics of the past. And I ran against a number of candidates who represented different versions of that past. And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90 for a Metro card.
You know, we had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have. But a big thing on cost, you know, the new word is affordability. Another word is just groceries. You know, it's sort of an old-fashioned word, but it's very accurate. And they're coming down high. They were, you know, we had, both of us, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country the last 4 years under the Biden administration. And we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, do you have something?
Mr. President, thank you so much. Mr. Mamdani often talks about New York City being covered by international law, that they will follow international law. Doesn't often talk about the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it can be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws, but it's covered by U.S. law. Are you referring to anything in particular?
He just says that they're a city that endorses and enforces international law. Is that at odds with
No, I don't know. Would you want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board. And that's something that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want.
We were precise.
We discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
What we did is we discussed crime. More than ICE per se, we discuss crime. And he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And you know, we actually, people would be shocked, but I want to see the same thing.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters.
Yeah.
Mr. President, I want to know one of the policies as well that Mayor-elect Mandani talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech you didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people in general, and so I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
We focused on affordability, we focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform, because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see.
But to be clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
What was that?
no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Please go.
Mr. Mandani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted a synagogue in New York. Are you concerned about Jewish New Yorkers feeling welcome and safe in the city? And President Trump, you've threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City. What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores? Would it be something else?
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad. And we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I did say, subject to what policies are being said. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with. Now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the things I really gleaned very much today, he'd like to see him come down, ideally, by building a lot of additional housing. Yeah. That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read the newspapers and the stories, I don't hear that. But I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City to be great. Look, I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, named de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Mr. President, Thank you, Mr. President. You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to, but you used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would, especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought. I think I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. He may have different views, but in many ways, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea, because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on. Tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than people thought, and when he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. And, just turned out to be a statistical truth. But, no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you, but a very quick one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I'll use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a central piece of work.
There is a bus that goes.
Well, I know, but if you flew, that's a lot quicker too. He's working very hard. For him to be, that's a very long drive. I'll stick up for you. The plane takes you 30 minutes and driving takes you a long time.
Mr. President, I was wondering if you could clear up some confusion around a Washington Post report. There was this explosive report that the Coast Guard is no longer going to characterize swastikas and nooses as hate symbols. DHS called that a lie and fake news. Can you clear up?
I don't know anything about it. When was this written?
I think yesterday.
Well, look, the Coast Guard's an incredible group of people. I know them very well. We just ordered a lot of new Coast Guard cutters. Beautiful, the most magnificent ship. They look like yachts with lots of guns on them. So I don't know. I haven't seen any report like that. But certainly we want them to remain a great force, and they are.
And you did it in all the 9 months around the world. I would like to ask Mr. Mamdani, you've accused the U.S. government of committing genocide in Gaza while President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now is we're in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need not only for the following of human rights, but also the following through on the promises we've made New Yorkers. And I appreciated the meeting we had and the work that we can do.
Do you agree that President Trump did do a peace and he worked hard to make the peace, because he worked hard to do the peace in the Middle East and everywhere? Do you agree with that?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking of.
Mr. President, question from Mr. Thank you, Mr. President. Do you view the mayor-elect as the true leader of the Democrat Party? And do you think Leader Schumer's and Leader Jeffries, have to follow his lead?
Well, look, I hope they have great leaders. This is a man that right now I think is focused in New York City. I really think he has a chance to do a great job. We're going to help him, but I really think he has a chance to do a great job. But I'll let you answer that. You consider yourself the leader of the Democrats? I think it's more appropriate for him.
I consider myself the next mayor of New York City, and I keep my horizons firmly on New York City, and I appreciate the meeting with the president, which focused again on the 5 boroughs and whether New Yorkers could afford to live.
By the way, being the mayor of New York City is a big deal.
Absolutely.
I always said, one of the things I would have loved to be someday is the mayor of New York City. Being the mayor of New York, and especially now, because I think you're at really a turning point, one way or the other. It can go great, or it can go in a different direction, and I think you really have a chance to make it great.
Mr. President, you said you love New York City. Mr. Mandani, does New York City love President Trump?
New York City loves a future that is affordable, and I can tell you that there were more New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living, and I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes. One more, go ahead, 1 or 2 more, go ahead. I tell you, the press has eaten this thing up. I've had a lot of meetings with the heads of major countries, nobody cared. This meeting that you people have gone, outside you have hundreds of people waiting. This is just a small little group. For some reason, the press has found this to be a very interesting meeting. The biggest people in the world, they come over from countries nobody cares, but they did care about this meeting, and it was a great meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, I was going to ask you exactly that. Why do you think there's so much more, so much excitement around this than in some form?
Because I think he's different. All right, I think he's different, and that can be in a very positive way. But I think he's different than, your typical guy runs and wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting. Because he has a chance to really do something great for New York. New York is at a very critical point, and he does need the help of the federal government to really succeed, and we're going to be helping him. But he's different than your average candidate. He came out of nowhere. I said he has a great campaign manager standing over there. He came out of nowhere. What'd you start off at 1 or 2? And then I watched. I said, who is this guy? He was at 1, then he was at 3, then he was at 5, then he was at 9. Then he went up to 17. I said, that's getting a little bit interesting, right? And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute. I mean, it's an amazing thing that he did.
I'll just add one thing to what the president said. Is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR and the incredible work that was done with the New Deal, and also in thinking about what it can look like when the federal government and New York City government work together to deliver on affordability. It can be transformative.
We have a great portrait of FDR that I found in the vaults that was missing for years. I found it, and I put it up. He's a Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat. And when the mayor saw that portrait, he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good. But it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of the New Deal, I guess, and of FDR. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said that you both spoke about crime. There are many police officers set to come off the rolls at the end of this year in New York City. Are you going to allow those police to be replaced with police officers, actual cops? And are you going to require that happens? Would there be some consequence if the
Well, I hope
staff
it happens, but again, that's going to be ultimately the mayor's decision.
What's your answer?
Is that I look forward to delivering public safety with the NYPD, and I've said over the course of our campaign that we have the number of police officers today. They're the ones that's budgeted about 35,000 headcount. And I think the key thing is that we have to make it easier for police to focus on police work, not ask them to respond to 200,000 mental health calls a year.
So is that a reduction from what you're at right now? Are you committing to maintaining the same level of costs?
I've committed over the course of the campaign to maintain the 35,000. That's the headcount that we have through the campaign.
And not replace them with caseworkers, social work?
No, I've said that's the headcount that we want. What we need to do is make sure they can focus on serious crime.
And you just retained a great police commissioner, I believe, right?
Yes, we did, Commissioner Fish.
If the newspapers are correct.
That was correct about.
He retained, I think, somebody that is she's a good friend of some of the people in my family, of Ivanka, and they say she's really good, really competent, and he just retained her, so that's a good sign.
Are there still topics that you see that you're disagreeing on in the future? And do you think you'll have more meetings like this?
There will be topics that we disagree on. I think we'll probably come to a conclusion, and ultimately, he'll convince me, or I'll convince him. You know, it's for the good of New York. Ultimately, it's for the good of New York. I don't care about affiliations or parties or anything else. I want to see if this city could be unbelievable. If he could be a spectacular success, I'd be very happy.
Do you think you guys will meet more in the future too?
Too?
Do you think you'll meet again in the future? You know, throughout the administration?
I think we will. I think we will. I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting. Please.
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't, but she's out there campaigning, and you know, you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of
She's a very capable person, but you really have to ask her about that. But I don't particularly. I think I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again, and I can say again, because New York was great. You know, when I came down to Washington initially, the city was so hot. It was doing great. We were having some telltale signs of problems. We had a mayor that was not doing a great job, but still, it was moving along, and it went bad. It went, you know, pretty bad. And he can. I think it's been at lower points, but it went pretty bad. I think he can bring it back. Now the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before? Which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
I care very deeply about Jewish safety, and I look forward to rooting out anti-Semitism across the 5 boroughs and protecting Jewish New Yorkers and every New Yorker who calls City Hall.
Thank you, Fred. Keep moving that.
No matter what kind of teeth you gotta brush, Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head hugs them, cleans them, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean routine starts with Oral-B.
everyone, it's Point and PlayStation just went live with their Black Friday sale, and these are my favourite and best deals I found for the PS5 consoles, accessories and games, and even some cool limited edition stuff that is definitely worth checking out. So whether you've not got a PS5 yet or you just want to add more items to your setup, hopefully today's video will help you out. And as always, everything is linked down below in the description. Okay, so the first offers worth talking about are the PS5 consoles themselves. Whether you're looking for a standard PS5, a bundle.
Marvel's perfect Iron Man recast officially appears in the new Avengers release. Of course they're recasting Iron Man. Toronto Blue Jays signed former Detroit Tigers infielder. Remake of the Game Boy Advance. Interesting. Oh no, remake of this Game Boy Advance games releasing early 2026. What is that? Remake Prince of Persia at the same time, yeah. Make concern over Steam Machine price. Former Xbox exec calls on Valve to please let third parties use SteamOS to make the hardware with different configurations. Barry's comment was last month's session. This Valve Steam Machine will likely cost about $750. We've said from Steam Machine will be cost $700 to $800. To put that into perspective, base PS5 with the disc drive currently costs $459.99, $549.99, while the PS5 Digital Edition costs $49.99. The PS5 Pro game will cost $749.99. So only third party. If this is Valve, So apparently they just released a new Hunger Games trailer. Okay, I want to watch that. Based off of the new book, Sunrise on the Reaping. Okay, I want to see the trailer real quick. Okay, so it's coming out 2026.
Welcome, Penang, to the glorious reaping of District 12. Twice the number of tributes. Twice the glory. It's time for the second quarter quell.
This looks pretty good, actually. Okay, so it's coming out November 20th, 2026. Alright.
I think these games are going to be different.
The book's pretty good too. I've read the book, or I've read a little bit of the book. But the movie is based off of Hamish Abernathy's life. It has to do with his participation in the Hunger Games and how he became one of the I forgot what they call them. One of the people it helps the tributes. Let me see this real quick. PlayStation fanboys celebrate Sony stopping PC ports. Except that didn't happen.
It is looking good.
Huh.
Welcome to Movie Flame.
Oh, yeah, Joe
Morgan
from
Ross,
Seattle. I haven't
and
watched it in a
today
long
I'm
time.
going to break this trailer down shot by shot, point out Easter eggs, point out behind the scenes facts, and explain what exactly we're seeing. Just to let you know, this channel is your home for everything Hunger Games and Sunrise on the Reaping. I'll be making breakdowns and reviews for everything that comes out, so make sure you subscribe so you don't miss anything. Now, let's get into this and break this trailer down. So we start off with a shot of District 12's Hall of Justice, and right away, I already have something to comment on. This film takes place 24 years before the original film, and the Hall of Justice building changed during that time. And honestly, I think that the older version looks way better with the cutout of the brick. And in the older version for Sunrise on the Reaping, they have the Pan Am logo carved into the building. Meanwhile, 24 years later, they got rid of that and had to hang a separate flag for the Pan Am logo. Looking at these peacekeepers, we add another variation of their uniforms to our list. It looks like they have the armor of the peacekeepers from the first movie, the helmet of the peacekeepers from the other prequel, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, which takes place 40 years before this, and it looks like they also have masks, which are reminiscent of the masked helmets the peacekeepers have in Mockingjay. So this is sort of a combination of every single version of the armor we've seen, although this mask is more like a gas mask. We then get a look at Drusilla Sickle, who currently holds the position that Effie held in the original series, and she's been doing this since the first Quarter Quell, so this is her 25th year being an escort. She is so book accurate, wearing the yellow officer's jacket, and just as the book said, she tried to style by incorporating two different fashion trends, military and sassy. You can see the military medal she's sporting, and the yellow certainly does give off sassy vibes. Just like in the book, she also has wings coming off of her hat, and the costume designer Trish Somerville brilliantly just made the hat be an entire bird. The only thing it's missing is the visor that the book describes. Also, Trish Somerville returns for this movie after working on all of the films besides the first one, and she's honestly done a phenomenal job now through 5 movies. Getting back to Drusilla though, if we look at her face, they perfectly had her skin be pulled back. And if you look closely, they even added the thumbtacks that are doing this, which is another thing straight from the source material. I love it. Also, the huge veneers were another great touch that makes her look even more fake and even more stupid. Drusilla might not have good taste in fashion and style, but one way you can enhance your own style is through sporting fragrances. This month, I've actually been me that they liked the scent I was wearing. For only $8.97, citizens who were hired privately by Drusilla. She might have opted to do this because most peacekeepers were District 2 citizens, and she might not have wanted somebody from the district watching over her. And I think that their private help even more when I see the other 2 people up there with her. They look like her personal assistants, who Drusilla even made match her yellow outfit. We get a look at the names in the bowl, and interestingly, they're orange this year. In the 74th and 75th games, they were white. But then in the 10th Hunger Games, they were sort of yellowish, or it could have just been white paper that was faded. But either way, orange is a new one. There was no mention of it being orange in the book though. Behind the crowd, there are factory pipes, which were not present behind the crowd 24 years later. In Ballad, much of 12 had this factory piping though. They even did the reaping in front of them. So we can sort of see how the district has transformed over time as they slowly got rid of these exposed pipes and factories. We then get a shot of the arena for the 50th Hunger Games, and in the next shot, we see the starting point. As you'll notice, there are way more tributes than normal, and that's because this Hunger Games has doubled the number of tributes, which celebrates the second Quarter Quell. Instead of 24 tributes, there were now 48. The arena is very book accurate. It's in a meadow, the patches of beautiful flowers are there, there's a section with woods, and also a section with huge mountains. The sky is blue with puffy white clouds, and the cornucopia is gold. All things straight from the source material. we get a look at Lulu, who was played by Molly McCann. She's one of the District 12 tributes, and she's a tragic victim of the ruthless snow we see in Sunrise on the Reaping. You can see the 2 braids in her hair, which is the hairstyle she had in the book. And behind her is who I think is Clayton, one of the District 1 males, who is played by Shalimu Thayan. Their outfits are definitely interesting, almost looking like a fancy robe, which I did not expect. But as we see later in the trailer, it appears they can be stripped down and taken off. After that, we get a shot of Ambert Ladier, played by Percy Daggs, who is actually Beatty Ladier's son. We of course know Beatty from the original series, being the genius tech mastermind behind all of the propaganda videos. Ambert is part of what becomes known as the Newcomers, an alliance that almost half of the tributes made, who vowed to have an alliance until they killed all of the career tributes. Ambert looks at Haymitch, who is kind of the leader everyone in the Newcomers looks to, and this is our first official look of Australian actor Joseph Zeta in this role. You'll notice that he has blonde hair and blue eyes, just like Woody Harrelson, who played Haymitch in the original series. This kept film continuity, but actually differs from how he looks in the books, because there, he had dark hair and gray eyes. This is sort of significant because those with blonde hair and blue eyes were from the richer part of 12, or the merchant section, while those with dark hair and gray eyes were from the poorer section, or the scene. And Haymitch was from the scene, meaning he has the complete opposite features. That's not that big of a deal though, just thought I'd mention it. Panache Barker, the other District 1 male tribute, then makes an appearance, and he's nothing but trouble. He's played by Jaleel Swabi, and he has a very 1970s look with the clothes, the afro, not to mention with the trippy and colorful editing job done here. Maisa Lee Donner, played by McKenna Grace, then appears in the next shot, and she's wearing a beaded necklace. This was something she was known for, sometimes even wearing dozens of necklaces at a time. Then, before the game, she made loads of the other tributes' necklaces and bracelets with their tokens, including the other District 12 male Wyatt, and in his necklace, it encased his coin. Maisa Lee's necklace in the shot looks like it does have a coin, but I don't think it's the same necklace. By the way, Maisa Lee is the other District 12 female, and she and Haymitch get very close and team up. She's also best friends with Katniss and Prim's mother, Astrid, whose name we actually didn't know until this book dropped. Before this prequel came out, we simply called her Mrs. Everdeen. We get another look at the beautiful flowers, which are actually poisonous. And inside of the number 8 is Haymitch and Lenore Dove, played by Whitney Peake. She's Haymitch's rebellious girlfriend from back in 12, and honestly is one of the best characters in Sunrise on the Reaping. After that, we see a shot of who I think is Haymitch and Maisa Lee walking together after teaming up. And in the 7, you can see Maisa Lee holding the necklace that we discussed earlier. Then we see Silka Sharp, played by Laura Marcus, who is one of the District 1 females, and she plays a major part toward the...
I played every Star Wars game ever made, and with Star Wars being one of the biggest movie franchises of all time, spanning back over 40 years with over 130 games, so let's start it off by taking a trip to a galaxy far, far away, starting all the way back in 1982 with a little game called The Empire Strikes Back, released for the Atari 2600, the first ever Star Wars game, released 2 years after the Empire Strikes Back movie, which already gives this game just so much pressure to be great, because if we're being real, The Empire Strikes Back is one of the best Star Wars movies and easily one of the best sequels of all time. Alright, so I'm a huge Batman fan. Actually, I think everyone probably is a big Batman fan, let's be for real. But has everyone played every Batman game ever made? Probably not. There's a lot of them. But in today's video, I will be playing over 30 years of Batman games, starting all the way back in 1986. So let's go. Batman 1986, an absolute classic for anybody who was alive with the dinosaurs. Holy shit, this game is old. Old but gold, baby. This game was actually pretty fun for about 5 minutes, and then I got really bored. I don't know if this is just TikTok brain rot, but this type of gameplay probably was really good in 1986, but it's nearly 2025 now, you know, so I'll give this game a good 5 out of 10. Not bad for the first ever Batman game, though. Batman the movie, released in 1989. Again, really old. This game was released for the Batman 1989 movie with Michael Keaton and Jack Nicholson. You know, the same Batman they brought back in The Flash, just for him to commit suicide in the dumbest way possible, just for the possibility of the 5 people who actually saw the movie in cinemas to get a little hit of nostalgia. But this game was kind of fun. Now, I've done some research, but games released around the 80s are kind of confusing.
Everyone, welcome back to the channel. Share, subscribe, like this video. Make sure you put your prayer requests in the bottom. Thank you for all that are praying for me. I have felt better tonight. Knock on wood. I haven't had any episodes. So I'm just praying everything goes. I actually can have a good night's sleep and get back on track here. I need your all's help. And I know I hate doing this, but I'm overwhelmed. I have gotten so many requests for Bibles tonight from everywhere that I don't know what to do. I just don't. I'm trying. I mean, you gotta remember, every time we place an order for Bible,
urban style individual. What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you not DSP. And I got something special for y'all today, but before we get started, I want to give a special shout out to all the vets out there. Tomorrow is Veterans Day, but today is the Marine Corps' birthday. Shout out to all my devil dogs out there. We know that the Marine Corps was founded in a damn tavern/bar. So I expect y'all boys to be out there pouring up, go crazy. Just make sure y'all be safe, y'all be careful, and pour one up for your boy. So I'm probably gonna be doing the same thing. There's no such thing as too much drinking today. Just today. But what do we have here? So here we have former Superintendent PWR, who's effectively losing his mind. I cannot find a better way to describe what I have been seeing from him as of late. So let's get into it.
Let's get 10 subs for another whiskey shot. Let's get 10 subs for another whiskey shot tonight. I'm hot. Did I get 10 subs? Who gave the 10 subs, bro? Let me know. Did I miss it? Because the last I got was Deuce Vint. He gave the 25 subs. Like I said, I'm calling Phil out. Catherine, if you got your passport, girl, come on over here. Because I'm going to show you how a real man treat a big girl, baby. Bam! Did I get 10 subs? I got Deuce St. Vint. Gave me the last 25s. He gave me 10 subs.
Now we can already see from the onset that there's already shades of DSP in his mannerisms, right? He's already asking for subs to drink. You can clearly see that he's already inebriated. There's certain things that I could not put in this video because it was so crazy. The man pulled his pants down on stream. And if I'm not mistaken, he was banned from Kick. Now I don't know how long that ban is going to be, but Lord Diaz, shout out Lord Diaz, was able to acquire this stream even though PWR has been deleting his archives.
You know what? Screw it. I love you guys. I love you guys. Screw it. I'm hotter for Sean, though. I'm hotter for Sean. No, I will say this. If Kat is watching, because we know she watches my videos. Girl, if you got your passport, if you ready to really settle with a real man, baby, I'll let you play Skyrim all you want. I'll let you get DoorDash all you want, baby. And we about to make a child. We about to settle down, me and Kat, Phil's wife, are about to settle down. Because I would smack that ass, baby.
Now, you know what people generally say about people who tell the truth. It's usually children, people who are upset, and people who are inebriated and or drunk, right? And it seems like he has a hodgepodge of at least two of those three, right? But what's interesting to me is that PWR is so infatuated with Phil that he doesn't want to be close to Phil. He actually wants to be Phil. He wants to be in his skin to the point where he wants this man's wife. And this is why I'm going to approach this a little bit differently. This is not going to be like more of a point and laugh thing. This guy clearly needs help. like yesterday.
In ways that Phil never could. Let's get 10 subs for another whiskey. No, my dick is not too tiny, bro. I'm like 6.5 inches, bro. Do you want? Me and Phil probably have like a similar size dick. I'm like 6.5 inches. So if Phil is 6.5 inches or more, then he is giving Cat more than she did. So we got I just want to give the history. This is honestly, Cat is not bad. I would sample Cat. Like honestly, I have a good amount of money right now. Probably not as much as Phil makes. But if Kat would lie down on her back and let me go for it whenever I want, like a kid running for the playroom before the McDonald's kids meal, I would sample that ass, mate. Honestly, I have no problem with a bigger girl. So come on, let's get it going.
Now, as you watch his mannerisms and his behavior, I want you to keep in mind that this is just someone who feels like they no longer have anything else to lose, right? He was kicked off the platform. He's been exposed for what he really is. And to me, what this does is shine light on the type of people that Phil continuously attracts to his streams. Now, we know that PWR has been a long-time viewer/fan for a very long time, right? And we know that he branched off for a little bit, but obviously the hypnosis is very strong because look what he's doing. Now, I know that he just went in on Cat and all that, but keep paying attention to the things that he's saying because the truth is coming out.
I am the showstopper. I would treat Cat right. I would. You know what? Honestly, I would treat Cat right. I'd be like sushi dinners. You know, maybe a motel and a concert or something or whatever. You know, I'm not like, or I don't, I only have honestly, if Phil, I love you, dude, but if you're done with Cat and you want another piece, I'll take her off your hands, bro.
You see how conflicted he is? Now, this man just went on and on about what he would want to do to this man's wife sexually, right? Now, anybody else, that's like one of the highest forms of disrespect that you can do to a man, right? But that's immediately followed by him saying how much he loves Phil. And this is why I said this man needs help. He's obviously very conflicted. He's obviously very confused. And he feels like the things that he built up, he's losing. So therefore, he's just going to go balls to the wall until it all ends. And I really hope that this dude or somebody in his life that cares about him can intervene and stop this downward spiral, man, because he's spiraling fast.
Bro, because I don't think she's that bad looking. I think she can handle the 6.5 inch cock. What do you think? I gotta take a piss and I'll be right back. You guys let me know what you think. I don't give a shit anymore.
Now, did you hear what he said? He said, I don't give a shit anymore. Now, keep listening.
Listen, the mainstream platform seems to let me get away with a lot. So I'm gonna get away with my Andy Worski, baby. I'm gonna get away with my Andy Worski, bro. We're gonna do it Andy Worski style. Oh.
No, for those out there who do not know, when he's talking about Andy Worski, he's talking about drugs, and he's going to solidify that here in a second. Just keep watching.
1 second. Hold on a second. I'm done, bro. The thing is, when you get this shit in Canada, one thing I will say, it's hard to, hold on, it's hard to actually get it snorterized here. So I'm going to get my Andy Worski on. We're celebrating Sean. Here, hold on. I got it off a bitch that I never sampled, but she can get some pretty good, Corey Feldman. Never sampled it, but it's hard to break up. So hold on. Here we go. So my Kino Casino, enough for you boys. Here, hold on. Here, I'll literally, here, I'll let you look. There you go. Woo! Is that Kino Casino enough for you?
Now, for those of you who did not see that, obviously, that was a little pile of powder, and I'm going to let you fill in the blanks on that. Now, the question is this something that he just started doing? Or is this something that he was doing the whole time? Because if you've been around addicts, especially ones that are very crafty, You know, you can be around somebody for a whole year and not know they have a drug addiction if they're good at hiding it.
The Keno boys would know it. Like, honestly, I like the Keno guys. I do. I don't agree with them business-wise, but like PPP, for example, I think PPP is hilarious, and he's funny, and he's smart, man. I really do. But I do not like how they screwed my career. But if I had a chance, like, dude, if I had a chance to do something with, like, Keno Casino, I would do it 100%.
See, now he's starting to be reflective. There was a point in a time where PWR wanted to be in his own lane doing his own thing. And I think a lot of people, even the detractors, for the most part, were big up in him, saying, yeah, man, do your thing. It's good, because we were under the impression that you have broke pignosis. But it's become very obvious to me that was just temporary. And DSP has always had a hold over you. And now you're in a situation where things are starting to flounder and you're starting to lose everything, and you feel like you need to go out in a blaze. And this is why I feel you need to be very careful of the things you say to these people on these forums and these discords, because you never know when one of them are going to have a moment like this. Something that you said that you don't want to get out is eventually leaked. This stuff right here is absolutely insane.
I like those guys, I really do. But outside of the business, I don't. So I'm gonna show you exactly what you're all about here. I'm gonna show the Keno Casino what they're all about. Here we go. Look, watch this. Yes, Shawn Michaels, baby.
Now you see how easily he did that? That's coming from someone who has been doing this for a very long time. And I also alluded to Phil potentially playing with his nose, and I know I got a little bit of pushback for it because we all got our own opinions, okay, and I understand that. But historically speaking, cocaine and things like that have always been a quote-unquote rich man's drug, right? So it's not the prototypical you calling up a drug dealer and you meet in the back alley somewhere. No, you get it from a guy who's probably an attorney, a guy that's a doctor, a guy who's connected in the community in ways that if you look at him, you wouldn't even think he was doing something like that, because these circles are a little bit different than the traditional drug circles.
I'm doing it, Shawn Michaels. Yes, look, this is the alternative, baby, look. Screw all the degenerate effing alternative. Like, I like those guys, man, but I don't like their business, man. But if I was, like, partying with the Keno guys, I guarantee it'd be a fun time.
This man is actually on stream breaking it down right in front of us. This is absolutely insane. But this is a dangerous place to be, because obviously PWR feels like he has nothing else to lose. And what he should have done was doing what he was doing initially when he first broke off from pignosis. Stayed in your lane, stay disease, play for no ass, no girlfriend, whatever your mantra was, and just stick with that. And you could have played on people's sympathy to a certain extent, and people would have tuned into you because you would have been like an underdog story, one of the ones who made it out, so to speak. But now what you've done is turned yourself into a cautionary tale, man. And it's just interesting to me that every single time one of Phil's dents get revealed is somebody that's like this, who's on the far end of the spectrum, somebody who is out of their damn minds. And I know that this man has some mental conditions or something's going on with him. But it's just interesting to me that every single time that these things are brought to the forefront, it's never anybody that we would say is normal, ever.
Honestly, I guarantee if me and PPP and Andy were snorting the blow, we'd probably have an amazing time. Look at this, look. I'm not even joking. I got this off a piece of ass that I didn't have sex with, but can get the shit.
That's
so
mine. Give it back.
Busting it up. Because whenever you bust it up in Canada, it smells really nice. It smells like gasoline.
Won't someone help? I'm being robbed.
So we're doing it, Keno Casino, we're doing it PWR style, baby, because we're the ones who actually risk our careers to do this shit. So here you go, baby, here it is. Look, I'm showing it Kiwi Farms, Keno Casino, whatever you want. Shawn Michaels.
What am I going to
There it
do?
is.
So, if you are a detractor right now, or somebody that's plugged into this verse in any way, shape, form, or fashion,
Oh
I
no.
highly advise that you keep an eye on PWR, because the way in which he's going, he is being very revelatory. And I do not think that this is the end of things coming out or coming, or quote unquote coming to the forefront. Because like I said before, he feels like he has nothing else to lose. So in the last ditch effort to draw attention to himself, he's going to quote unquote spill the beans. And I would not be surprised at all if Phil has reached out to him behind the scenes in an attempt to silence him, to hush him, maybe even pay him off in some way. Who knows? Who knows?
Oh, screw all these pieces of crap. Let's continue on with our Shawn Michaels night here. Oh. Dude, like, apparently, I don't even know where my shirt is.
Note to self. Buy cereal.
Apparently that's what ended John's career, right? Let's get some subs, bro. The casino asked for subs, so why can't I ask for subs? Let's get some subs.
Look at it once again, shades of DSP. And my question always, because Dent and Phil always love pointing to detractors as the bad guys, right? But the detractors are not forcing you to do anything. We're not charting your steps. All we're doing is documenting the things that you do, your decision making. So
I'll beat you down.
Detractor, or what do
Y'all should have
detractors
stayed
do to
away,
make
know what
you
I'm
start
saying?
being blow on stream PWR? Seriously, because I know you're on this crusade against us and you want to shut us all down.
This is our turf now.
We're not worried about that. But at what point are you going to own the decisions that you made in your own life to get you to this place? Because when you broke Pignosis, right, you were pounding your chest and talking about how you're not going to mess with Phil no more. You're doing
You guys are a
now.
bunch of
You're going to
wimps.
your mother's house, and you brought light to the good decisions that you're
Man,
making.
you
And
ain't
now you're
bad.
on
You
stream,
ain't
bro,
nothing.
hitting whiskey from the throat.
You shouldn't have come
Fuck
around
you,
here if you wanted to
crackhead.
stay alive.
And somehow that's our fault, right? Nobody forced you to do this.
Come on, fuck. Time for a little of the old ultra-violence.
I don't care. I'm just like done, man. I'm so finished.
Y'all should have stayed away, know what I'm saying?
Go back to drugs. Like, fuck y'all.
Oh,
Yeah. And we're gonna do some big business.
Time for a little of the old ultra-violence.
I'm gonna take my last fire.
Oh,
I am finished.
You
No,
should
I'm
have
not.
come around
I'm
here
never
to
finished.
stay alive.
I'll never be finished. You'd rep some
Waste the
lines.
hero first. Once he's done, all bets are off.
I'm pretty chill.
Whoa, Spider-Man.
Dang it, you face.
I'll take you on.
So now he's giving us some insight into the fitness of the work that he's actually doing. And this is what I said. This is not something that he just took up in the moment. This is something that he's been doing the whole time. Because how else is he able to quote unquote rip all those lines and it's as pure as he says it is, unless he has a very high tolerance to begin with. And you only get a high tolerance from partaking. So let's just be real about it.
I have to crush it with the... They're all pieces of shit. Honestly, they're pieces of shit, no. And I don't give... I have enough to, like, I do know this piece of ass. And she's actually a pretty not bad piece of ass. But she doesn't have, like, sex with me.
I got news for you, PWR. You're never going to have success with women if your viewpoint is what you just stated, a piece of ass. You need to be less worried about what they say and more worried about what they respond to. And a lot of that starts with your own self-confidence, dude, because they can feel that coming off of you. You come off as if you need a mother, a chauffeur, a caretaker. You seem like you have issues doing the most basic of things, and not because you're not capable. It's because you're so down in this dark path that you can't see the forest from the damn trees. And it started with your obsession with Darkseid Phil and you deifying him, right? And it gives me some insight into what's going on in your own life if you look at Darkseid Phil as a god, bro. Like, what's really going on?
But she does get me shit if I ask her. And she got me some. And it's pretty nice. Look at this. Look at this. Hold on. So, all you pieces of crap that want to support the casino, we're celebrating Sean, bro. We're celebrating Sean. And, if I want to get through this, Gilmer's Farm, thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man. No, I'm not gonna say F the casino, because the truth is, like, I do like Ashton. I don't know much, to be honest, but I like Ashton. I think he's funny. He's hilarious, man. He's smart.
Fighting?
Ashton is a genius when it comes to screwing these detractor pieces of crap. He's like the godfather of screwing the DSP community. He is. And I like Ashton. And to be honest, man, I would like nothing more than to meet up with Ashton, man, and have a couple beers and be like, dude, like, what do we do to take this to the next level?
This is fan behavior. And this is very dangerous when you're a grown man. You should not be a fan of any man, okay? I'm not saying that you cannot appreciate their gifts, okay? But when you start to get into fandom, because fan is short for fanatic, you start to lose your ability to be objective, okay? So, as a grown man, this is very dangerous. Now, what's interesting about what PWR just said, though, is that he would be willing now to work with the Kino Casino. But we know that when he first branched off from Bill, he didn't want anything to do with those guys. Isn't it funny how the tides turn when desperation kicks in? All of a sudden, he's willing to do it.
I like Ashton. And it sucks because the truth is, I don't think, I actually got a message from him not long ago. And the truth is, I didn't read it. Because it was my fault. Because they asked me to do something with them, and I took it the wrong way. Because they wanted me to do something, and I will say it, I don't give a to be honest anymore. They wanted me to do something where they wanted me to dress up as like an RCMP officer and go to like a PEI potato museum.
Okay, so for those who do not know what RCMP officer is, that's the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Also, when he says PEI Museum, he's talking about Prince Charles Island, which is in Canada. I'm not sure what Kino Casino was cooking up. It sounded like something that was going to be crazy, but that's what that is.
And I didn't take it the right way, to be honest. And he messaged me and he was like, oh no, man, we would have like AI'd you or something. I was like, man, I f***ed that up. He is hilarious, man. And the truth is, I don't give a if it's clout chasing or not. I feel like if me and him would have went to high school together, we probably would have clicked, man. He's a funny, smart guy. And the thing is, he's not just funny, he's smart. He knows how to put himself in the danger zone to take advantage of all you DSP detractors. He knows how to get your dollar. And I swear to God, if we could ever make good on this, I'd love to do something with them. And to be honest, I think a three-way with Ashton and Cat
is scrambling to take down some spicy fan-made designs in Kirby Air Riders. Yep, let's get into it.
It was terrible. I just saw someone being caught.
Even if that is how you truly feel, I'm not going to get into the sexual
We've been hearing about a remake of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag for quite some time now, with plenty of rumors and a few internal leaks, and the voice actor all but confirming that it's happening, but the big question has been when it'll actually come out. Well, based on recent reports, pretty soon. Announcing its latest financial results this morning, Ubisoft laid out a slate of upcoming games being released before the end of the current financial year, which ends March 31st, 2026. One of these games was one unannounced title. Insider Game Informer says this unannounced title is in fact the long-rumored Black Flag remake and claims that it'll be launching the week of March 23rd, 2026. It's quite possible that this mystery game is some other Ubisoft project. Games from big publishers usually have more lead time between reveal and launch. However, one notable exception will be a game with a built-in fan base that will instantly
He sold them the idea because they know exactly what to expect. For instance, look at how well the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion remake performed. Bethesda stealth dropped that back in April. It's safe to assume that the fan favorite entry in Ubisoft's flagship series would generate a similar amount of buzz among Assassin's Creed fans for that to happen for that game. If this release date or at the very least release window is accurate for the Black Flag remake, the next question is when will it officially get announced? The same day stealth drop is a possibility. You do a lot of stealth dropping in Assassin's Creed. But another possibility is it'll get revealed during the Game Awards, which are coming up very soon on December 11th. We will keep you posted if we find out more, or if anything leaks between now and then. Something else we've been hearing rumors about almost as long as the Black Flag remake is the possibility that fan-favorite survival horror himbo Leon S. Kennedy will be making his triumphant floppy-haired return in next year's Resident Evil Requiem. Capcom has remained fairly coy on the matter. Well-played interview with Requiem's producer Masato Uezawa and prodded him about the prospect of any familiar faces popping up, to which he said, quote, I would say that yes, there are going to be some characters from the past series to come in, but don't over-expect or hype it.
Come out with your hands up.
The only thing I can say is that there will be characters that have been involved in the Raccoon City incident involved in the game. It's worth noting that Will specifically asked Uezawa if any characters from Resident Evil Outbreak would appear, as Requiem's main protagonist, Grace Ashcroft, is the daughter of Melissa Ashcroft, who first appeared in the 2003 installment. But the producer's answer seems to hint that Leon could be involved after all. As for tempering expectations, online rumor mongering about Requiem has gone so far as suggesting Leon could be a secondary playable character for a large chunk of the game, so maybe that's asking too much, but still, it'd be nice if it dropped by. Elsewhere in the world of video game characters with weirdly thirsty fan bases, Kirby Air Riders released yesterday, and players wasted no time creating some spicy custom machines that pay homage to one scantily clad character, Chef Kawasaki. Okay, so for context, if you're not cued in on
urban style content,
Kawasaki
I'm
is a
dead.
bulbous yellow character in the Kirby series who wears the appropriate kitchen attire of an
played
apron,
only
a chef's
PS2
toque
games
blanche,
for
and some
3
presumably
years.
non-slip shoes.
That's
However,
right,
the
for
rest
3
of his
years I
attire
played
is
PlayStation
less
2 games,
appropriate
and
as
only
he appears to
PlayStation 2
be
games.
mostly
That's
naked.
because I'm doing something
This has
called
sparked
the
some fan debate
PlayStation 2
over whether
Console
he is in
Challenge.
fact naked
Now,
under
Console
the apron
Challenge
or
we
just
play
wearing a
every
barely
single
visible
game
micro
for one
bikini that he
console.
conceals
And
under the
in those
apron
3 years,
straps.
I beat
And some of these fans decided to
135
illustrate
games
that concept
and
by
learned a lot
customizing the
about
Warp Star
myself,
machine
about
to,
video gaming in
well,
general.
look
I
like
also
Chef
got to test out
Kawasaki in
some
a
new
micro
hardware,
bikini.
some new software.
Unsurprisingly,
I
Nintendo
even
is
got a
scrambling to
chance
take
to
this
play a
down, which of
PlayStation
course
2
has
game
only attracted
online
more
that
attention.
almost
And
no
now
one
I'm
in
telling
the
you about
entire
it,
world
and I hope
has
you
ever
appreciate
played.
it because I
So
had to
come with
Google
me and see
Chef
how we
Kawasaki
play
micro
nothing
bikini
but
fan art
PlayStation
on
2
my
games
work
for 3
computer to
years
figure
straight.
out what the hell was going on, and
In
I
the
really
far
wish
off
that I
year
had.
of 2022, 3 years ago now,
If you'd
I
like something
began
to
the
take your
PS2
mind off of
Console
that
Challenge
unsightly
by
mental
playing
image, just a
Champion
friendly
of
reminder
Morale.
that IGN's sister site
When I
Leaflets
first
has a great
started the
deal going
channel,
on right now that
Being
supports
a
a great
video game
cause.
nerd defined my adolescence, just as it did many other criminally online kids.
I played only PS2 games for 3 years. So it's almost like I engineered an event where I would collaborate with people who were going to be Minecrafters, and I knew it. I worked over their audience. I got exposed to a wider audience in a positive light for the first time in many years. I gained extra support for myself, which is all I ever wanted. With that extra support, I then was able to upgrade myself. And then, as soon as I had saved the light of work, I knew there was toxic feedback and doing everything for everyone.
Have a great weekend, everybody. Go draw some fan art of Leon Kennedy and Chef Kawasaki playing beach volleyball in micro
Urban style individual.
or just play video games, whichever it's your weekend.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you not DSP. And oh my goodness. You know what this made me think about? You know, for many of us who are prescribed medication by our doctor, we have to take them at certain intervals, or they'll begin to lose their potency.
Quiet.
And this is what Phil
Don't
is
worry,
doing.
I'll stop him.
He's administering his pignosis elixir not only to his dents, but to himself, because he knows if he doesn't, he's going to begin to lose potency. So this whole segment right here, even though he's talking to detractors, what he's really doing is giving his dents the official story that they can put out to the world. This reminds
Hit it
me
again.
a lot of people who are caught up in
Get distracted looking at gaming news.
when it comes to politics.
Heads up!
They don't even form
Spider-Man!
I don't even know what I gotta do here now.
and then inherit that person's opinion, because
Guess just
personality worship
do missions until
is
I
at
have to do
all-time high. And it's pathetic. So let's get into it.
Here's the deal with America. Shame on you. Here's what's actually been going on.
that I feel is actually a positive thing. In the last year, support for my regular streams has skyrocketed. What do I mean by that? I mean that I'm regularly hitting my goals now. Like, it's actually more of a rarity that I don't hit a support goal than that I do.
No,
Get to the
for
car.
those who are paying attention, all this really is his attempt at retconning what his marathons
I'm about to die. I should have untied the police officers. And go back and untie them when I get to.
And it didn't used to be like this, alright? It used to be, wow, it's rare if I actually hit the full goal. And because of that, things were tighter. I couldn't afford to just buy a whole bunch of things on a whim whenever I wanted to. I couldn't buy a new accessory.
Very few people can, dude.
Right? I couldn't do the things I needed to do and have to
Very people can just buy anything on a whim they want.
Now we know that's not true. And because he's trying to get to a point, but contextually he's leaving things out.
No, come back here.
I just couldn't afford them. When you should be telling the people why you couldn't afford them, and it wasn't because people were not supporting you. That's not the case at all. Because
oh no, you don't.
Twitch days when the whole streamer,
I'm back here.
Streamer income thing got leaked or whatever. Dark side filled in terms of how much money.
Not gonna get away from that bag of money so easy.
Pretty sure that was the case, right? So you always made money, Phil. It's just what you've been doing with that money is the problem.
Now I am. Alright, and again, thank you so much.
Damn,
Whenever
almost
there was
died.
a time, a month to say thank you. It's Thanksgiving month here in the United States. Thank you all for doing this for me.
Look how pathetic this is. Phil, look
Buy
at
grapple
yourself,
attack
right?
upgrade
Look
from
at your
store,
body language.
R2000
You're sitting
more
here
hero.
praying and fully
Buy
groveling to
grapple
these
upgrade.
people. And this is your idea of a successful business plan? And we
Where's
all
the
wanna
nearest
be you,
store?
right? Like, come on, man.
We're doing this very positive thing
Low
for me and
West
my
Side
family in the
District.
last year,
Alright.
and up in the levels of support. You guys are amazing. Alright? So here's the thing.
Low West
Because
Side
my normal
District.
streams are doing so well, regularly, I mean, we're
That's
getting
down
we're
here,
doing
it's this
multiple
way.
PSP charges a week at this point, right?
How
Now
much
when I do a
longer?
marathon,
Working a lot of
okay,
the art, yo.
it's just not that big of a deal. And what do I mean by that?
Well,
it used
just
to
showed
be,
up.
well, Phil's always updated, he does okay, he does his goals all the time. But then when he does a marathon, that's the time when he's rallying. And Phil will usually have a giant goal set for a marathon. He's saying he's trying to hit $1,000 a day or $2,000 a day for some reason. And then his viewers will rally and support him. He'll hit and crush the goals and oh my God, is that all you got?
No, it was not a celebration. And it was never framed like that either. It was framed like people were trying to assist you in getting back on your feet. That's what the narrative was, and that's what the energy was. In fact, if you go back to some of those videos of watching,
So much for you.
look at the desperation in his eyes and his body language. So you truly are pathetic, and you can look at every single year of your career, and you're saying the exact same things that this year is the best year. Now this year that you're talking about
Alright,
currently
now
is the best year.
I gotta
I'm
go
sure
to
next year when we're talking about that year is your best year, Bill. It's the same old song and dance with this guy.
Well, now I do marathons every month. I didn't used to do that. I literally do a marathon every month now, right? It's a fun celebratory event for sure. It is. But at the same time, it's not like it used to be. You guys are supporting me so well all the time that it's not a big deal
It's
to
down
get
here.
insane goals and rallied support
Comic
when I'm
book
doing a
store.
marathon. Like, for example, on Friday.
Comic book
Did regulars
store.
come by and support? Yes, they did. But did they all come by and support? No.
Now, did y'all catch that? He said, did regulars come by and support? Yes, they did. But he said, did all of them come by? No. How are you privy to all of the people who support you, Phil? And the only way you will be able to be privy to those things is if that number is
Here's a
very
grapple
small.
upgrade.
So this doesn't line up with the concept of you having thousands upon thousands of people that view you.
Earn 2,000
and
more
it's a bunch
hero
of small
points.
things from a bunch of people all over the place, right? Because that's the narrative. But here you're telling me that you use the term all,
Something
which is
wrong?
all-encompassing, meaning you know every single last person that supports you, Phil. This is why it's so important to keep your damn mouth shut.
Some regulars were missing, and that's okay, because they're coming by during my regular streams to support my content anyway. So why do I care if they showed up for the marathon? Because I'm already well supported on the stream. I don't.
Also, did y'all catch that? He said, why would I care if they show up on the streets if they're well supported? Meaning, he don't give a damn about your entertainment. He don't care about all he wants from you is your damn money. He just made it clear today right there. And what they didn't hear this morning, those who have functional brains, he's speaking clearly right now. Now, this is one of Phil's him trying to correct and retcon things. Break it up. Because all he really does is serve to muddy the waters. It's all you're doing here. Because you know that the real story is far worse. So you gotta come up with some type of narrative to try to convince yourself in your things that you're doing so well and you're so happy. But that cannot be further from the truth because you're acting like this every day on the stream, Phil. Not to mention that you were just crying about moral support, having a whole breakdown. Now you on here talking about how great you are. It's ridiculous.
There was a time when things weren't so good. And those marathons were like
all the world
key things for me and my business that please let this marathon go well with support.
I got a bunch of pieces to deliver and you're late.
Always,
you're late.
Something special.
Well, now you have to
hurry.
Get going.
Now
No
I
problem.
just give you a marathon every month, regardless of the fact if we hit goals or not. We just do one anyway.
And you would be a damn
That
fool
looks like a
to
good
think
place to make
that
that first
Phil does
delivery.
not have a financial expectation that goes beyond the pale of a regular stream. You bet your ass when he has that his marathons, he's expecting to make more than he does in a regular stream, regardless of what he's saying right now.
Okay, and it's different. It just is. It's different. But the thing is, don't tell that to my detractors because they don't understand it.
Now, here's where things start to get interesting. Phil is addressing us directly. Why? I don't know. Who knows? I was of the belief that he was trying to start us out. And it seems as if ever since he said that, all he's done is bring up more food. Case in point. Go ahead, Phil.
Better hurry back. And to them, they look at a marathon like Friday, and they'll actually say something this dumb, right? They'll say, Phil only made over $600
on the wrong way.
On Friday. What a win for us. Well, first off, you have to understand how stupid they are for saying that, because guess what? I didn't just make $600. I made $600 of live stream support. I made KCI income for people watching me on Kick. I made ad revenue for people watching me on YouTube. And all the videos also give me residuals
If you're happy,
for
I'm
that
happy.
marathon. So even though you may think you only made $600, well, that was $600 of crowdfunding support that day, but there was actually a lot more that was made behind the scenes that no one will know about, okay? But in addition, you have to take a look and look at the week streams. I'm doing really good. The day before, for Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, I hit 3 goals. Earlier in the week, I was hitting multiple goals for multiple streams.
See, this is Phil making things up. Because the detractors have always said for the longest time that you make plenty of money and you're begging because you're trying to support your habits opposed to actually sustaining yourself. Now, obviously, those things have began to bleed into each other even now, right? So when you say, oh, they're talking about it's a failure of a stream, well, things are relative, Phil. That's what we're getting at. And we're saying it's a failure based on the metric that you gave us. You said that you would love to make $3,000. Well, last time I checked, $600 ain't anywhere close to $3,000. So objectively speaking and using your metrics, it's a failure.
Now, admittedly, there was a couple of streams that were on the slower side as well, but overall, I'm doing way better than I had been previous. So it's just hilarious because I think what it is people are in this mentality that when Phil does a marathon, people have to absolutely show up and rally thousands of dollars of support, and if not, the marathon's a failure.
No, that's your mentality. Now you're going to try to retcon that now, which is what this whole thing is about, because we know that in your head that $3,000
further expand Silent Hill series beyond Silent Hill 1 remake
countless times, Phil.
And
so all this again is relative. If a business made, I don't know, $100,000 last year, and they make 80 this year, did they do bad? No. But was it as good as it was before? No. So it's relatively speaking, Phil. Nobody's saying you're over here destitute because you had a $600 stream. We're saying that according to you, it wasn't a good stream. That's it.
It couldn't be further from the truth. It used to be the marathon was my desperate attempt to raise funds. Now the marathon is literally just a celebration of success.
it's still a desperate attempt to raise funds, and it's largely the last card that you have left to play, Phil, and you know that. You know that. So you can try to frame it like, oh, I'm just giving you a marathon. What else can you give them that actually has any value? Because you trying to frame this as if you're giving them a marathon when we know this is your last real moneymaker. You depend on these things. This is why you're injecting them into your schedule just because it really benefits you. Because if it really was about celebrating success, why are the leaderboards still on the screen? Why are you begging like a regular stream?
I'm already doing well, so let's just have a good time together. I'll dress up in a silly costume, we'll play the horror games you guys want to see me play. It doesn't matter how much I actually raise during the marathon because I'm already doing good.
Well, if that's the case, then why are you crying the whole marathon just like a regular stream? Are you not talking about get me drunk? Are you not trying to create arbitrary pressure by saying you can't mix coffee with alcohol, right? Because you're always trying to find ways to create pressure for them to give you money. This is just your latest script.
No,
but if you say it is, then why are you doing all this? And why are you addressing this? People who are doing well just do well. I'm not concerned with what people are saying about them. They just go about their lives. But you have to keep turning back every single day, it seems like, and address things on the internet, even though you claim you're so happy. Now, does this behavior seem indicative of someone who's happy? Or is this behavior indicative of someone who's insecure and or lying?
Spider-Man, thank goodness you're
that's
here.
something that detractors won't get through their heads because they have to spin the narrative that I'm always failing, I'm always losing, I'm always broke. They have no fucking clue what they're talking about because they're all genuinely jealous. They wish they were me. They're pissed that I'm still successful, despite the fact that now it's been over half a year trying to casino stuff. I'm well removed from those jokers, and I'm still doing great.
Phil, you have to stop with this. If you really ever hope to leave a mass and gather any real audience outside of this twisted individuals that you have now, nobody, and I'm telling you, Phil, nobody wants to be you. What about you is desirable to where people will want to remove themselves from their own lives and assume yours? Your broken down house, your gambling addiction, your alcoholism,
there you go.
Your narcissism.
Thank you,
Which
Spider-Man.
trait
We'll take it
are we
from here.
jealous of?
In fact, it was hilarious because the other day someone came on the stream and was starting to freak out. They were like, "You never had any success until Kino Casino. You never, your regular streams weren't doing well. You weren't hitting your goals." I'm like, so it's almost like I engineered an event where I would collaborate with people who were going to be my detractors, and I knew it.
No.
I worked over their audience. I got exposed to a wider audience in a positive light for the first time in many years. I gained extra support for myself, which is all I ever wanted. With that extra support, I then was able to upgrade my setup. And then, as soon as I didn't need them anymore, because I knew they were toxic douchebags who were going to fucking ruin everything for everyone, I cut the cord.
Here's why this doesn't make sense, even beyond the obvious reasons why this doesn't make sense. He said he linked up with the Kino Casino with the plan of being exposed to a more positive audience. But then on the daily, he goes about the business of calling them toxic holdovers from the Kino Casino. Doesn't he always, when he addressed the Kino Casino audience or he's talking about them, speaks about them in a negative way? Now all of a sudden they were positive. You see how the tides will turn in certain events in the story, the shift, and it's convenient for him. And this is why people will never believe the things that you say, Phil, even if they are true, because you have a history of just lying about things, even dumb shit, even dumb things, because your ego is so fragile and you're so afraid of your narcissism being wounded. You don't like to lick your own wounds. This is why when you think somebody's close to wounding you, you start to lash out. Talking about you came up with this plan to snake PPP and all this madness. Phil, you were desperate. That's why that came about. Is because you didn't have anything left in your little bitty bag of tricks, and you were desperate. And you were so desperate that you were willing to forgo everything that you ever told your dents about your positivity, how you don't like drama, how you're different from everybody else. All that shit was out the window when there was a bag in front of you. So ain't nobody trying to hear this self-righteous nonsense, especially not from you.
I dumped them, and I flushed them like a dirty fucking turd, and now I'm doing well for myself, far removed from their toxic bullshit. It's almost like I robbed the casino just like I said I did,
What am I going to
and
do?
I'm winning. And you can't cope. So you see, then you're angry. Oh, you see, his marathon didn't do well, but it did.
Oh no.
But it did.
You're the one coping here because you have to over-explain something as if people actually care. People look at you in passing on the way to the things that they actually care about. Though you're not that important, you just think you are because in the realm of your dents, you're God to them. But to us, you're just another peasant, bro. You're nothing. You're useless. This is why you don't have any friends, because what real man is going to want to be around you more than 5 seconds? And even if he was your friend, he can't introduce you to his friends because he'll be embarrassed of you, Phil. You're a damn joke.
What am I going to do?
That's the part you don't understand. So why you sit here talking about what the detractors don't get? What you really should be doing is thanking PPP for saving your damn dying career, bro. Because you were on your way out. It was rough. And you were pulling out all the stops. That's part of the reason why you forced your wife on stream, because you didn't know what to do. Right, Phil? The same reason why you had a $1,000 or $2,000, whatever it was, fundraiser to see your cat. Because you needed money and you didn't have anything of value to really offer anyone. So you had to use sleight of hand to get what you needed. You're pathetic.
Sure, I didn't raise $5,000, but all my other streams are doing great. That stream did good. Dude, I raised 4 goals of support in one stream and then some. How can you say that it's bad unless you're actually stuck in the head and you actually believe anything? Because you just can't cope with the fact that I'm smarter than you and I fucking fooled your ass for 7 months. And now I'm good. And you're in the same miserable fucking spot you've always been. Sitting there angry at the world that Dark Side Phil is successful, and you're not.
So we're sitting here in the same spot angry. Look at this guy. He's almost 50 years old. Now, I mentioned Detractor Red in previous videos, but I'm going to mention them again. Phil, if you're so successful, why are you begging upwards of 200 times per day? Per day. But we want to be you, right? And why I'm talking about other detractors, I don't want this to split my mind. Shout out to Lori Diaz, man. He's been covering a lot of the PWR madness as of late, doing great work. Go check him out. Also, go check out Draconic Saberwolf Productions. That's a hell of a name. I think he got like 7 or 10 subs or something like that. He's also been covering a lot of the PWR stuff lately.
What am I going to do?
Go check him out. Say what's up. Show him some love. Tell him Lucy sent y'all.
So, to all of my actual positive viewers, to those who support me through thick and thin, thank you so very, very much. This has been an absolutely amazing year, and let's keep it going. Let's keep that level of success going. Thank you.
So he went straight from a cope session right into a little mini thing there. Did y'all catch that? And again, this brings me back to my original point with this guy, because he always talks about how people want to be him, and it's like, you even if you point to somebody like who were traditionally hated in the public psyche, like a Floyd Mayweather, at least you can point to that man's gifts and say, damn, you know, I would like to be able to do that. You know, I don't really like his personality, but I at least would like to be able to do what he can do in that ring, right? But when it comes to Phil, there's not a single thing redeemable about him. I mean, even when it comes to fighting games, which he believes is his calling card, or how he made his bones, but he can't even have sportsmanship about that. So it's like everything, even when he wins, he's an asshole. If he loses, he's an asshole. So it's like, why would anybody want to interact with you at all? You're parasitic, not only financially, but also emotionally. Can you imagine being around this guy? He would probably just drain your life force from you. Can't probably feel so empty just by being in this guy's sphere. I can't just imagine their conversations. Seriously, I mean, from the second she wakes up, she probably listens to this guy bitching, moaning, and complaining endlessly. Just pathetic.
All right. Well, shout outs. We got Golden Hercules is kick your new positive audience that you got. What do you mean by that? No, what I'm saying is, due to what I did, the time that I spent branching out and doing that kind of crossover content, it allowed me to be viewed by the public at face value. Instead of just, oh, this guy's a piece of shit, don't like anything he's doing. Instead, it was like, let's give him a shot because people are working with it.
So where is all this public then? This is not shown up in your viewer count at all. This is not showed up in your views on your video either. And it's not showed up in support either because according to you, you know who all the quote-unquote regulars are. So how can you doing something negative, like trying to shit on Review Tech because you think he's beneath you, somehow showed you in some type of positive light, Phil? No, it just showed you in a less dark light than the light that he was in at the time. Because there's a phenomenon with these loud cows where it kind of shifts and goes from different ranks depending on what they got going on at the time. Because at one point, especially when Boogie had faked his cancer, he was the #1 loud cow for a little bit. But Phil, generally speaking, you're #1, bro. You are. You're the most delusional because you can look at Wings and you can look at Boogie and they'll have moments where they have realizations, where they'll tell on themselves and they'll be honest. I hate this. I don't like this. I don't even, you know. They're upfront about what's going on, and they're actually telling the truth about what you're actually seeing. But Phil will write you a damn book about something he know you saw, and will still try to convince you that what's in that book is what happened, not what you saw is what happened. Something is wrong with this dude.
And because of that, a lot of people started coming by and hanging out and enjoying my content. I made a lot of money, and I was able to upgrade my setup, right? And ever since, things are going good. Like, no exaggeration, things have been much better for me ever since that thing. It was totally worth the whole, what was it, 7 months of basically nonsense, 7 months of toxic shit and lolcow crap, and now I'm out of it fully and I'm good. So that's what I mean. I'm not saying that there was one new wholly particular audience that came over. I'm saying that in general, that whole thing turned stuff around for me in a big way. And what's funny is, my fucking detractors are acknowledging that. They're actually saying, oh, you never hit your goals before. Yeah, but I'm hitting them every day now.
According to insider reports,
Is that why you're playing new mobile games? Is that why? Is because you're hitting your goals on a regular basis now, Phil? This is what happens when you talk too much. Because not too long ago, you were just talking about how you're playing new mobile games, right? Could that be from the influx of new income? Now look, I'm not in the business of trying to say things, you know, dates are gonna change. But I just want y'all to understand where your money is going. It doesn't matter what he tells you. He is an addict. He'll say anything. Your money is gone. Go to Raw Phil's chat. The second his stream is gone, you're gonna see a guy on there. I forget their name. I plugged him in the last video, but they'll show you how he's online on that damn mobile game the second he gets off from that stream. So you can try to give him money to stick it to us all you want to, but all you're doing is really sticking it to yourself because you could be spending that money on trying to elevate your own life opposed to flushing it down a damn toilet.
Content's great. I'm loving what I'm doing. My actual positive audience loves what I'm doing. The support is forthcoming, so how am I the loser in this situation exactly? I'm at a loss. I'd love to hear how I'm much worse off now than before.
Because you still are begging bum. That's why. Because you're still getting on the internet and embarrassing your family name and manhood in general by reducing yourself to a damn beggar. When you could maybe potentially apply yourself and try to do something else, but you won't even attempt those things. You think that the solution to your problems is just, I should just beg more. Even when it came to the 10-year plan with your own mother when she gave you that money, you got on here and you talked about how, oh, I cut it in half because, my plan went better than I thought it was going to go. What plan, Phil? Nothing changed. All you did was beg more.
Oh, you see, this is the point, too. I'm going to say this, too. Okay? Come back! It doesn't matter what happens outside of this stream. At all. Nothing that happens outside of this stream affects me. You understand that? Because someone tipped $2 and they're like, Yeah, but the casino's doing well too, and good for them.
What am I
Good
going
for them.
to do?
I guess people really are ignorant. Because here's the deal. Because of the way that I did everything, okay, I won and they win. You have to understand something. This wasn't my attempt to bring them down. This wasn't my attempt to end the casino and close the casino permanently. I don't give two shits about that.
What am I going to do?
At all. I don't care if they continue to be successful. I don't care if they're never successful again. That doesn't affect me in any way. I don't want to know anything about them. I don't give a shit.
Oh, no.
All I care about is what's happening right here, right now with us. That's it. So...
Then if that's the case, then what is this segment about? Because this segment is about everything that's going on outside of the stream. You're talking about detractors' perception of you and your content. That's what's going on here. And I would argue that's outside of the stream, Phil. Right? Didn't you just say that you only care about your positive audience? Then why are you wasting people's time, this quote-unquote positive audience's time, talking about detractors when you know they don't care about that? This is a self-soothing therapy session. That's all this is. And Phil is sitting here self-medicating on his own hypnosis to try to convince himself that he's doing much better than what he actually is, while all the while still being controlled by multiple mobile games behind the scenes. And it has not reared its ugly head yet, but at some point it will, because we know Phil does not know how to control himself, and he's going to go crazy. And I would not be surprised at all if he's already going crazy in these mobile games in terms of how much money he's spending, because we know he loves that online validation. He loves it. So you can't convince me or anyone else that you just unplugged entirely. So yeah, are your streams hitting their goals? Sure. But all that means is you're just doing better in mobile games, not in real life, Phil. That's all I got for y'all.
What am I going to do?
Urban style content. I'm dead. The angry video game nerd defined my adolescence just as it did many other terminally online kids of the 2000s. This foul-mouthed irate gamer garnered millions of views with one of the most influential productions of early YouTube, with the gamer from Mars might not even existing without it. Unfortunately, in recent years, conspiracies have swirled around the current state of the channel, with many claiming that the man behind the nerd persona, James Rolfe, has been compromised by those around him, including none other than the person who encouraged him to create the series in the first place, Mike Matei. This man behind the series' now iconic art style has seen his fair share of drama, including accusations of racism, inappropriate jokes, infighting, and showing his wiener on Reddit, leading to many in the community turning on him. Surprisingly though, I have...
What am I going
Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you not DSP. And do me a favor, man. Call your mama. Call your pops. Call your parents. A lot of times they do want to call y'all, but they feel like they interrupting something, or they getting in the way, or they might be annoying y'all. And a lot of times where their phone goes off,
Stellar Blade 2,
they hoping it's you, they thinking it's you, it's perpetual disappointment. Look, call your parents, man. And while we're on the subject of doing favors for me, I was looking at my analytics, and I seen that there's a lot of y'all who watch the channel, but you are not subbed to the channel for whatever reason. Now I have a special set of skills, and y'all know how the rest go.
What am I going to do?
Y'all know I'm crazy. Now what do we have here? We have Phil doing his best rendition of a retcon. Now he's going to try to convince us that his version of events is what happened, even though what happened was recorded for the world to see. It's ridiculous. Well, let's get into it.
There's been some drama on my Kick channel over the last week. Notably, the drama was that about a week and a half ago, I actually gave a new feature to the people on Kick. Allow me...
See, he already starting out with the nonsense. You did not give
What am I
anyone
going to do?
a free feature. It was a feature that already existed. Kick gave them that feature. What you did was took it away. But I'm gonna let them continue.
Come back! To explain, I need to give backstory because it's so convoluted and confusing. So allow me to explain.
It's actually not convoluted or confusing. But what you're going to do is act as if it is, so your version of events can give us so-called clarity. It's nonsense.
Months ago, okay?
What am I going
Kick
to do?
instituted a new system by which when you watch someone's channel, you earn channel points. Can you use those channel points for anything? A few little things, but nothing major.
No.
So, for example, you can wager the channel points for, like, guessing, like, predictions, they call them. So let's say, for example, I don't know, I'm playing American Truck Sim. A moderator, like Dunsfelter, would put up a prediction saying, will Phil finish this job within the next 20 minutes? And then people would wager their channel points and either win or lose them depending on what actually happens and how they voted. Okay?
Yes, and a lot of those features exist to drive engagement, Phil. Kick instituted those features to actually help people that are streaming on the platform. It was not curated specifically so you can make money off of it.
Spider-Man!
In addition, there are highlighted messages.
Spider-Man just showed up!
We're
Lynched.
What? This is hard for you. Fall down. You get a message that pops up that shows a certain color and is like a highlight on the screen. And you can have the ability to have text in there or use emotes. Alright? So when these channel points launched months ago, I turned it on right away. I was like, oh, this is cool. Let's turn it on. This is similar to what we used to have over
This looks
on
like
Kick,
yours?
or, excuse me, over
You're
on Twitch.
great, no matter
I like
what
that,
they say.
Right? I want to give more features to my viewers.
You see how he said, I want to give more features to my viewers as if he was in the room coding it or something. He's the one that brought it into beta. He's the one that pushed it out to the masses to see if it was something that Kick could actually use. Phil, all you are is the beneficiary of these features, but you had nothing to do with their creation. It's just weird the way he's framing this.
Immediately, we find all these problems with the system. Okay? The problem is trolls can basically accrue the point, do highlighted messages that are awful. You know, they can do doxing, they can do racist, sexist things, bigoted things, insulting my family members, horrible things, right? Okay, we'll ban the trolls. Oh, that doesn't solve it. They can still do the highlighted messages even when they're banned. So they can't chat, but they can send highlighted messages that everyone can see. So what's the point then, right? So immediately we saw this is a big problem. These trolls started doing horrible things. And again, it's one thing if it's like it's a stupid insult or whatever, but we were having people doing heinous doxing and stuff. You can't have that.
Out of my way, you moron!
So I had to turn off highlighted messages for like 2 months.
Okay, so the reason you turned off the highlighted messages, according to you, was because people were trolling. But somehow you're going to try to draw a correlation between them being turned off and you not getting support, which they're not mutually exclusive at all, but you're going to try to act as if they are.
Because of this, okay? So about a week and a half ago, people in Kick Chat kept bugging me saying, hey, are you aware they fixed this loophole, this problem? No, I'm not aware that they fixed it, okay?
Just a small tidbit. You notice how when people are asking him for something, he always uses the terms, people were bothering me, people were bugging me, people were annoying me. Now, he can see how people being persistent and asking for something can be annoying, but he can't see how him begging for money every day is annoying. Interesting.
So people just kept asking me for 2-3 days straight, will you turn them on? Will you turn them on? Will you turn them on? And finally I was like, all right, fine. I'll turn on the messages. If you guys keep bugging me for it, you know, I'll just do it. Hey, so I turned them on, and then sadly, it almost felt like a cause and effect. I turned on the text messages for moral support. That's what I call it, moral support. And when I did that, I'm not kidding, for 2 to 3 straight days, I got almost no support whatsoever via subs or kicks on Kick.
But what does that have to do with you turning off a feature? Because Last time I checked, you turning off moral support doesn't have anything to do with people sending you subs and kicks and whatever else that you can send on Kick. My point is the pathway to giving you money on Kick still exists, whether the moral messages are there or not. So how could you draw this correlation, Phil? Unless you were planning the whole time to gatekeep this feature in order to get money. Because I don't think that Phil had some crazy revelation and he went back and looked in the mirror and he told himself, what are you doing? That did not happen. What's more likely that happened is Kick probably reached out to him and said, look, we heard about what was going on with this, and if you want to continue to stream on our platform, this, and this is going to have to change. That's what I believe happened.
And it was almost like a direct one-to-one ratio. I turned on a new feature to give something more to my viewers, and my viewers started, like, not supporting anymore. What happened? You know? So, I'll be honest, yes, I got upset, which I shouldn't have, and I apologize for that now. I shouldn't have been getting angry about that. Instead, I should have sat down and had a conversation with everyone about it. But what happens is there's a troll element, and everyone knows that my Kick chat, I just talked about this yesterday on stream, actually. There's a difference between my Kick chat and my YouTube chat. Allow me to explain.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. When he says allow me to explain and goes into over-explaining the most simple of things, my skin crawls a little bit, and I'm pretty sure he takes a couple of years off my life. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure. It's like, who are you speaking to when you're explaining these base level things? We're all adults here. We don't need a 5-paragraph essay about the most mundane things, Phil. My goodness.
YouTube streaming, I've been doing now since 2021. Okay? Daily. And the people who watch me on YouTube are my longtime viewers, my longtime supporters, people who've been with me for 17 plus years, who like my stuff, or they're people who maybe are more recent newcomers, but they like the positive element of my streams. They actually like the content, they like me and my personality, they want to hang out. So the YouTube chat is a place to do that. It's more moderated, it's more, I don't want to say safe, but it feels more like a place where you can kind of chill and have a good time. The Kick chat is freaking rowdy, alright? The Kick chat is literally, at all times, full of action. The chat moves way faster than the YouTube chat. People can use motion emotes and things in the Kick chat to keep it moving. We have the morals into the chat constantly. So the chat rate's higher, and people are way more energetic and boisterous. But hand in hand with that comes the trolling element.
No, we already know where he's going with this. He is going to do his best attempt at blaming trolls for his behavior. Nobody made you spaz out because you didn't get money, Phil. You spazzed out because you feel entitled to people's money because you have a gambling addiction. That's really what this boils down to. You oftentimes will spend so much time addressing the branch of the issue, but we know branches will grow back. So that's why it's necessary for you to address the root of the issue and uproot whatever the problem is, so therefore there's no more growth. This is not that hard to understand. But we know that Phil is going to go to his Detractor 101 narrative to explain away his terrible behavior like he always does.
As you know, a year ago, I was introduced to Kick by Kino Casino. And as a result of working with them, they tried to convince me to do stuff on Kick, so I started. And I've been streaming on Kick and YouTube for a year now, right? So what's happened is, since I cut off Kino Casino and I don't work with them anymore, the people who like them essentially have kept watching me exclusively on Kick. And they are definitely a trolling element. And I understand that. I explained this yesterday, but I kind of want to break it down in a way that makes sense on the show today, okay?
So what are you going to say today that you did not say yesterday? Because according to him, he's going to break it down even more so we truly understand it, which means he's going to apply a higher concentration of pignosis. That's all that means.
Okay? I'm okay with having two audiences. Okay? I am. And I feel now, in the modern day, it makes sense to have two audiences. One audience that really likes me and positively supports all my content, and one audience that's there to kind of razz me every day. to make fun of me or whatever. I'm okay with that. What I'm not okay with is those who take it to the extreme. Those who are attacking my family members, those who are trying to literally lie about me every day and say things that literally don't happen and act like they're factually true things. Okay.
See, but the truth is none of that really happened. What happened was you did not get money from them and you felt as if they slighted you. That's all it is. I gave you something and you felt like the crowd was not reciprocal. And you keep pushing this narrative that these people on Kick are holdovers from the Kino Casino. No, that is simply not true. It's nothing but trolls and or some of your whales playing double agent to make you feel good about what's going on your streams, man. They'll go over there and give you a little bit of support. They'll come back on YouTube, give you a little bit of support, so you can keep perpetuating the narrative that you have thousands of viewers and multiple people are supporting you. That's it. Because for whatever reason, their ego is tied to your ego. So they feel like they're sticking it to the detractors by giving you money, which I always thought was absolutely ridiculous, because whatever you give to him is just going to that damn mobile game, and we all know it.
Okay? But if you just want to sit there and you want to kind of make fun of me, and you want to razz me, and you want to do this stuff, I'm okay with that. Really, I am. And the Kick chat, 100% is the place to do it. That way we kind of have that controlled element. If you want to be more positive, if you want to be more of a bigger fan of my content, and support it in a positive way, YouTube side. If you want to kind of be the razzing crowd that's active and rowdy and tossing emotes and making fun of me, Kick side. I'm okay with that. And
so if you're okay with it, then why did you take away the feature, Phil? So obviously you are not okay with it. This is why I say it's very important when dealing with people that you don't, it's important to watch what they say, but it's far more important to watch what they do. Because Phil will say anything, but a lot of times the thing that he says does not line up with his behavior.
And that's a very different attitude. You have to understand, for many, many years back in the day, I was always, how dare you be critical of me? How dare you make fun of me and laugh at me? This is how you don't play. How could you look at my content and try to make fun of it? My content's the best on the internet, and that's absolutely ridiculous that you would do that, right? Today, I'm way more open to it. I just don't really care, to be honest. Okay, everyone does it anyway. If we have an environment here where we can have that in my content and I can control it, and let's be honest, I can make a buck on it, then it's all good.
You hear that? He's willing to embarrass himself as long as there's money tied to it. And we've seen that with the Kino Casino arc. And to give some clarity, Phil on average has somewhere between 50 and 80 viewers on Kick on average. So that's going to amount to somewhere between $400 and $600 a month, which is a worthy amount for just showing up and doing nothing. And that's why Kick persists. If there ever was a time where that dollar amount went lower or went away altogether, you can bet your ass he would not be on Kick anymore. So for my trolls out there that be on Kick, I know y'all be going crazy, I know y'all be doing your thing, but if y'all really want to stick it to Phil, let him come to stream one day and have 15 people on Kick and watch how he responds.
Right? Who gives a shit? So what happened was last week, really, and this is my fault, I got into a bad mood about everything that was going on Kick. It literally looked like it was a direct response to me giving a new feature, giving back these highlighted moral support text messages. I turned them on, and then for like 3 days, no support at all. Okay? Seriously. And it really upset me. It did.
Why would something like that upset you unless you feel entitled to people's money? Just listen to the stuff that this guy is saying. He is so accustomed to being shameless that he doesn't understand what he's saying is absolutely ridiculous, even though he thinks he's clarifying something. Like this is going to make the situation better, when all it's doing is making the situation worse. You were mad, Phil? About what?
So, basically, I was lashing out, and I was arguing with people in the Kick chat about it, and we went back and forth for several different days about it, right? And then finally, I want to say it was like Sunday night. It was Sunday night. I came to a realization, okay? I was thinking about it, and I was like, you know, in reality, me arguing with a certain audience isn't going to ever improve anything. It's not. It's just going to make things worse. It's going to give people this content that they want, where they can selectively pick parts of a stream and try to showcase it as that was the whole stream and say, see, all Phil did was argue with his audience, because that's exactly what happened.
No, nobody is saying that you sitting up arguing with your audience the entire stream, Phil, and you need to stop with this narrative. But the fact that you thought it was a good idea to argue with them about their money to begin with is a problem. It doesn't matter if it was 10 seconds or if it was 5 seconds. It happened and it shouldn't have happened. That's the problem.
People cherry pick and they're like, so Phil said he got no contribution, and therefore he argued with his audience and says he's not going to give them anything ever again. Literally not what happened. Number two, over on Kick, we've got one person who supported all night, your future stepdad, and it was 1 sub. So from now on, I'm going to be very abundantly clear with all of you on Kick. Don't ever ask anything of me ever again. Don't ask for me to add messages, new emotes, pop-ups, nothing. Because until people on Kick actually support the content, you get nothing. The YouTube side, you guys have been incredibly supportive and nice people. But the Kick side just sits here whining, bitching, complaining about things, wanting more, and doesn't support. So you get nothing. Okay? Unless we get 50 subs by the end of tonight, now it will be 49, you're never getting text messages in your moral support ever again. So, you got an hour left. Get to it. Or shut the fuck up forever. We're not going to listen to your bitching anymore. A lot of whiny people, demanding people who don't reciprocate.
Actually, that's exactly what happened. You didn't get money at the end of one of your streams, and you told them verbatim, don't ask me to give you anything ever again. That's exactly what you said. So I'm not sure what you're talking about right here.
I've been doing great. I've been hitting all of my goals. Support has been outstanding. In general, things are really positive and good right now. So how could you say that I'm making no money, I'm angry that no one's supporting me, and I'm not going to give you anything? It doesn't make any sense. But
we're saying that because that's what you said. You even put a wager on it, that if you want it, you better give me this amount of money, or shut the fuck up about it. That's exactly what you said. But you think that your pignosis works on normal people, and it doesn't, man. Pignosis for normal people is like a glass of water, but for your dentist is like a shot of liquor. It just don't work on us.
That's how it's portrayed on the internet, because that's what people do. They cherry pick the moments, and they try to fucking portray it like that's what happened when it's not what happened. Okay? So, after thinking about this, I was like, I've got a change of heart. Alright? And what I want to do is I want to try to completely flip this on its head. Instead of being a grumpy old man, where I'm not going to get anywhere being a grumpy old man, I'm going to completely change my attitude. So I went ahead and I added back the moral support messages with text, but I said, you got to use 500 channel points to do it. This way, this will avoid non-stop spamming. Because if I had it as 100 points, literally the entire chat would have been the messages, right?
That's what you should have done from the beginning, and that's what a logical person would do. But somebody who approaches everything with their emotions acts the same way that you do. And this is why, even though you're sitting up here with this fake apology, you're retconning what happened at the same time. So this apology means nothing, Phil. It really doesn't. Apology only means something when the behavior changes. That's it. It means nothing if the behavior continues. So you can get up here all day long and talk about how sorry you were reflective, and yada, yada, yada. But in the same breath, you're talking about what we saw happen did not happen, Phil. So this is just a waste of time.
Right? So I said, let's do it for 500 points or more, redeem. Let's bring back these messages. Now people can actually do, emotes, messages, or whatever. Okay? So I did that as of Sunday night. Okay, that was during the Tormented Souls 2 stream. In addition, there were some people who I had been upset with over the week, and I unbanned them.
And why were you upset with them, Phil? I would venture to guess that it was one of your whales and or one of your dolphins. You wanted to know why they were there all day but not giving you money. So once again, it goes back to your entitlement, which goes back to your addiction. You see how your addiction is the root of all your problems, Phil? You see that?
That was my fault, getting upset over nonsense, like literally over nothing. There was no reason for me to be upset. Things have been going
I remember this game. Oh my god, it's a soul hole.
But there was no reason for me to lose my cool like I did. This is great. And people started supporting me, and we're very positive and happy. And for the last year and a half, everything's been fine. Everything's been good.
It's almost as if you attract what you are, Phil. That's part of the reason why every time when your dentists discover who they actually are, they're just as unhinged or sometimes even worse than you are. You're going to attract what you are, Phil, because that's how the universe works. It was designed for things to be made whole. And what do I mean by that? Think about a rainforest, right? And think about how they're always excavating things and tearing trees down. But if you let it alone, it would heal itself because it was designed to be self-sustaining.
I know how to play.
You don't understand these fundamental things because you don't care about anything outside of what you
start new game, yes.
in your spare bedroom.
Okay? So I just want to make this clear.
Classic board game or
Right
enhanced.
now, we're good.
I don't remember enhanced, so it's still classic.
Be the more rowdy, controlling element. I get that. It always will be. Like that's how it's set up to be. I would rather have people who are like
green
that,
card.
who want to kind of, make fun to be on that side, and have the YouTube be a different viewing audience. I'm okay with that. I like that actually. And I've gotten a lot better, I think, at juggling both chats over the last year.
Computer players, yes.
It's just that every once in a while, things
Let's go with
change,
one.
or something happens, and I get upset, and it's my fault, And so I recognize my mistake. I corrected the mistake. I apologized to people who felt like maybe I was being abrasive over the last week, and we moved forward positively, and we're all good.
So that's the company line. Because Phil said it's over, it's over, right? And what Phil doesn't understand about getting an actual real
college or
it
career.
actually has to be come from
Cost $40,000 for college.
And people can tell when you're being
No cost for
disingenuous.
career.
What this comes off to me as is like a politician reading something that
I'll go to college.
for them. And you can tell that the words are hollow. You can tell that they really don't mean what they're saying, but they have to do it to save face. This is how this comes off to me.
So last night, I'm streaming American Truck Simulator, and everything's going good. We're having a good time and everything. And people are like, "Are you aware that Asmund Gold is talking about you right now?"
Like a lifestyle.
No, and I don't care.
10 years
I don't care. Everyone talks about me at all times. Every day someone's talking about me, some content about me.
Greasy Spoon
Shit
PhD.
about me. They're
Burger
watching
fella.
content. They're watching out of context shit. What they never do is watch.
All of these
my
games
live.
were classic.
So what I mean, like, if the people are always going to talk about me, they literally never watch me. They only watch the out-of-context detractor highlights, which will focus on negative stuff.
Payday!
Can you please give us the name of the channel and
$30,000. Lucky motherfucker.
Presenting you in a way that's undesirable.
The robot giving him money. I remember that.
Channel. This is more of Phil's hypnosis and him perpetuating narratives. That's all this is. He has to realign the dents. He's a
Let's see what I get. Athlete, accountant, and police officer.
Outside, and he has to make sure that things are still.
And athletes make a ton of money, bro.
That's all this is.
So of course, what's the latest
Three
negative
available
topic?
buttons to show your
Oh,
salary
well,
choices.
Phil was
Then click
really
on the salary
mean
amount
to his
you want to
audience.
take.
He said that they gave him no support and he was going to give them nothing from now on, which isn't what happened. What happened was I was talking specifically to the Kick viewers.
I'll go with the green one.
There had been a
Ooh,
big sharp decline in
90,000.
support.
Let's go.
It seemed to be directly
60,000.
in tandem with the moral support message issue.
70,000.
I did react poorly.
90,000,
I have
duh.
already corrected that attitude.
Your salary
I
is
even backed the
$90,000.
messages for
Sin
3
again.
streams and everything was good.
So this man just said that didn't happen. Then he went on to explain how it did happen. This is why I say that this is disingenuous. You can apologize all you want to, but even in an apology, that does not mean that you are above scrutiny. You still have to pay for what you did, and whatever that payment means, whatever that judgment means. So, for example, think about somebody who goes to court and they have Phil's logic. No matter what they do,
Actually, $5,000.
I'm sorry. No, it doesn't work like that. A lot of times,
These
you see
cartoons,
people
bro, they're funny.
prior to their sentencing say that they
I forgot how
apologize to
funny
the
they
victim's
were.
family and what have you, but they still gotta go to jail, Phil. That's how life works.
But Asmongold doesn't know that. He watches the detractor content and thinks that this is what's going on right now. Of course, he fully believes it at face value, thinks that it's all true, and then says stuff about me. Oh, shit. So that man from Canada who's talking about me making a flight.
Sure, I don't see the do not back up sign.
Control me. It's the usual stuff. This is nothing different, nothing special. This has happened a zillion times, it will happen a zillion times again. Been there, done that.
But why would it happen a zillion times again?
Don't
Phil, you don't understand that you are the factor that's creating all of this. Everybody is reacting to you.
I appreciate if you didn't pick your nose too.
If you were mute and actually went about the business of doing what you claim to do, which is chill streams, you just mind your business, you just worry about your audience, the trolls would have been gone a long time ago because you wouldn't have anything new content on. But your problem is you're so damn emotional. You're so damn impulsive and insecure. You have to respond.
These little video clips are cool, man.
And you are a desire-driven person. You're not a purpose-driven person. So you are always looking for leisure. And what ends up happening is the burden of the important things in your life is left to other people. Like what you gotta eat.
He's reading in the dark.
Because all you're worried about is your happiness. You're willing to forego everything else as long as you feel good. But you keep missing how other people have to pick up the burden. That's the problem. You are a burden to your audience.
If only it was that easy.
Being a relief for them.
It's not a big deal. But this morning,
She's actually better looking than the other one, personally.
talking about it, like, why?
Yeah, I wish someone would just come about, jump on a trampoline, and then I'd find. I wish it'd be that simple.
That issue, literally, is already not a big deal. We're already past it, and we're already on new days of content. Everything's good. So why are we still talking about it? Oh, well, because it has been over.
They took his couch and threw it in the recycle bin while he was watching TV. And they put another couch down.
The company marching orders, the company line, if you will.
That was funny.
This is how we feel. This is what's going on now because I decreed it, because I said it. We don't care what you say. You don't get to determine when something's not relevant anymore because you
Oh, come on, baby.
So, ask me to go and talk about it next week.
5,000 lottery tickets.
So, what are you talking about?
Why do I give a shit? Doesn't affect me in any way. Just another wave of people who come to my content and say, oh, you suck. Okay, great. See you later. And now today is a normal day for me because I don't care. Give a shit.
So instead of saying,
if you don't let them
all these people coming to me and they're all saying
Police are trying to search.
There may be some truth to what they're saying. No, they're all just idiots and morons. They don't know what they're talking about. So are their eyes and ears?
At least this isn't Monopoly.
Seriously, because the stuff that they're seeing is coming out of your mouth, man. As we go into a bevy of videos from different time periods and different ages, the same behavior, the same antics. And a lot of people who have forgotten about you, right? They were
still Richard.
You, and there was a level of sadness to their
He used to get paid COD, no cash on delivery. Maternity ward, he's holding the baby upside down.
Yeah, no big deal.
Bro.
Don't worry, we're good. We already have, like I said, we already kind of recovered from it. We're already fine. And I'm sorry. I wholeheartedly admit I was in a bad mood for a few days. I shouldn't have been. All right. I don't even know what really rubbed me the wrong way. It's probably not stuff related to the street at all. There's other things that happen in real life behind the scenes. You know, some stressful stuff.
Victorian.
Then again, Green.
I mean, I have the money, dude.
Come through with the content, which you shouldn't. Buy stuff.
He's lying. You just said that you thought there was a correlation between you turning off the feature on Kick and you not getting money, and that's what pissed you off, and you should not have been mad about that. That's what you said. Now you're saying it was because of stuff behind the scenes. You see how the more he talks, the more convoluted things get, the more muddy the waters are, and the less things make sense? It's crazy. I don't know how Pat listens to this guy on a daily basis, man. Seriously, just think about this, man. Even the most mundane of things, Phil is going to give you a complete encyclopedia on it, and it's like, why? Just stop talking.
And then I got at odds with certain people in chat. It's just dumb shit, you know, but...
There's a lot more when you get in pennies.
You know, I immediately when I had that moment of retrospection on Sunday, and I looked at it, I was like, why am I acting like this? Why am I upset? Things are going good.
Ouch.
I'm hitting my goal. The content's getting attention. We're all doing good. Why am I upset? I literally couldn't think of a reason. Like, I actually don't know why I'm upset and I'm at odds with the pig chat. It doesn't seem to make sense.
None.
My question is, when you were sitting there on the floor with your legs crossed and the candles lit, and you were doing
left or right.
and having your self-reflective moment.
Go right, payday. Go left, visit Mount
Why
Rushmore.
didn't that come up? Because that's the root of this problem, Phil. Let's be real about it. We know that you are beholden to strangers on the internet because you feel good about being at the top of a lot of these guilds in WWE.
Bread, water, rent,
and I got some stuff that I'm
legally
cooking up
expensive
about WWE champions because I came across a few things, and we'll get to that at a different time. But at the root of this is your gambling addiction. And why am I acting like this? Oh, I just don't know. It's because you're overly emotional. That's why. And your father never made you do something because
I love the expressions
you
on
were
that.
unruly. You probably never had to cut the grass.
The house went down in the water.
You probably never had to shovel snow. He probably never made you clean his car, stand in the corner. You probably never got a whooping, none of that. You probably always got what you wanted to get. Phil was the kid that was eating fruity pebbles.
Hey, how did he get money?
If
And
he
I
didn't
didn't.
get his way,
That's not
he was
fair.
going to throw the spoon across the kitchen and cross his arms. And his father's going to look at his mother and say, look, I need to correct this, but she's going to run over and give Phil a hug, right?
What do you mean you don't cash out
And
a planet
eventually his
check?
father probably just threw his hands up and said, look, man, whatever, y'all just do whatever y'all want.
Jupiter National Bank.
Honestly, y'all don't need my
Bro.
input, you got it. And this is the outcome of that.
And then I realized, oh yeah, that's kind of how they're supposed to act.
Stock market
That's the point, is that
to choose a
people
stock
are like that because
certificate.
people are a different crowd. It's okay.
2. Your turn, Green.
So again, I'm sorry. I really am. I'm sorry that I acted like that, alright? As for Asmongold, I don't give a fuck what he says. I don't even know what he said. I don't care. He
Help out
literally
with
reacts
special
to tractor
Olympics.
content, which
Let
is
the
always
light shine.
dispute. If he actually wanted a real perspective on someone, he would actually watch their real content. Like instead of watching detractor clips on X,
Your turn, White.
he would say, oh, is he streaming right now? Let's see what he's doing. And then tune into the stream and then judge for yourself rather than just the out of context shit. But he
Why are you so mad about something you claim you did not watch?
Your salary
You
is
didn't watch it, so you don't know if
Lucky,
it's
how
true
did-
or not. Phil.
How the heck did
So
you
what
get
didn't
90,000?
just
I
do was
look.
total
Now we
yourself.
have the same
You
salary.
did watch Asmongold reacting to
You
you.
lucky.
And this is why you're seething right now.
3.
But once again, you have to put on the air of, I am so unbothered, it doesn't matter, nothing affects me. But here we are, once again, you having a self-soothing cope session because
No,
someone
I don't
on the
wanna get
internet
rid of
said
my
something about
90,000.
you that is true, by the way. And he didn't even make any inflammatory
I wanna
statements
keep
about you.
90,000.
All he did was laugh.
Your salary is
Because to
$90,000.
most people, you're pathetic and you're a damn
Your
joke.
turn, White.
It just is what it is.
6. He doesn't care. He has a giant crowd of giant who watch him, and he literally just watches Netflix. He always has. He's a good watcher, right? Like that's
Pay
what he
$20,000.
So he's gonna watch it.
I love the expression on his face when he got the money stolen.
Superstar.
So are you saying that he's ignorant? Is that's what you're getting at?
Your salary is
That people are so
$60,000.
dumb that
Your
they're
turn,
beguiled
Still not enough.
by detractor
4.
content, right? That is essentially what he's saying. That we're so dumb that we just believe every single thing that's in detractor content. You're acting as
Now
if
here's a
people
job
are
that's
putting
good for the
together
environment
highly
too.
edited, high production value
Cash
AI
for a
versions
day.
of you or something. Phil, that's
Your
not
turn,
happening. That's why the whole Dope Zone thing was so on point, man, because it really wasn't a parody. It really was just true to life. That's why I named the video when art actually imitates life, because that's what it was.
Then again, if you're not in the league.
So you can kind of, like I said, you can make up these narratives all you want to.
Spin
But
again,
all
White.
Asmongold did is what most of us do. Point and laugh.
No, it doesn't affect me. Every day you got people who talk shit about me. It doesn't affect me. I've been here for 17 years. I'm here 18. I'm going to be here as long as I want. It doesn't matter how many people something toxic or negative to say about me today. It doesn't affect me. It does. I'll still be here the next day. And the next
100
day,
ways
the
to
next
give a
day,
cat a
out
bath.
content,
Your turn,
having fun with a good audience.
Book signing.
Gonna do it.
Sure, and you probably will. But surviving is not thriving, Phil. Those are two vastly different things. And it's really sad because
Oh no, this ain't good.
so much higher than what it is right now. Had you had a hint of
Joker special 2 for 1 and Dobson special 2 for 1.
People outside of yourself, because there's no way you can tell me you actually care about Kat when you make enough money for her standard of living to be a lot higher than what it is, but it's not, because you are addicted to mobile games and a few other things, I'm sure, allegedly, right? So you can get on here all you want to and act like you're so unbothered, but at the end of the day, we know what's really going on.
I'm happy for it, and I'm grateful for it. And I'm sorry when I do have.
He going to surf, but it took way to surf for
I act in a stupid way. That's what happens.
50,000.
Okay, it is. That's what happens, and I'm sorry. Left or right? Okay.
Tax refunds for like 75,000.
Here come the idiots. Well, the
Recycle your trash.
that you had to change.
I'll get to 75,000.
As we go watch the stuff yesterday, I already added the moral support messages and unbanned everyone on Sunday. So unless there was a fucking time machine where I saw his reaction, I went back in time a day and I did it on Sunday. What you're saying makes no sense and you're a fucking idiot. But again, that's the detractor's perspective. We make up a narrative. We invent shit that's not real, and we believe it as our reality. We're mentally ill idiots.
Did you hear something?
So believe what you want. I don't care, but I don't own a time machine. Your turn, Green.
And with that, you just undermined everything you tried to say. You could have completely ignored that.
I was going to buy a
This would have been so much
house.
better if you came on here and was concise, admitted to what you did, apologize genuinely for what you
Actually, I
did,
just bought a
and
house
move
insurance.
on with
There
your
you go.
quote-unquote positive content. But you just couldn't do that, could you? You just couldn't do it. You had to try to create a narrative. And it's like, Phil, you're recording yourself doing this stuff, dude. We can easily just pull it up. If you act like it happened 10 years ago, it happened a couple days ago, Phil. My God, this dude will lie about anything.
Whatever you do,
So now that topic's done, let's do some shout-outs, let's say hellos, and then we can get to more interesting topics. Okay? And that's not true, too. Oh, he's talking about how in 15 years you've been for your audience's money. Literally never, ever asked for contributions until my trolls ruined my YouTube channel and made it so I couldn't make a living on ad revenue. All the way up through that, when they got me those false copyright strikes, which ruined my channel and made it so that I couldn't make a living on ads anymore. That's when I had to start asking for crowd support. Before then, I never did.
Now we know that's not true, because part of what Asmongold showed was you, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, talking about please click on the ads, please click on the ads. You've always been a beggar. Now your style of begging has evolved over the years, but you're still a beggar.
And that's a fucking fact. And you can go back and you can watch documentaries that talk about it. Go watch the fucking June the King documentary that literally shows that there was a year where all my views tanked because of false copyright strikes affected my channel, kicked me out of the YouTube algorithm. I couldn't make a living just on ad revenue anymore, and I had to change my model. I literally never intended to be an internet live streamer. I wanted to do on-demand videos. I had to change my model to survive because people fucked with me.
No, what happened was, when YouTube first started, it was really YouTube user-centric, meaning the people who had YouTube channels, it was very much geared toward them. It was really beneficial for them. But over time, when YouTube started getting advertisers, right, the criteria for what they viewed as a good video started to change. It started being about retention and watch time and things like that. Because what you really should do when you hear the term algorithm, and I said this before, you should replace that with the term viewer, because that's really what it is. YouTube is catering to the viewer. This is why you get recommended videos based on stuff that you've already watched, because they think, okay, you watch this, then surely you will probably like this too, right? And they're not always, right? And sometimes it is overtuned, but that's the theory behind how it works. It has nothing to do with them picking on specific creators and quote-unquote kicking them out of the algorithm. When they put your videos up to the new criteria based on how viewers view a good video, they determined that your content was garbage. And this is what it is. So naturally, they said we're not going to recommend this anymore, because when we push it to people, nobody's watching it for an extended period of time. They're clicking on it and they're clicking away, or they're ignoring it altogether. So why would I continue to show them this? Doesn't make sense.
So when you complain, oh, I hate that Phil asks for money, then you shouldn't have fucked with my livelihood. I never had to until people did. Now you deal with the repercussions. You don't like the current Phil that asks for
Sponsor golf
contributions?
tournament.
You made the monster. You're Dr. Frankenstein. Now you gotta live with the monster you created, bitches. And if you don't like it, too fucking bad, because you don't have a time machine to go back in time and change what you already did. Tough shit.
No, we don't have to live with the monster. We view the monster from afar. Your dents have to deal with the monster because they are the ones that are feeding you, Bill.
3.
And this is the problem when someone is not resilient. They, instead of them trying to pick up a new craft or new tools to diversify what they can do, they just lean on old habits. Bill, things do not get easier in life. People just generally get
I'm
stronger.
I'm keeping my 90,000
experiences.
Your salary
But
is
you're never gonna have
$90,000.
those experiences if you cooped up in your spare bedroom the whole time, screaming at your damn camera about things you have no control over. What you should be doing is looking at yourself and figuring out why haven't I been able to shake this terrible habit that I had that's put me in this deep hole to the point where I have to come on stream and beg strangers on the internet to sustain me. That's your real problem. That's all I got for y'all. Peace.
6.
Urban style content. I'm good.
Oh, taxes due.
Pay $40,000.
Damn, that was a lot of money.
7.
Can't believe that.
Oh, taxes due.
Shit.
Pay $25,000.
You got 25. Look, he got 25,000. I got 30. Alright, I want to do something real quick. What's Monopoly Junior? I never played that one. Monopoly Star Wars. I'm gonna try that. See what that is like. Monopoly Junior is a simplified version of our game. Monopoly designed for young children.
But if I have another bad night like tonight, I am dropping it. Alright? I have to play games that people are going to show up, engage, and support with. Tonight, attendance was okay, not great. Engagement, I would argue, was good. Support was horrible. Urban style individuals.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you not DSP. And we all know that Phil did not hit the goal for the Ninja Gaiden stream. And we also know what comes with that. An impromptu business meeting. So this is what the Daily Wrap is going to be, and I'm sure his so-called Level 1 podcast will be more of the same, because Phil believes that he should start pushing games out of his repertoire, when I believe that's going to be the detriment and the final nail in the coffin for DSP gaming. But we'll see what happens. Let's get into the video.
How did the stream go? Well, let me tell you this. Attendance on Kick was standard. Attendance on YouTube was a little on the lower side, not horribly lower, but it actually had less than 200 viewers all night. That is a little weird. We've had more than that for Ninja Gaiden before. Support was abysmal.
Look at his face. And if you look closely, you can actually see his man boobs through this shirt. So you should probably try a different shirt to try to cover and hide your man boobs, because this one is not working. But back to why we're here. He is crying. Now, he made about $50 or whatever it was, which is about a third of the way to his so-called arbitrary goal. But the key to all of this is how much he made on the Wing stream prior to playing Ninja Gaiden. Didn't he make like $300 or $400? But here he is complaining and calling what he did get from his fans abysmal. Just think about that.
As an abysmally bad. We only raised $50 tonight. Or maybe it was like 55 or something like that. That's it. And I don't know why. It wasn't like people were saying, wow, the game sucks. It wasn't like people were saying, wow, you suck, the gameplay's bad.
Now, I want y'all to remember that he said initially that he does not know why. Pay attention.
No one seemed to be disliking the stream. The stream chats were moving and talking. It's not like people were disengaged and not paying attention. That wasn't the case. Just almost no support tonight. Now, what I did notice is that on the YouTube side, there was an insane amount of trolling. This one moron came in with 700, 800 sock accounts, which he tends to do. And he just kept acting like an asshole. And then on the Kick side, what happened was, for the last week, people have been telling me something about Kick. They said, so, when you first enabled the moral support stuff, meaning you watch the channel, you earn channel points, you can redeem the channel points to get a highlighted message on screen, and then you got rid of the messages because basically it was discovered that you could troll. You could actually get banned for trolling, but then you can still use these support points you had saved up when you were watching to still do these messages, and you can say horrible things, like awful things, doxing, racist things. That's what was happening, so I said, I just gotta turn the messages off, okay? So someone said today, well actually someone's been asking for like 3 days, they said, so Kick finally figured that out and fixed it. Now if you're banned, you can't use your moral support anymore, therefore it's safe to re-enable those messages. So for like 3 days, this person's been bothering me about it. Finally, earlier today, I said, fine, I'll just turn it off. So I did. Tonight, everyone's like, oh, that's moral support. And it was like, moral support. There's no real support.
See, I let that play out because I wanted you to see what Phil views as quote-unquote real support, which we already know this, right? But he will forego viewership. He will forego engagement as long as he has money. Now, people get moral support from watching your channel, which means they're engaged. That's the only way they can accumulate the points or whatever it is necessary to have the moral support message, right? But for Phil, that's not good enough. You need to give him money every single time, every time. Or why else are you here, right?
We had like 1 or 2 people who actually did support tonight. A couple subs, some kicks, 3 super chats, maybe a small tip. That was it. And then everyone on he's like, oh, moral support, ha ha, look, we're helping Phil. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're helping yourself.
That 50-something bucks that you got was $50 more than you deserve. Because I don't care how much your money has went through your fingers, Phil, you have not actually earned a single dollar. Not one. Because you can't point to a single thing that you do that people actually need. We're not talking about 4 or 5 people
This is kinda cool.
that are in love with you. And as a side note, Love Wig World Order, if you don't know who that is, it's a YouTube tracker channel. He got way more subs than me, so you probably do know who he is. But he just posted a video of one of DSP's dents. And the interesting thing about that is, every single time one of DSP's dents is discovered and we figure out who they are never normal people. Ever. It's, I'm just like, damn. Out of all the people that have watched you over the years. How come every time it comes out, there are always some damn weirdos and or predators? Why do you keep attracting these type of people, Phil?
A little party in there, basically. You know, oh, look at us, we have highlighted messages again.
That's cool.
I just turn it off. I think that's what it was. People just went, oh, let's troll Phil tonight. We'll all use our highlighted messages, but no one will actually support his gameplay, his stream. Well, then I'm just gonna fucking turn it off.
Then turn it off then. Nobody cares. You act like that's going to be something that's crazy detrimental for somebody like you doing something to them. Nobody cares. If anything, people will troll you for turning it off. We all know that you're sensitive and you hate when people tell you the truth and you love banning people. I would venture to guess that Phil's probably banned more people on YouTube than any creator in YouTube history, man. That boy is quick on that ban finger, man. Don't play around.
So I'm honest. I'm being honest with you. The next time if I see a kid stream like that, where people are acting like that, and there's no support at all, besides moral support, I'm just gonna turn off the messages.
So look at Daddy Phil. If you don't do what I say, when I say, I'm just gonna cut it off. Phil, you might as well just cross your arms and gnash your teeth after you did that. Nobody cares about you. Nobody cares about you cutting off Kick, man. Every single week at the same song and dance with you, you talking about how Kick is not engaged, how you're not getting money from Kick, and here you are again talking about another element of Kick. They don't like you. It's that simple.
So I did something nice for people on Kick today, I turned them back on, and then people didn't do anything nice for me, they basically screwed me. So I don't like that attitude. That's a bad attitude for them over there. And I think they know it too. I think that a lot of the Kick viewers tonight were doing it on purpose. As we know, a lot of the people who watch me on Kick are holdovers from the King Casino days, and they sit around and troll, and I get it, but at the same time, I can't just have an entire night that's a bum night because you want to fuck around. Ready to go, Green?
So are you saying that the typical dents that generally support you decided that tonight they were not going to give you money because people on Kick were trolling? Does that make any sense to anybody here? Aren't people on Kick trolling all the time? This is something that you talk about on a regular basis. That is not impeding the process of your dents giving you money, Phil. So you need to come up with a different excuse.
Alright? Now, on the flip side of that, yeah, on the YouTube side, there wasn't a ton of support either. There's a few super chats that were there, a couple small tips. It wasn't, you know, cool. It wasn't just a one-off. You know, previously, Ninja Gaiden 4 has done pretty good. So maybe this was just a bad night, who knows, right?
See, this is a huge problem for Phil because Phil needs money constantly coming in because how else is he going to support that gambling addiction? Now, for a normal person or a normal streamer, if they make $300 or $400 that earlier this same day, when a night stream came, they only made $50, they probably wouldn't even mentioned it. In fact, I know they wouldn't have mentioned it. But Phil was $100 short of his goal, and here he is complaining. So you cannot tell me or anyone else that you're not spending money on these mobile games because that's the bill that's most pressing for you because that's the bill that needs to be paid all the time. No other bill is coming daily like that, Phil.
The thing is, I'm still doing well. I'm still making easy advancement in the game. Yeah, I died a couple times. The big boss I fought tonight kicked my ass a couple times. I had to restart and try to figure out exactly the time to parry him and everything. But doing good. People are saying, yeah, this is a difficult game, and the fact that someone's doing well is, you know, kind of crazy because, you know, everyone thought I was just going to die nonstop, but no, I'm doing pretty good in the game. So, I don't know. Is that it? Do people want to see rage? I don't know. But here's the thing. This is the direct comparison. All right? 3.5 hours of Pokemon, just chill interactions and hanging out with an audience with pretty much no stress, and I made an incredible amount of support and money. Tonight, I'm playing a game that's stressful, it's challenging, I do have to focus on the game the entire time, you know what I mean? Like, I am trying to do shout-outs and talk, but it's hard, I gotta pay attention, it's a hard game to get through, right? And I make $50, a third of my goal.
So what really are you saying, though, Phil? Think about what you're saying here. You're saying that the people who are into you, because that's what it is, are only willing to support you when you can interact with them, aka talk to them, or aka make them feel like they can somehow approximate a relationship with you, because that's really what you're doing. The problem with that is, you've said for the longest time that the reason why you are where you are is because you are a variety streamer. And I will give you that, because when you are playing multiple games, naturally, you're going to cast a bigger net. The problem with that is if you remove games from the equation, what else do you have, Phil, when things do not go the way you want them to go? What are you going to blame? And on top of that, every single time you try a new venture, it doesn't work. It might work initially, but it does not work. So let's say you transition out of games entirely, and you just want to run your damn mouth. What happens when it stops working? Are you going to go back to games? You're not going to be able to do that. You know why? Because the trackers are going to make that pathway so hard for you. And we know that the overwhelming majority of the things that you do and the decisions that you make are predicated on what the detractors think about what you're doing, right? So what I'm saying is when you shut the door for gaming, I don't think that's something that you'll be able to go back to. So you might want to think twice, because contrary to what you actually believe, I do think a lot of your dents are there to watch you play the game. Of course, they want to have something beyond that, but they also do want to see the game, okay? You are misappropriating or misunderstanding the messaging that the dents are sending you. And what's going to end up happening is you're going to start the process of your career going down a lot quicker than it normally would. Because you know you're creatively bankrupt, so what really are you going to do if you're not gaming, Phil? You don't have any interesting topics. You don't have any real world experience. So you can't really expound on things that happen outside of your doors. You can barely talk intelligently about the things that you do every day. This just doesn't make sense.
So, obviously, I think we're starting to see the pattern, right? I am starting to see it, you're seeing it. Most action-based games aren't really cutting it anymore. There's some exceptions, but I do feel like it's about chilling rather than about freaking out, stressing out. People don't really want to see me do that anymore. I'm just saying, it just seems like that seems to be the case. Now here's the thing. Number one, I wasn't planning on doing Ninja Gaiden 4 again until next week because I have so much going on. We have a brand new release on Thursday, Mortal Kombat. We have the Halloween Marathon on Friday. I am going to bring back Ninja Gaiden 4, but it's going to be next week. So maybe it's a good thing that we're giving it a break considering it didn't do well tonight support-wise. That's number one.
Look at all these weird-ass feminine hand movements. What man do you know talks like this? Look at his wrist right now. What is this? Is this dent some type of dent sign language or something that we're not familiar with? Is this his encoding, his occult hand signals so he can put them under big noses? What's going on, man?
Number two, I'm not going to just drop the game because it had one bad night. But if I have another bad night like tonight, I am dropping it. Alright? I have to play games that people are going to show up, engage, and support with. Tonight, attendance was okay, not great. Engagement, I would argue, was good. Support was horrible. So, if I'm not getting the things essential to a good stream, I'm not going to keep playing that game. I'll give it another shot. I'll write it off to it was just a bad night, or maybe people were just being stupid in kick chat. Let's see if it does well again next week. If it does, I'll keep it in the rotation. If I have another dead night, I'm done with this game. Because I'm already juggling so many games. Silk Song, Pokemon, American Truck Sim, Tormented Souls 2, Ninja Gaiden 4, Mortal Kombat's right around the corner. We got more coming. I need time. I need time to play the games people are liking. So if this is really just a game people don't like anymore, you think it's too boring and repetitive, so be it. Speak with your support, speak with your attendance, speak with your engagement, then I know if you want to do rotation. Let's see what happens next week. Okay?
Now, Dents, how long has he been playing Ninja Gaiden for? Now, we know that when Phil doesn't make money, he drops the game, right? So, what is this? The 5th, 6th, 7th time, I don't know, that he's been playing this game? So we can venture to guess that he's made at least
this is cool.
$150, because why else would the game still be in the rotation?
You have
So
Tatooine, Star Wars.
We can surmise that he's made at least a couple $100, if not $1,000 on this game. And you can't even see the end of it unless you get
cool. It's like the whole entire movie of Star Wars, like with interactive
you need, Phil, before
stuff.
you can lock in a playthrough and say, look, we're going to go from beginning to end, regardless if I don't make money on this stream or whatever. Y'all have already given me so much. The least I could do is finish this for you. But no, again, when he comes on here talking about support the stream, what he really should be saying is support my habits, because that's what's really going on. And
Cool,
that's what
you
he's
can
mad
play
about,
as
because he's beholden
playing
to these
R2D2.
people, these clans, these guilds inside these mobile games, because he's terminally online.
Han Solo,
and that's the stuff
Leia,
he cares about.
Luke
This is why he
Skywalker,
gets such a
Chewbacca,
pissy fit when he doesn't get his money,
Stormtrooper,
because he feels like he's letting his E-buddies down.
Boba Fett,
And I know that sounds bizarre,
Darth
and it
Vader.
sounds crazy, but we're talking about Dark Side Phil here. You've seen the Wings of Redemption collaboration just like I did. And he talked candidly about how he felt like he was beholden to strangers on the internet, so he was spending real world money to appease them. Something is wrong with this dude, and he hasn't had any intervention, any real therapy or a psychologist to break this cycle. He wants you to believe that he has the mental acuity and fortitude to break it on his own. And anybody who knows anything about addiction will tell you, this is hogwash. You need people to come in and stop the process. And what's crazy about this whole thing is, for a lot of people, declaring bankruptcy, having to beg your parents for money, for many of us, that will be our rock bottom. We say, you know what, I gotta do something different now. This is crazy. Phil still has not hit the pit yet. He still has not hit rock bottom, regardless of how strenuous he's been.
Cool, you have all the
to this point. He is still doing the same things that he always does.
Space fighters flying over the board.
Trying to save a debt. Okay, because we know a lot of y'all causes.
Dude, that's awesome.
What I do know is a lot of y'all,
the X-Wing and the Y-Wing fighters.
The detractors are the enemy. The detractors
Star Wars.
are the enemy. No. The detractors are the enemy of who? Of who? What are we doing to Phil besides showcasing what he's doing to y'all? Because a lot of y'all lack the mental acuity to really figure out what he's doing.
And it just destroyed the thing and then activated the dice. That's
version of y'all. Therefore, he can take advantage of y'all. And I think that's why a lot of y'all look up to him, because y'all feel like
Empire Strikes Back.
He's one of y'all that actually made it. Made it doing what though? Begging? Get out of here with that madness. That's all I got for y'all. Peace.
Urban style content. I'm dead.
Master Duke's Master Duke, text to game. Subdivision. Jukebox's turn. Chewbacca steps to a rebel card. I wonder what instructions will be given.
From sale of carbonite shipment.
Master Luke's turn. Master Luke moves 5 tiles to Millennium Falcon. Some creatures have it. Rotary tastes. Some creatures have it. Rotary tastes.
Millennium Falcon 7200. Alright. Okay, I'll buy it.
Chewbacca's turn. The dark side can be challenged.
Just cool, man. X-Wing fighter.
Master Luke's turn. Master Luke moves 8 squares to Cloud City. Carbon has its advantages.
Horizon carbon phrasing chain of Cloud City 707,220 credits.
Jukebox's turn.
Who is the Emperor? Cool.
Go to jail. Oh my, an all-terrain armored transport. Monster.
Oh no, one of the walkers stepped on Chewbacca.
Monster Death Star Central Core.
Sweet.
All bad things must come to an end. Jukebox's turn. 50 credits by that criminal.
Of course, the computer would pay to get out of jail. Of course, they're not gonna roll.
Chewbacca steps to our rebel card. Please travel to hyperspace to go. Collect 200 credits. I wonder what instructions will be given.
Collect 7,200 credits? That sucks.
Master Luke's turn. Master Luke is moving 5 tiles to Endor, Ewok Village. Ewoks love to celebrate. Jukebox's turn. Chewbacca steps to up North Bridge. Master Luke's turn. Back again. Here's your 200 credits. You earned them. Audacious behavior is acceptable in certain situations.
Damn. Luxury tax. Must pay 7,200 or 10%.
Master Luke steps to reactor core. Marker's turn. Chewbacca steps to a rebel card. You win second place in a beauty contest. Collect 10 credits. I wonder what instructions will be given. Chewbacca is moving 5 squares to an Imperial card. I wonder what instructions will be given.
Take a ride on the TIE Fighter.
Back again. Here's your 200 credits. You earned them. In tight situations, minor damage should be expected.
Damn, he got the railroad.
Master Luke's turn. Master Luke steps to Cloud City, landing platform. Abrupt departures may hinder fond goodbyes.
I'm getting low on money.
Chewbacca's turn. Chewbacca moves 8 steps to Tatooine, Mos Eisley. Be very careful. Master Luke's turn. Master Luke is moving 10 squares to Endor Forest. Speeding can be very dangerous. What am I bid for this fine property? Going once? Going once? Going once? Going once?
Damn it, gonna bankrupt me.
Going once? Going twice? Sold. Parker's turn. Chewbacca steps to Millennium Falcon. Hyperspace becomes such a relief. Chewbacca steps to free party Master Luke's turn.
Sir, here's the problem that people don't seem to understand. I'm not like these other lol cows who say, well, the only way I get views and the only way that I get support is essentially being self-deprecating, making fun of myself constantly, playing games that I know I suck at. That's the only way I can get views and support, so therefore I have to force myself to do stuff I don't want to do. Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you not DSP. And DSP once again has one of his delusional rants. But there's a couple things that I want y'all to pay attention to throughout the course of this video. Number one being is how he speaks in his body language when referring to Cat. And number two, how he responds to people who have legitimate statements to make. They're not trolling, they're not trying to be funny, they're just making what he would like to call factual observations. So let's get into it.
It says, people watch Raw Phil because you banned them. They would watch your channel and troll Super Chat, which still counts, but they can't because they're banned. Larry.
Now, we all heard what Larry said because Phil read it, right? And this is something that other people have said over the course of time as well. It's an easy and simple observation to make. It's true. It's just a matter of talking about numbers. Yes, Phil, if you would not have banned everybody, maybe, just maybe, your population on your streams would be a little bit higher. Who knows?
Do you not understand that every channel has basic rules that you must abide by, right? Rules so that everyone can have a nice time, a fun time, so that people can feel safe and that they're not going to be attacked and there's not going to be toxicity. There's an air of, like, you know, control and calm and peace that people like to have when they're watching a live stream, at least mine.
Is that what people are getting with all that begging, all that fake and arbitrary pressure that you're putting on them to hit these fake goals that we know is going to flush down the toilet the second you turn off the stream? Is that the chill and the fun and relaxing that you're talking about? I'm letting it continue though.
Maybe there are chaotic streams out there where anything goes, but not mine. Okay? These rules have not all of a sudden come out of nowhere and suddenly shook my streaming community from the core. They've been around forever. You get that?
Yes, and that's part of the problem, because oftentimes things don't just go away overnight. There's usually a slow degradation over time, which is what he's referring to. But you just took it the wrong way because you're overly emotional.
So you're making it up like, oh, well, you see, Phil, you're unfair because you just keep banning everyone, and that's why they always get off Phil. No, a bunch of toxic, mentally ill shitbags came into my chats and probably said fucked up stuff, violated the rules that everyone has to abide by, rightfully got banned, and then they ran to someone else to find a place to do their toxic, harmful rhetoric.
Sure. You can frame it like that if you want to, but you still have not made the case that you searched the case that he initially made, which is a lot of what you're experiencing right now is because you like to try to rule things with the iron fist, even though the things that you're fighting against is inevitable, which means it's not a fight worth taking up. Yet here you are.
I'm okay with them not being here. You get it? I don't need their blood money. I don't need people to come to the stream and be like, oh, here's a super chat, but by the way, it's doxing you. Or it's something racist or sexist or horrendous or some fucking awful personal insult. No one needs that. I don't need blood money from these dumb fucks.
What in the world does he mean when he says blood money? Well, I know what he means, right? We all know what he means. But this is just another example of him overly sensationalizing something so he can try to make a point that's really not there. There's no such thing as blood money on goddamn YouTube, Phil. What are you talking about?
See, you're misunderstanding. There's a difference between people who are watching the content here and I was making money out of it versus people who are actually doing super chats and insulting. That's different. I don't want insulting super chats. I don't
audio and video
that.
setting.
But the fact that people were actually watching the content here and I was making ads on it, insulting my channel and everything, that's why I was making the content. That's why I was rage baiting with multiplayer games, fighting games, Dark Souls style games. Now, what's the incentive of me to do that content if someone else makes the money?
So, are you saying that you were purposely acting like that in order to generate revenue? You gotta be very careful with the things that you say because you are still approximating that behavior today. Now, this would be very different if what you were referring to is a stark and huge contrast from what you're doing and how you're acting now, but we know that's not the case.
Zero. So why the fuck would I make it? My actual fans don't want it. They're bored of it. They outright told me that last night, that they're bored of that content. Do something different. The feedback I'm getting is, instead of making that content, make chill content. Right?
Well, Phil, according to you, that's what you've been doing this whole time, right? So you telling me just last night, that's when the chill switch got switched on now? So now it's in this chill stream? So what was all this prior to the Kino Casino arc? Post-Kino Casino arc with the whole I'm back to the chill, positive vibe. So that was a bunch of nonsense too? See, this is what I mean when I say Phil does not even take 5 seconds before he responds to something. And because he doesn't take 5 seconds to think about what he's going to say before he says it, oftentimes the things that come out of his mouth don't make any sense. And they often end up hurting him in whatever crusade he's on, opposed to helping him.
Do a chill with Phil stream, build Legos, play a game that's more relaxing that we can interact and talk during a lot. And it doesn't always have to be a super chill game. It could be a horror game, like what we're talking about. You pick a horror game off of Steam and interact with the audience, but also get some scares and stuff. See what I'm saying? But you're completely misinterpreting. Maybe there is a group of people that got banned because they are mentally ill shitbags who broke rules here, and now they're on Raw Phil streams. Good for them. I don't want their fucking blood money and super chats.
He's not misinterpreting anything. He told 100% the truth. And here you go again talking about this whole blood money thing. Phil, you probably banned somewhere around 1.5%, upwards of 2% of the entire YouTube population, bro. And you're gonna try to tell me or us that those numbers don't have a direct effect on what you could potentially be generating? Are you kidding me right now? You have 220,000 subscribers, but on average your videos get like 300 views. Don't you think that you would have a lot of trolls potentially, maybe, I don't know, maybe not a whole lot, but a few, watching that stuff just to leave troll comments which will give you engagement, but you're so emotional you can't just see past it?
I want a nice normal stream of normal people watching the content. And it used to be that these people used to watch the content here, and they don't anymore because someone else is producing it. So fuck it, I just won't make it. Cry me a river. You think I care that I'm not playing Battlefield? I don't give a fuck.
What do you mean somebody else is producing it? You're talking about people who are restreaming you. So their production is based off of yours. So it's not like you did nothing and they created a drama stream out of Battlefield that DSP did not play. They are showing you playing a game or having a rant about something, so you very much are still producing the content, Phil, whether you want to believe that or not. You can keep lying to yourself, but those lies don't work on us, bro, because we actually pay attention to the things that you say.
I'll go do stuff that's enjoyable to the audience. I don't, sir, see, here's the problem that people don't seem to understand. I'm not like these other lolcows who say, well, the only way I get views and the only way that I get support is essentially being self-deprecating, making fun of myself constantly, playing games that I know I suck at. That's the only way I can get views and support, so therefore I have to force myself to do stuff I don't want to do. Wrong!
Actually, that's right. That's exactly what you do. We know and we can feel that your love for gaming left a very, very, very long time ago. There's not a single piece of enjoyment, excitement, or happiness coming off from you. The second you get on stream, you have this feeling as if you cannot wait to get off stream. So as much as you would like to come on here and try to convince everybody that you're having such a great time playing these games, Phil, we know you are miserable, and it's evident by the way you behave. So it doesn't matter what you say. You can say whatever you want. People are watching what you do.
That's not the truth at all. You may think that because you're a fucking idiot, just like you probably still think I'm fat, and you probably still think all these other, you think my wife left me, you think that I drink gin all day, every day. You're an idiot. You believe nonsense because you want to feel better about yourself because I'm better than you.
Now, I would like to ask the question of what are you better than us at? That would be my question, because you've been playing video games, streaming, and content creating for 2 decades now, and you're not good at it at all. So one can venture to say that any other thing that you would touch, you will be far worse at, because when we examine you, something that you're doing religiously, daily, you're not good at. So what are the chances you're good at anything else? So when you say you're better than us, what exactly are you talking about? I'd be very interested in the answer to that question.
Get it? So you have to make a narrative up that's not true. Okay, I can do good content for the audience that actually likes me and make a living doing it. I don't have to make the crappy rage bait content for trolls. I don't. And I'm not going to.
Then what is this? Like I said before, Phil struggles with the concept of who's friend and who's foe. So no matter what you say or how it's said, he's always going to filter it through a detractor type lens. He's going to think that you're being, you're trying to insult him initially before he ever views it as something that's noteworthy or something that he should take in. If he ever views it as something like that, right? Because he is so paranoid and he's also very insecure. So when you say the things to him that he knows is true, he's going to react. That's why you don't have to pay money to troll this dude. Just say whatever you want to say, man. At some point, he gonna snap.
I gotta get Larry on the leaderboard. So Larry, listen, I appreciate your super chat, but I don't even know if you're a troll or not. I don't really care. It actually was a good point you brought up, honestly.
Now you see how the temperature has went down. You see now he's starting to reflect and look and say, damn, I responded a little too harshly to that. Let me take it back. Well, now it's too late, Phil. It's too late, because you don't understand the concept of first impressions. Now, I don't know who that guy was or how many times he's frequented your streams, but let's just say this is his first time. What do you think the outcome is going to be now? See, detractors don't make other detractors. You make other detractors. Detractor channels is just where the detractors congregate, but we are not creating them.
And I actually don't mind when people bring stuff up like that, because then we can get it out there and people can understand where I'm coming from and what we're talking about here. When I say, hey, people used to support that content, it didn't used to be, hey, people used to super chat, troll as shit, and I liked that. It was, hey, people just watched the content. Get it? And I got, like, ad revenue and stuff off of said content. So I didn't care that it was rage-bait stuff. Jay Cadoodle did a $5 super chat and says, Power Wash Simulator 2 is online co-op. You can play it with Cat for show content.
Now, he's about to go into the segment that I mentioned when this video first started with regard to Cat. Now, I want you to pay attention to how he's talking about Cat when she's going to be playing the Power Wash Simulator. And I also want you to pay attention to how he shores up his point about Kat, his body language, and how he no longer has that conviction in his voice when speaking about her. There's a level of sadness and regret that's kind of shrouded around him. Pay attention.
Well, Kat's going to play it herself. I know that for a fact. She absolutely loved the first game. Okay, she did. She thought it was absolutely amazing. It was relaxing, it was fun, but it also had a story. If you don't know, Power Wash Simulator actually has a mystery plot line that's funny and well written and pretty good. So I know that she would want to do that by herself as soon as it comes out. And it comes out in like a week and a half, I believe. Something like that. It's the 23rd, I believe, of October. If we were to ever play it together, I doubt that we would make it public, because that's our own thing. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need to do a co-op playthrough of that. No, we don't. If we do play it, we'll probably just do it offline and enjoy it.
Now, did you see that last portion where he said, if we do it, we probably just do it offline and enjoy it? Now, when you pay attention to the tone of his voice, it's very similar to the tone and pitch that he had during that one marathon when he was so drunk and crying on stream talking about how happy he was. It's almost as if he disassociated there for a hot second and then snapped back in. Just a little something that I've caught now. I'm not saying Kat's going. Who knows? But this guy is talking about moving around weightlifting equipment and rearranging rooms and all this other stuff. So, I mean, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. But I did think that was interesting.
There you go. Play RimWorld. It's October. It's Halloween Horror Month. There's a ridiculous amount of games that I could play that are horror themed on Steam right now because I'm a PC gamer. Hey Phil, play RimWorld. Again, I'm just gonna say it. The more that you guys basically like get at me for shit, right? Like I've told you a million times, I don't know if RimWorld would work. I'm not against playing it, but maybe we should play it sometime on a marathon or something, give it a taste or whatever. Right? You know what I'm saying?
He's such an entitled brat. Now, you just said that for the next couple of days, you're going to be talking about what you should be playing because Battlefield 6, quote-unquote, failed, right? Then you went on to say that, man, maybe we can grab something off Steam and try to fit something into the quote-unquote rotation. So why is it such a bad thing that your audience is asking you to grab something from the backlog of something that they've been interested in this whole time? But to you, that's annoying. And that's why I talk about attrition, because resources for Phil are leaving faster than he can replenish them. And that's been the case for a long time. Even though that process has been very slow, it is still very much the process. It just doesn't make sense that you ask so much of these people, and when they ask you something as simple as playing the next game that they're interested in, you want to get an attitude like an entitled brat. Look at his face. This is why this guy deserves nothing. You need to get a damn job.
But when you just sit in chat and you spam RimWorld, when you demand it in contributions, then I don't want to do it anymore. Like, it's more annoying than anything. I don't want to be annoying. If you can convince me to play it without being obnoxious, then maybe I would consider it.
Well, you just said that they said it in chat and they attached a super chat to it. So somebody paid you and asked you to play another game that you inevitably will make money for. So I'm trying to figure out what part of this is annoying. Furthermore, how would you like them to address the issue of you playing additional games? The only methods they have to communicate with you is your chat or donating to you and saying something in one of the messages. Would you like them to go get a letter notarized and sent to you, or would you like them to hit up your business email, Phil? Like, you're ridiculous, man. You said that there was space to put another game, and then they asked you about it, and your answer to them is, you're annoying me? But you can't see how you begging people for money endlessly isn't annoying, right? And I know I shouted out the Tractor Red before, and this is going to be kind of a little shout out again, because we know Phil begs. We all know that. But when it's annotated and listed like that, you really get a feel for how disgusting this guy actually is. You beg on a loop. And I have no idea how you open your eyes every morning and commence to doing this every single day and try to convince us that you're so happy while doing it. You are out of your mind, dude.
But literally, I said, hey, this week, we only have a few streams, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday night. We gotta figure out what we want to do. Maybe we'll do a few things off the Steam. RimWorld! But tomorrow...
You see, this is why people will continue to detract on you. Because you're such an unreasonable person about every single situation. I don't care what the decision making process is, you're always going to pick the wrong sequence and the wrong decisions because the only person that you're thinking about is you. You don't even thinking about how maybe you might take a short-term loss and somehow that could turn into long-term gains. You're not even thinking like that. You're just thinking short-term gains the entire time, and you're wondering why you're having issues with attrition. You always will. And you can talk all you want about illegal restreamers and all that. Look, listen, Phil. Part of the fun is people knowing you get upset because they're watching you without watching you. And that's always going to be a thing. And I'm not saying that if Raw, Phil, or whoever went away, that maybe you might not get a little bit of a boost. Sure, you would. Right? I'm not going to deny that. But it would not be anything that you can sustain because at the end of the day, you're just not entertaining. You're entertaining in all the ways you would not like to be. And the more you fight and rail against that, the funnier it is. And you still don't get it. That's all I got for y'all. Peace.
Urban style content. I'm dead.
Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you not DSP. And before we get into the nonsense, let me just say this real quick. How y'all doing? Y'all alright? And I'm saying that because this time of year is the time of year where people who are suffering from being lonely and or depressed and other things, usually you see an increase around this time of the year in suicides and other things, right? So do me a favor and check on your people. If it don't cost you nothing to FaceTime somebody, send them a text message, you'd be surprised what that little bit of effort to do for somebody. Real talk. And I know a lot of y'all probably thinking about somebody in your head right now. So make sure you take care of that when you get done listening to this video. So let's get into the nonsense. Phil thinks that if he just over-explains something, he will lose you in his nonsense and you'll forget what actually happened. So let's get into the video.
Why do I sound so hurt? I'm not hurt, I'm sad. You have to understand, this is the state of humanity in 2025. We have an entire generation of people that their entire life has been plugged into the internet, so they actually think that it's like important They actually believe that the whole lolcow culture is important, that this crap of online drama is important. They actually think that it means something.
And what is that based on? This sounds like you trying to superimpose an ideal on people. I would say based on the very nature of the naming of this sphere, people don't take it serious. We call y'all loud cows. I mean, I can think of anything that's less serious than that. Now, on top of that, you want to talk about you're sad about the current internet culture or what's going on in society, but you failed to mention how you contributed to it, Phil. When you one of the biggest internet trolls in early YouTube, let's be real about it, Phil. But I won't let him continue.
And that, like, it doesn't. Like, you have to understand, my generation, we don't give two fucks about you and your nonsense. It doesn't affect us in any way. Like
Now, this is Phil's version of no one likes you. This is a schoolyard tactic. I don't know who Phil thinks he is trying to speak for an entire generation, but I guarantee you, Phil, if you polled those people and asked them to speak for you on any topic, it would probably be unanimous. I would venture to say that nobody would want you to speak for them on any topic.
I said, you could sit there and make up as much as you want about me online every day and just talk about it till you're blue in the face. But at the end of the day, my streams do well. My content is entertaining to an audience that likes to support it. When I go offline, my life is great. Everyone still takes my money. It doesn't...
Now, you hear what he just said? Everyone takes my money. Now, he's trying to take the wholesome / morality approach, but him saying that everybody still takes his money is implying that something is wrong with the money, right? So even you know that your methodology about going to get the money is shameful, Phil. You know that. So, because why else would you say people still take my money?
Doesn't matter with the nonsense you created online, this bizarre alternate reality narrative that you just want to believe, that only you and your terminally online group believe. No one cares. No one of any significance cares.
So why did Moist Critical comment on you? Why did It's a Gundam comment on you? Why did June the King make a documentary about you and it has millions of views? Can you reconcile that for us? Because then you would have to explain what you mean by people who are important or are noteworthy, right? Because weren't you and didn't you try to retcon some things when you felt like Asmongo and or Moist Critical was talking about how you're known as an e-bagger and you said you don't want to be known as that, right? So keep it real, Phil.
You get that? I guess not. It really doesn't occur to you. That no one cares at all. Nor should it. We're living on a different plane and a different level. You're living on this weird virtual online only existence of nonsense that doesn't matter. It doesn't in any way. It doesn't affect normal people who actually go do real things in the real world.
Can you list for us some of these normal people that you keep referencing when you try to make these points that make no sense? Surely you have a friend, a name, a cousin, an uncle, a distant something that you can point to give us a reference point for your thought process. Because outside of that, you're just making this up, Phil, because we know you don't have no friends. So where are you drawing this from?
It's just sad. You look at humanity, you're like, dude, this is people. This is a group of people, right? They're real. Swamp Dog Clyde did a $2 super chat saying, "This is the content I enjoy." Well, you know, everyone enjoys different things, and more power to you. You know, everyone has the right to like or dislike what they like or don't. But the thing that gets me is the zaniness of the narrative and stuff. Like, you actually created that narrative. So for those people who don't know what's being referenced here, so in 2019, I was not doing well. All right, in 2019, my content was struggling because I was transitioning from being an on-demand content creator to a full-time streamer.
No, that's not what was happening. Well, that might be part of what was happening, but he's going to leave out the very crucial reason why things financially were not going well. He's going to blame it on everything but what it actually was, which we all know your gambling addiction, Phil, allegedly. We know that you were spending upwards of thousands upon thousands of dollars a month on digital wrestlers, man. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying that.
Streaming for 2 years, I felt like I hadn't really fully hit my stride and wasn't very confident in it. I know my setup sucked, the visual quality sucked, like a lot of stuff was bad.
But why did it suck though, Phil? This is the things that don't make any sense, because when we look at the framework for your so-called business, you don't really have overhead. You don't have employees. So the stuff that you will be paying for your so-called business is largely the stuff that you will be paying for anyway in a normal house. Internet, lights, electricity, stuff like that. You would have those things anyway. So what can you really point to aside from the initial expenses that you're spending on every single month for your so-called business, aside from your gambling addiction?
So I was struggling to make ends meet. Financially, things were falling apart, okay? And at that time, I was in a bad way when it came to things like paying my federal taxes and stuff. I wasn't even like raising enough to consistently pay it. I was barely making ends meet. I had so much debt that I would be raising funds on a stream and immediately that money would go to pay a bill. And if I didn't pay the bill, I was in trouble. So if I'm immediately just paying every bill as soon as the money comes in, how do I have money to pay things like my taxes and shit? It was awful, all right? So particularly, I do remember in 2019, and not that I'm proud of this, of course, there were bad, things that I had to do, like, oh, I'm doing a stream with $1,000 goal, and if I hit the goal, I'm good off, and I can pay my taxes, and everything's good, and if I don't, I'm kind of hard up, and I don't know what's going to happen. And it was kind of emergency stream, need help kind of a deal.
Now, mind you, this is, he said, 2019, so this is roughly, 6 years ago. He's not that far removed from what he was doing back then. Now, he might be couching it a little bit differently because he picked up some of PPP's mannerisms, but Phil, it's the same song and dance. You still begging like a damn crackhead.
Terrible that ever happened. I hope to never ever have to do something like that ever again in my life, right? So what happened was, I did streams like that in 2019, admittedly, for sure, 100%. And then at that same time that all that was going down, all right, my parents contacted me and said, we really want you to visit us because we're getting older, because we're starting to get a bunch of health problems. We want to spend time with you while we still can and before things like fall apart.
He's so full of it. Don't you notice every time he talks about his parent health, they're always both being unhealthy at the same time? It's so convenient the way he pieces things together to fit his narrative. I seriously doubt that's why they wanted him to come out there. But I'm gonna let him keep talking.
Right? And who knows? Like, but the way that they were saying it was, it's not the end of the world, but at the same time, we want to have a nice time together with you and your fiance while we still can.
Or did they see that you were on stream trying to raise money for taxes and they thought to themselves, what is going on with our son? What is the problem with him? We paid for this, we've paid for that, and he's still having money problems. What's really going on?
Because we don't know if our health turns or whatever, we're getting to that age, and they were getting notified that they were having some medical problems and things, and so they really wanted me to go out there. Okay? They paid for the entire trip, right? 100%. 100%. And I said that to everyone, like, we're going out there to hang out with my parents because that's what they want, because, they're saying, it's an important trip to them, it's an important time to them, right? That's how I said it to everyone. I was transparent in my content. Listen, I'm going on a trip for a week. I'll be back after said trip. My parents are 100% paying for that trip. Now, what everyone didn't know, because I purposefully kept this a secret, is Kat and I were actually really going out there to get married.
Bingo. He's so full of it, man. Like, he gotta talk in 15 different circles, man. It's ridiculous, man. You can't ever just accept that something happened and people know what you did. You still are gonna try to retcon, obfuscate, and throw smoke in there and try to cause confusion. And nobody believes you, dude.
This actually wasn't originally part of the plan. We wanted to get married, we were already engaged, but we had no clue when we were gonna get married because we didn't know what we'd be able to afford or anything. And after my parents contacted us about this and said, we want to do this trip, we all just started kind of brainstorming.
He's so full of it. Now let's just say he's telling the truth, right? Let's just say for story's sake, I guess, that he's telling the truth and his parents paid for everything. Phil, that's still pathetic. We're talking about 6 years ago, which would put you in your late 30s. And what would put you in content creation at that point for like what? I don't know what, almost 10 years? Why are your parents paying for everything? It sounds like your priorities are messed up, which we know they've been for a very long time. And instead of your parents allowing you to hit your head, fall down, so you'll have scabs, and you can look at those scabs and they can act as a remembrance for the terrible decisions you made, they came in, scooped you up, and just paid for everything. Your problem just magically went away. And you didn't really have to sweat or bleed on your own, and this is why you're back in the rut that you were to begin with.
I'm like, oh yeah, well wait a minute. I'm back to Connecticut. We could maybe just do something small time, but hey, at least we could get married and we could spend some time with, with the family while we're there. We could have kind of just a few days together because we knew we couldn't afford a honeymoon or whatever. We were already financially distraught. How are we going to do a honeymoon? But
none of this makes any sense. Any men out there who are functional and you have a woman in your life, you know that she's your biggest bill, and it's not even close if you're taking care of her the way you should be, okay? So why, if you are in the midst of financial distress, will you decide to get married and or travel? Some of the two most expensive things that you can do, he's going to do them in tandem, also while being completely broke. I mean, just think about that.
But instead, let's just spend a few days in Connecticut together, do some fun stuff together. There's stuff there. There's an awesome zoo. There's shopping. There's food. Great Italian food and stuff. So it'd be a nice time. And then, we could come back and, get right back into the swing of things, working and try to get out of the financial situation I was in. So that's what happened. And we went, again, we went. My parents paid for everything. It wasn't a super expensive wedding because it was all done at my parents' house with justice of the peace and some very close-knit family members and friends, and that was it.
And y'all put all this together on a humbug, right? Like, this makes no sense. Kat has to get her dress. You have to get fitted for your tux. She has to get fitted for her things. The people have to be told that you're going to be there so they can make time in their schedule so they can be there for the actual ceremony regardless of where it's happening at. We're talking about the logistics to make it happen. People have to have enough of a heads up so they can make the necessary arrangements. This is why this doesn't make sense. There's so many moving parts here for it to be happenstance.
And we went and had a big dinner, which I told you about. I told everyone about this the moment that I came back. It was a big thing, telling everyone what really happened on the trip. And so all that happens, right? And then immediately the trolls, of course, say, oh, well, you see, those fundraisers you did, you just did that to pay for the trip. Well, no, I didn't. I literally wouldn't have went on the trip if it weren't for my parents paying for it.
Now, one of y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, when people were doing deep dives on his tax situation, I think Phil mentioned the number 15,000 or 16,000, something around there, but he mentioned getting money from his parents, but if I'm not mistaken, he never paid any of that money on his actual taxes, which means he lied to his parents, allegedly.
And in fact, I even had revealed this too, which again, bad history of me revealing too much personal information. I probably should have never revealed this. But, my mom and I had this very serious conversation.
Now, I want y'all to really pay close attention to the way he speaks about his mother in this particular situation. This is going to show you just how ungrateful he truly is. Just listen.
About my financial problems and things that were going on at that time. Keep in mind, this was 6 years ago, and all this is resolved now. But basically, she wanted to send us on a honeymoon. She wanted to pay for us to go on a honeymoon. And I said, Mom, what's the point of my wife and I going on a honeymoon if we come home and we can't pay our taxes and then we lose our house? Right? But what's the point of that?
You see how he's talking about his mother, or how he's claiming he talked to his mother when she's in a position to help him in the situation that he put himself in? But I'm going to let him continue.
I said, if you're going to give us money, we got to put it towards the thing that's important, keeping our house. So if you're going to offer a trip we can't accept, if you're going to offer us some money so we can put it towards the most important things like keeping our house and paying our taxes, then I'll accept. And that was the discussion we had, and she was basically very upset. She wanted us to go on a honeymoon. I'm like, what do you want me to do? That's not the life I'm in right now. You know? The federal government ain't going to be so happy to know that they're not getting payment from me, but then I went on a fucking trip. You know? You know, that's not how it works, right?
You see, the way he speaks about his mother is absolutely disgusting. She was trying to do a nice thing for y'all, according to you. She was going to pay for your honeymoon after paying for you to come there, according to you. And you're saying that that's not how this works. But why are you putting the burden of your life and or your wedding on your mother? Also, why are you depending on her to sustain you? It sounds like you should not have been getting married because you still was a little ass boy and you couldn't control yourself. You were impulsive. But instead of having decorum and saying, you know what, Mom, no, I can't do that right now. I gotta lock in. We're in a certain situation right now. I'm gonna pull myself up out of it, but I appreciate it. No, Mom, that's not how this works. The FBI, I'm like, what are you talking about, man? You're disgusting.
So my mom ended up giving me some money. I used it to combine with the money that I had raised on the streams. With the money my mom had given me, I paid the taxes. And the taxes got paid and I was good. And then you all know the story. I went through a bankruptcy and all of that. And now I'm in a much, much, much better position. You know, never going to go back to that situation ever again. But, you know, learn my lesson, the stupid mistakes that I made. And that's that.
You just said not even a couple of weeks ago that you are still spending your money on mobile games. And we know that's the reason why you were in that situation to begin with. So how exactly did you, quote unquote, learn your lesson? You put the burden on everybody else around you. You know what's really sad about this? This happened 6 years ago. And there are people out there in the real world, Phil, who are actually dealing with addiction, who have truly lost everything. Their jobs, their families, what have you. But in that time, since you've been begging all this whole time, a lot of those people have entered into recovery. A lot of them are now homeowners. A lot of them are now business owners, pillars in their community, and they're doing the work to ensure that they don't relapse and fall back into those cycles again. So when they look at people like you, they can recognize a piece of themselves in you and see how pathetic you are. Because think about that. All this time has passed, but here you are literally in the same spot. Now the camera resolution is a bit higher and your kilobits per second are higher, but ultimately you're doing the same things. So why did your mom give you that money? You wasted your mother's money. You lied to that woman's face, knowing damn well that you was going to come back and just beg like you've always done.
So ever since then, the narrative has been, oh, well, Phil scammed his viewers. He did all these fundraisers for say, to pay his taxes, but then he went to Connecticut. He spent all the money on a trip to Connecticut to get married. That didn't happen at all. I literally didn't spend $1 of my own money while in Connecticut. $0 were spent. All the money was spent on the taxes, and then the more money that my mom gave me was also spent on the taxes to pay them all off, so that I was good, I was even.
So according to Phil, they paid for you and your wife to come there. Your parents also paid for your wedding and were willing to pay for your honeymoon, but instead gave you that money for taxes. All while you're almost 40 years old. Can somebody reconcile this for me? I mean, this is really, really pathetic. And a lot of this I have to put on his parents, because why are you still shuffling him through life at damn near 40 years old? At what point are you going to allow this man to truly bump his head? Do you like taking care of him? Do you like every time you listen to your son, or when you see his name on your phone, when your phone rings, knowing he's about to ask you for something, the anxiety that happens when his tone on the text pops up on your phone because you know he's about to ask you for something? Ain't y'all tired of that?
So again, they made that up. Now where's their evidence? Oh, well, the evidence is that you've lied about other things. That's not evidence of this. That's like saying, so someone once did something bad. That's just evidence that they've always did things bad forever. You can just infinitely accuse them of anything you want forever, because you think that they did something bad once.
So your scenario makes sense, but it doesn't apply to you. And that's the problem with it. You try to create a scenario as if you did something one time. No, people are not going to be all up your ass because you did something one time. Phil, there's always a shroud of mystery when it comes to you and money. Money controls you, Phil. It really does. Phil, you can sit here and say, oh, I did something one time, but we know that you have a legacy of begging and obfuscating and lying about the reasons why you're begging, Phil. You try to make it about something else. It's my bills, my family, I'm gonna lose everything. When the truth was, you were addicted to a damn mobile game, and it's pathetic.
No, that's not how life works. That's not how life works in reality, in fantasy, in a court of law. That's not how it works. Like, nowhere does it work like that. Only in your broken, twisted, terminally online fantasy world of circle-jerking detractorism does that actually, like, hold water. Normal people don't think like you.
Normal people are not going to allow their parents to pay for everything. Normal people are going to have enough pride to say, no, Mom, it's okay. I don't have it right now, but at some point I will, and I appreciate it. But not you, Phil. So don't sit here and talk about what normal people would do when you sat up here and lied to your mother to her face to get some money, knowing you were going to go back and keep on begging even to this day. And you like to try to claim and act as if you somehow shortened the 10-year plan. How? What have you done?
Because normal people aren't stunted. They didn't grow up online. They actually did things in real life. They needed intelligence to do them. You know? It's the problem with this generation. The generation of the stunted. It really is. It's pretty sad. This is the world we're growing up in. Everyone around me is like half retarded. They can't even do basic shit.
Yes, everyone around you is half retarded. But that's not the case for quote-unquote normal people, but you will not know that because you don't interact with normal people, Phil. You interact with your chat, which we know is full of people who are mentally delayed and or people who want a romantic relationship with you. I almost said something a little crazy there. I had to catch myself. But I want to point to something else that Phil loves to conflate. Because he's always talking about the house and the taxes and all sort of stuff. And what he's doing is conflating federal income tax with property tax, right? Now, generally speaking, when you're messing with the feds, of course, they want their money and they're not playing. But the very last thing on the list is them taking your home. That's dead last. What they're going to try to do is work with you to come up with some type of payment plan to help get you out of this situation unless there's a criminal element to why the taxes have not been paid. Then and only then will they start to move to do other things. But Phil likes to talk like this because he likes to create all this shroud of mystery, and when you finally start to understand what he's saying, he could just point at you and say, no, you're confused, or you're dumb, or you're listening to distractor content and they have you confused. Phil, you record the overwhelming majority of the things that you do that are noteworthy because in your real life, nothing is really happening. So it doesn't make sense for you to come on here and act as if people don't know what they're talking about when a lot of this stuff is recorded, man. You talk about how, there was, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong on this, because I might be, but I remember him talking distinctly about his identity theft situation. And if I'm not wrong, didn't the identity theft eventually lead to the bank leaks? But when it was convenient for Phil, he would say the bank leaks are fake, but say that the identity theft actually happened. But it's like, so you'll take part of the story that's convenient and say that happened, and then take the other part of the story that's not convenient and say it didn't happen, even though they're tied to each other. These are things that just make no sense to me. And this is why I say Phil is an addict. And if you know addicts, they'll say anything because they're not thinking about the next day. They're just thinking about moment to moment. They have the mind of a child. That's all I got for y'all. Peace.
Urban style content. I'm dead.
Maybe you want a family for yourself, and that's why you want to so desperately know about mine, but you're not allowed. Sorry, you're not part of this club, and you never will be. Instead, you could be in your really oddball club of oddly hyper-fixated losers online, And if you want to call that your family, go for it, but I don't think it's going to get you very far in life. Urban style individual. Whatever money I make, I can spend on whatever I want. Tell you right now, I spend my money right now on some mobile games, on some mobile games, on some mobile games. Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you not DSP. And I'm gonna keep it real. At first, initially, I was not gonna do this video, but Phil is so good at putting his foot in his mouth and mischaracterizing people that I felt like, you know what, I gotta speak on it. And another thing, I've been noticing on my analytics that a lot of y'all are returning viewers, but you have not subbed. Look, I don't want...
Maybe you want a family for yourself, and that's why you want to so desperately know about mine, but you're not allowed. Sorry, you're not part of this club, and you never will be. Instead, you can be in your really oddball club of oddly hyper-fixated losers online. And if you want to call that your family, go for it, but I don't think it's going to get you very far in life. Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you not DSP. And Phil still doesn't understand how all this works. He believes the best course of action to keep his wife's name from permeating throughout the internet is to continue to mention her name. I mean, like I said, man, you just cannot make this stuff up. Phil, I don't know if you misunderstand the meaning of the term starve, but man, we eating good. Let's get into it.
Someone took $2 and said if you root for another man's marriage to fall apart, you're mentally ill and you need to seek medical help. It's correct. He's talking about me because, again, these crazy, obsessed people who don't like me on the internet have literally created a insane narrative. Their narrative is that my wife and I don't get along. We're not together. She left me, or we're separated or something. Like, they're actually rooting for that, and they're hoping for evidence of that.
No, I'm not saying that there's not some merit to what is being said here, but we have to get into the particulars, because people not wanting something to work on the surface is not enough. You got to get into why they don't want something to work. And people generally believe that you and Kat have a dysfunctional relationship, and that's largely based on your behavior on stream and how she acted when she was on stream. So people are not pulling this out of nowhere. You know, you are laying the groundwork for the thought process that people have about this situation.
It was hilarious. A few weeks ago, someone said, oh, so they found the evidence. It's completely false. There can't be any evidence because what they're saying is completely untrue. So whatever evidence they have, they've made up. You know, I told you guys years ago, they actually attempted to file divorce papers in our name when we weren't involved.
Now, I don't know how true that is. Y'all let me know, but I'm gonna keep it a buck. That is crazy. Look, there is a line, okay, where things are going a bit too far. I think you can place that in the bin of things going a bit too far. So I'm gonna continue.
Spoiler alert. You can't do that. You could try, but the moment that you have to prove your identity, it fails. So they basically tried to initially start the process impersonating me and pretending like, you know, like identity theft stuff, but then it didn't work because they couldn't prove that they were me. So yeah, I mean, there's many idiotic things that they have done, and this is one of their most broken narratives, because they can't possibly believe that what I say is true. Now here's what I said.
Well, a lot of what people are saying about this particular situation is largely based on how you handle previous relationships when they began to end, right? You yourself said that you lied for, 2 years or a year or whatever it was when you and Panda's relationship ended. So naturally, people will not give you the benefit of the doubt when it comes to these things because you have not earned it, right? On the contrary, you're known for being a liar. So are people tripping because they don't believe the things you say? Or are they believing their ears in the things that you've done in the past, right? It's a logical course of action to not believe you, Phil. It would be crazy to believe you.
My wife actually would like to be a part of my content. She's expressed interest over the years. Initially, many, many years ago, she wanted to be part of my Halloween event. We bought her a Halloween costume, right? She dressed up with me on a Halloween stream. The moment she sat down to play games, trolls came in and started saying absolutely disgusting things about her. You know, horrible things about her.
No, I'm not saying that what he's saying here isn't true. I'm sure it is. But Phil, let's not act like you did not know that was going to happen. And this is the issue that I have with what he's laying out here. You largely orchestrated this because you didn't have anything else for your non-intent. Let's be real about it, but we're going to touch on that a little bit later.
Her appearance, horrible sexual comments, just terrible things, right? Unlike me, where I don't really give two shits what anyone says about me because I've been doing this for 17 years, it got to her. So during the stream, she visibly, basically became distressed, and after like a couple hours, she said, I don't want to do it anymore, I don't want to see these comments, they're bothering me. Then she was literally off my streams for what? Shit, 7 years, something like that? 6 years? And then it was early 2024, and then we decided maybe it was time to try again.
No, you decided it was time to try again because, like I said, you didn't have anything lined up in terms of content that you thought was compelling or entertaining enough. You were floundering. So you went to your old bag of tricks, right? And you used your wife as a prop to pop up your streams. And it backfired. Now, you experienced short-term success, right? Because the Dents were in glee and they were excited to see Queen Dent, right? But long-term, you suffered for it. Because look at what you're talking about now. Even though you claim you're not feeding us, what is this?
Okay, and we wanted to do something that was very fun. And so we both were going to be playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. And we heard that it was going to have this virtual island side mini game where basically it's kind of like having an Animal Crossing where there's an island that you're going to be building up and you have residents who live there and you interact with them all. It's not what it ended up being. It ended up being a big slog and repetitive grind of time sync that really didn't pay off if you did it. They basically pushed it as something that it wasn't. So when the game came out, it was actually kind of a disappointment that that's what it ended up being. So anyway, we said that we were going to do this co-op. And she showed up for, I think it was 2 to 3 streams of that. Again, during that time frame, what did my haters and trolls do? Click farm. Look, she's distressed. Look, she's, insulting her appearance and things like that.
Well, she did look like, I wouldn't say distressed, but she definitely looked annoyed as if she did not want to be there. She looked like someone who was coerced. I'm going to say you forced her because she's a grown woman, but I'm sure you did your version of convincing her to come on the stream. It looked like somebody who did not want to be there. Let's just be real about it. The second you gave her the pass to leave, she was out of there. That's probably the fastest cat ever moved in her life.
Left, right, up, and down. Horrible things. So after that, basically after that experience, we decided that's it. There's no point anymore. Because for having her in the content, for as nice as it is to be have my wife in my content every once in a while, all you're doing is you're giving people the fuel that they want to make toxic content.
Did you know that before or after you trotted her out on the stream? You knew exactly what the backlash is going to be because according to you, you've been dealing with this for a long time. So why are you acting surprised? You knew that you were essentially throwing your wife to the wolves to give yourself a chance to escape. That's what happened.
You are essentially giving them a clip mill, right? It's the same as me playing Battlefield. It's the same as if I decided to do something that would give my haters opportunity to try to mess with it. Like, oh, let's do a fan lobby. It would never work because they would take every spot in the lobby and they would sit there with horrible names, doxing, racist stuff, sexist stuff, things about my wife and family members. That's what they do. They want attention.
Now, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but don't certain games or some games, can't you set up like a private lobby where there's a stream key or something like that, or a lobby key that you can give to individuals and only those people can get into the stream? I'm pretty sure that function exists. I'm not sure if that's what particular game that's in, but that's pertinent because over the course of the years, I'm sure Phil has played some game that has that feature because according to him, he's a variety streamer. And it's just interesting to me that he's never tried to actually use that feature because we know, Phil, you really don't want to interact with these people outside of them giving you money and you shouting them out on stream.
Oh, that's
even
cool.
though you do when you need to, it's not something that you're particularly fond of.
When you realize, oh, this is a way for them to get what they want, you starve them. You don't give them what they want. Okay? So after that experience with doing the Dondoko Island and basically her losing interest in it, I did too, it was boring as hell, and basically, again, more internet bullying, she said, I just don't want to do it anymore. And I said, I'm with you.
Dondoko Island or whatever it's called was boring because, Phil, even though you're a gaming content creator, you still don't understand how to make the content concise and appeal to what people are looking for. You had her on stream grinding something that she had already grinded and you thought she was going to be excited about it? I mean, come on, man. You should show people how to grind or you show them an outcome after the grind. But you had her actually on stream grinding. It was nothing appealing about it. And you thought that her appearing would be enough to carry the stream by itself. You completely forgot that you still had to be entertaining, and that's why it failed.
100%. I don't see the point. You know, it's not like we're missing out on amazing content that we could be making together because you're not there. I don't do co-op stuff as it is. Like,
what does that mean, though? Listen to how he speaks about his wife. He said it's not as if we can make amazing content anyway. Why not? Then why would you say something like that, even if that's what you actually believe? It's your job to protect her. You should have. This doesn't make any sense. You're out here trying to act as her ambassador, but you're burying her, Phil. Stop talking.
It's not like I'm known for co-op and now I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? We tried it. It would have worked if we eventually tried more games. Like we were actually going to play Beyond Two Souls. I bought the game. We were ready to do the co-op, and then basically we decided against it. We're like, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to do this because that's just what these idiots want. They want that content so they have more toxic things to say.
No, does anybody really believe that? Because if you catch what he said that it would have worked if they would have played quote-unquote more games. And I do believe that within the confines of what Phil believes is quote-unquote working, it would have, right? It would have. But he didn't take the time to actually allow it to grow into anything meaningful. Because the second something doesn't make money or it begins to be profitable for him, he scraps it. And we have countless examples to point to prove that.
So, the reason that my detractors and haters bring up my wife so much is very simple. Because we starve them of content for her. So because they have nothing, they want what they can't have. Get it? If she was on the stream every day, it wouldn't be a big deal anymore. Because she's on the stream every day. And therefore it would become a commonplace thing they wouldn't care. But because she's not on the stream, because she's only been in very few pieces of my content ever, and we've given them nearly nothing to ever work with, they can't stop obsessing. They literally hyper-fixate on my wife, trying to get information about her past, about her physical appearance, about all kinds of shit, because they're not allowed to have that information.
You notice when he went into his list, the list was very light. And you can even take all of those things off. So their physical appearance. Nobody is stalking Cat. Because by extension, if they were stalking Cat, they'll be stalking you. Don't y'all live together? Don't y'all sit in the house all day, every day, aside from her, go to her part-time job that she waddles to according to you? That's what you said, right? So you can claim that there's this hyperfixation on people trying to know what's going on with Cat, but it's really not about what's going on with Cat. People want to know if you're telling the truth. So it's the same fervor that people have when you talk about WWE champions, when you talk about the bank leaks, when you talk about any of the things that you've been known to be lying about. So it's not about Cat in particular. It's about you lying about something, Phil. My goodness.
It's none of your business. She is not my business. She is not in my content. You know what I'm saying? So there's no reason to give them any information at all. You know, every once in a while, I talk about our day off or something that we're doing or something she's cooked. That's all you get. That's literally all you will get.
And the truth is, that should have been the extent of it to begin with. But you decided to cross that line because you needed her for content, Phil. Why are you not acknowledging why you brought her on stream to begin with? You're acting like this was something that was organic. Y'all was just sitting around the fire having tea. And she was like, oh, babe, it's been so long since I've been on stream, and I've really just been craving it. No, that did not happen. You were probably complaining and bitching about how you couldn't pay for this or pay for that. And you were spitballing ideas, and she thought all of them were terrible. And she's like, look, I'll just come on stream, because she knew it would give you a shot in the arm. And instead of you being grateful for her showing up on stream, both knowing what was going to happen, here you are complaining. It's ridiculous.
Because anything further than that becomes harmful with these idiots. Again, hyperfixating, eternally online, socially broken losers. All they do is sit online all day, no actual real-life social interactions with anyone. They probably don't even have social skills. They're probably fucking mentally deficient, emotionally deficient people who think it's okay to just stalk people online all day. So, that's why we don't give them what they want. But you're right, it's messed up that they ever would have thought to try to stalk my wife or say horrible things about my wife. They don't know anything about my wife. They still don't, and they never will, because we don't give them anything to know. So they can say whatever they want, it doesn't mean anything. And that's the truth, is anyone who hyperfixates on someone who's not directly involved, obviously is a loser, a fucking mentally ill person who knows that they're not allowed.
So, if this is all the case, then because you put information out into the ether about Cat, most of what people know about Cat came from you, Phil. You act like people are digging through archives and they're discovering things. No, it's because of you running your damn mouth. It's always been like that. And this is you, once again, trying to run damage control on a situation that you created, knowing what the outcome was going to be. Cat knew what the outcome was going to be.
You're not part of this inclusive group. You're not part of my family. You're never going to be part of my family.
Now, this part here is intriguing because the question here is, who is he addressing? Are you talking to detractors? So what detractors are sitting around jockeying for the open position in the Burnell family? Is there an opening in the Snorter Fort and detractors are applying? Is that what you're applying? Or are you talking to your dent here? See, this is why you need to stop running your damn mouth so much, because you start to loop on yourself and then you end up contradicting yourself and or talking about things that really don't make any sense. Who are you addressing here?
Maybe you want a family for yourself, and that's why you want to so desperately know about mine, but you're not allowed. Sorry, you're not part of this club, and you never will be. Instead, you could be in your really oddball club of oddly hyper-fixated losers online. And if you want to call that your family, go for it, but I don't think it's going to get you very far in life.
You see, Phil, trying to recondition the dents, trying to create a line in the sand, us versus them, even though we still don't quite know who them is. Phil, you're your biggest worst enemy, man, and you're also Cat's worst enemy. Seriously. Because you've created a scenario for yourself and her that neither one of you are actually going to be able to get out of, aside from you hitting the lottery on some off chance. It's not going to happen. And so your best chance of trying to make this work is hopefully you can string together these streams for the next couple of years, and hopefully you get something from your parents when they eventually pass on, because I don't see you getting any other influx of income in any meaningful way where you can really turn this around. This is it for you, Phil, and her.
Okay, let's see here. Nick Smith did a $2 super chat. Is there a way for her to be there but not on screen? Why would she want to be here and not on screen? Again, like what? Honestly, what? Here's how Kat is a part of my life. Okay, the moment that I turn this camera off and I walk out of this room, I spend my time with her constantly, and I love it.
You notice that? The moment he leaves out the room, he spends all his time with Kat. Constantly. Now, isn't that a bizarre way to say that you love your wife, right? Constantly. The way he said it is almost as if he's trying to convince us that's what's actually happened behind the scenes. But he still doesn't understand why people poke and prod, because this is not what you're portraying on stream daily, Phil, even though this is what you're saying. So it gives people cause to pause to say, what he's saying is not lining up with the things that he's doing. Maybe he's lying to us. You still don't understand, man. It's crazy.
She is my significant other. She's my best friend. I don't need to also include her into this part of my life. It's not needed. It's just not. In fact, having that separation between work life, online presence, and in real life existence is an insanely good, healthy thing to do. Crazy healthy for you. You should have a separation of the virtual and the real.
Well, if that's what you actually believe, right, this is your conviction, then that tells us that you actually were desperate when you rolled cat on out the stream. It wasn't some moral or family thing that you were doing to have fun with your community. It was something that you needed to do. It was a spade, a card that you were holding in your back pocket for a situation that really called for it, right? Because those are two contradictory things. You're talking about we should separate this and separate that. Did it take you till you were damn near 50 years old to figure that out? No, this is something you've known for a very long time, which means you trotted her out there because you needed it. It was financially feasible for you to do it, and you didn't care that she was going to get ridiculed online. Because how could you? You're disgusting, bro.
That way, you can have a split, and you're not constantly having that life be permeating into your own. You see what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people say to me, do you play games outside of what you play on stream? No, because I play games so much on stream. Why would I want to play games out there in my real life?
What they should have asked you is, do you play games that you like off stream? Because then the answer would have been yes, because we know you're playing games off stream, because not even a couple weeks ago, when you were having one of your quote-unquote honest moments, you said that you were playing mobile games, plural, with an S. So we know, yes, you are gaming off stream. You're just playing the games you actually like off stream. And again, it's another missed opportunity, Phil, because you mentioned that you're playing new mobile games. Why would you not start new accounts and stream those games? And people, your dents, can actually see you enjoying something. This dude is out of control, man. Every single time there's a chance or an opportunity for him to make this right, he always chooses the absolute wrong thing to do.
This is my virtual online existence, my work. That's my real life. I want separation between the two. That's a very healthy thing. The last thing I would want is stress from this permeating into that. See? So, no, I don't need to have my wife in my content. No, she doesn't have to be off screen, but still, there's no reason for it.
The reason would be your audience. Obviously, they are fond of her, and they will be interested to hear the things that they have to say. So you can have the best of both worlds. They can get what they want, and Kat can avoid ridicule because people will not be able to see her. But you just cannot see the forest for the damn trees, man. Like, you can never see the silver lining in anything. Everything is always just overly negative all the time.
Someone took $2 says, screw the trolls. It sucks that you and your wife just can't have fun, and that some of her choices are influenced by them. You're right. I agree with you. Like I said, excuse me. The problem with people, again, who live eternally online, is that they tend to become, how can I say? They tend to become desensitized. What do I mean by that? Well, when you're eternally online, you see constant online bullying, constant online harassment, constant online trolling, and it becomes the norm. So when you're eternally online, you're like, oh, it's no big deal if someone says this about someone, or acts like this about someone, or harasses someone, or makes nasty posts about someone, or does this or that. In reality, the truth is, all of that stuff is unacceptable.
So again, he's showcasing how much he understands how the internet works in terms of trolling and people saying untoward things about his woman. So once again, why did you put her in the firing line? Because back then, and even now, you're still trying to portray it as if she should be victimized in some way. And I do think that to a certain degree she should. but you know what comes with you. So naturally, you knew what would have happened. This is why none of this stuff really makes sense, and nobody's buying this, especially not coming from you. Every chance you get where there's an opportunity where you should protect her, you do the exact opposite.
But we're just so desensitized to it because it's become the norm online that basically we're kind of like, well, just expect it, right? We shouldn't expect it. As human society, we shouldn't expect it and condone it and be like, that's fine. We should actually point at it and say, that's wrong, that's busted, that's morally completely unacceptable, and we should call out the people who do it, and we should put them over the coals.
Put them over the coals. You hear this guy? This is definitely cult speech, Phil. I'm not sure what you're getting at here, but it sounds a little extreme. Now, Phil, this point only really makes sense if you are conflating things. And what do I mean by that? He is conflating bullying, harassing, with just anybody critiquing him or saying something negative about him on the internet, right? And he doesn't understand that's really how you grow, is when you listen to and take in feedback. And yeah, some of the harshest things you say or that you hear are going to come from some of your biggest critics. But sometimes you have to ignore the messenger and take in the message, Phil. My goodness.
But instead, people applaud these people. Oh, hilarious. Oh, it's so good when this person roasts this person and says awful things about this person and their family members. Oh, it's so good. In fact, let's give them money and let's do that. No, that's a busted society. That's socially broken. That's immoral. That shouldn't exist. And people shouldn't applaud it and reward it. They should call it out and chastise it and criticize it and condemn it and make sure that it doesn't happen. But instead, we have a weird, broken, again, eternally online society that thinks that this is the norm when it's not.
See, once again, Phil, you're not making sense. You're not. Because if you ask the average person what their perception is and what do you think what should happen to people that stalk people, they'll tell you that that's wrong. Something should be done about that. What you're trying to proclaim is that people are turning a blind eye to things en masse because you think what's going on in your life or in your world is the world. You don't understand just how small your bubble really is. But you speak in these grandiose, big terms as if it applies across the board, and it just doesn't.
We shouldn't be desensitized to organized online bullying, and we shouldn't reward it. Okay? But the point I'm making here is, for those of us who are online all the time, we're used to it. For those of us who are not online all the time, they're not used to it.
Wait, I thought you said you were not online all the time, Phil. Now here you are talking about how you're online all the time and you're used to it. See, the devil always speaks with a forked tongue. Just give him enough time and he'll tell on himself. This is why, in my opinion, it's always best to really just allow Phil to have these long, drawn-out segments where he's really just talking to himself. Because he'll loop a few times, but if you pay attention, at some point, he's going to tell on himself.
Normal people think that that kind of behavior is sick, twisted, and busted, and it actually affects them in a really bad, negative way. Okay? My wife, as much as she knows that online bullying is bullshit, doesn't mean anything, it still gets to her. You know, two times, once during that Halloween event, and then when we were doing the Dondoko Island stuff, she's tried to be a part of my content, and every time that the online bullying begins, it bothers her and she just doesn't want to do it anymore.
Well, Queen Dent should have thought about that before she was serenading you through Patreon. She should have thought about that. Now, if what I'm to believe is the truth, some things that I'm hearing about her previous relationship, it sounds like she was already dealing with somebody, which means she was cheating on them to try to get to you, allegedly, right? So we're not going to put Kat on this crazy moral high ground because she was willing to forego what most people would consider to be morally wrong in order to get to you, right? It means to an end. So in many ways, y'all are alike, which is why I can see y'all been together for so long. So you can try to paint her as a victim, but she's also complicit in a lot of this stuff.
Even though she was determined to not let it get to her, and she was convinced that this time it wouldn't bother her, it bothers her every time. That's just the kind of person she is. That's not a fault at all. And the truth is, she shouldn't have to put up with online bullying simply because she's my wife.
Or y'all can just ignore it. You bringing light to it only makes it happen more. You don't understand the concept of festering or copycatting, or you portraying how something bothers you, so naturally if somebody is a troll, they're going to do it more. The reason why you have so many trolls is because you produce so much food for them to eat, Bill. This is your making, okay? You keep trying to act as if you act sad enough, or if you portray yourself like a victim long enough, that maybe the trolls will just go away. But the trolls can see through your bullshit. So to them, it's just a facade. It might work on some people here and there, but the trolls can see right through it. So ultimately, you're just wasting your time. If you don't want Kat being talked about, keep her out of your content. Don't mention her. Act as if she does not exist. Create a real separation in between your online persona, quote unquote, and your fake ass personal life.
It's because she desires to be in a piece of content that I'm doing and wants to add something. Why does that now make her a target for harassment by thousands of no-life users on the internet who literally live on the internet and have no fucking lives of their own?
Well, how do you know that? But the truth is, by extension, Phil, you should understand that that's why they come upon you to protect her. It's the same reason why Spider-Man and Batman wear masks. It's not to protect themselves, they can deal with it. It's to protect the people around them, okay? And you've been in this game for a long time, so you should understand how this works. Earlier, you explained how it works. So, you put it out there in front of the trolls. Trolls did what trolls did, and now you're talking about how it's bad trolls and it should never happen. Like, that doesn't make sense. You have to understand that there's going to be an element of people that are going to do what they want to do regardless. And it just is what it is. My goodness.
They're not happily married. They don't have a nice house. They don't have a nice social relationship with another person. They never could have that because they're fucked in the head. So they sit online and make fun of people who have it. See what I'm saying? So, it's just so messed up, that's how it is, right? So, when you wonder, why is my wife not in shit? It's pretty simple. Normal people would look at this situation from the outside and be like, oh my god, the 2 times she's in Phil's content, she gets mass harassed. To this day, people are still saying fucked up stuff about her, despite the fact that she's not a part of this content, doesn't say anything bad. You know, that's really awful.
Well, the reason why a lot of people don't come to her defense is because you're such a despicable person, Phil. Seriously. Because if you had even one redeemable quality, when that stuff went down with Kat, it would be a lot of people actually defending her, like, hey man, leave her out of it, you know. And I'm sure to some people, they still give you that benefit of the doubt. But if you keep watching him, I'm sure he will lose it. And that's what you're not understanding, Phil. You pile on so much toxic nonsense that you make it impossible for people to like you, man. Seriously. You're just a very unlikable person. And every time you get an opportunity to maybe turn that out around a little bit, you double down. So even if somebody was trying to give you a chance, all you do is squander it. And it's not even like you trying to squander it, man. Like you airball entirely. It's like you don't even know what you're doing. And this is why I say, like, what really is this about, man? You trying to garner sympathy from the trolls? Who are you talking to here? Because it sounds like you're self-soothing, like you always do during these segments that you claim aren't podcasts but are. Ridiculous.
But only normal people who live offline would understand that. Those of you who live online all day, you don't get it because you've been desensitized to it and you think it's okay when it's not. It's not at all. Like, literally, a single one of you, if you laugh at people who bully others online, if you enjoy their content, if you support it, you're fucked. You actually are mentally cracked.
See? Now here he goes, trying to label people, acting as if he's some type of psychiatrist or therapist, right? And we know that what he's really doing is just projection. That's it. He hopes that he can shame you into leaving him alone so he can ham his dick in peace. Like, it's so ridiculous.
You're mentally deficient. You should seek help. You should go talk to professionals about it, because they'll counsel you on how to get better and how to repair your psyche. Because normal people don't revel in the pain of others, particularly innocent. They have nothing to do with anything, right? If there was a preschool that burned down, would you laugh that the kids died in the fire? Do you think that's funny?
Nobody on the planet that exists now, or will come into existence, or who are no longer with us, will ever think children being burned down in a school is somehow funny, dude. And the fact that you have to create such an extreme example to try to bring merit to your point just shows that you should not be talking about this, man. Seriously. And there's a lot of things that you should not be talking about, because how can you equate somebody saying mean things to you or your wife on the damn internet to hundreds or potentially thousands of innocent children losing their lives, man? And this is why I say you should not be speaking. All that money you spending on WWE champions, you need to hire a PR person. Seriously. And let them scrutinize and screen the things that you are going to say. Because nobody, and I mean nobody, is going to view this from the perspective that you would like them to. The second you start talking about children losing their lives and trying to equate that to what you have going on, you completely lost the point, Phil. As you usually do. That's all I got for y'all. Peace.
Urban style content. I'm good.
Whatever money I make, I can spend on whatever I want. Okay, right now, I spend my money right now on some mobile games, Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you're not DSP. And I'm gonna keep it real. At first, initially, I was not gonna do this video. But Phil is so good at putting his foot in his mouth and mischaracterizing people that I felt like, you know what, I gotta speak on it. And another thing, I've been noticing in my analytics that a lot of y'all are returning viewers that you have not subbed. Look, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear nothing. Don't make me come find you, okay?
Kat has told me over the years that she's wanted to come back on screen, but she was looking for the right time. Now, was there a reason particularly why you felt now was the right time at any time? Because remember, it's always been literally an open door policy. She could have come in here at any time for any stream. I always told her that.
Well, I think over the years, things have changed. Like, the first time I was on here, truthfully, I just didn't know how to deal with all the negative stuff.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard if you're not used to it every day, you know? Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, at least you're not DSP. And I know all y'all have seen this already, probably multiple times. And I've seen it too. But you know I had to get my 2 cents on this. Because when I seen this, I remember thinking to myself, man, I don't think I've ever seen anybody on screen together who had less chemistry together. It was just very odd to me. So, let's go ahead and hop into it.
To the Burnell family stream here on DSP Gaming. How are you all this evening? I hope that you're doing well. And I welcome you here to the show. First of maybe many, we'll see. As we already have Jasper here, and by the way, that wasn't planned. We had no idea what was going to happen with Jasper. When we came in here and turned on the cameras and everything, we didn't even know if he'd be afraid to come in here. Because remember, we've not even done a stream together since we had Jasper.
So when Master is speaking for long periods of time and saying absolutely nothing. I mean, nothing that he said in the last, like, 20, however long it was noteworthy at all. I mean, he just sucks the air out of the damn room, man.
That's how long it's been. The last time Kat was on stream was 2018. All right. So good evening, everyone. Would you like to say hello to the audience?
Hello.
So, here's the deal. We're just here to hang out with you guys tonight, all right? And I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of questions. What's going on? Why is Kat on stream? You know, we're here to field questions.
Now remember, he said from the jump that Kat had not been on stream for 5 years. Now, outside of all these bold questions, right, there's really no such thing as a bad question in this situation. Outside of the obvious stuff, right? She ain't been on stream in 5 years. Let me continue.
before we get started, I'm just going to say this up front. Number one, no, this is not a pregnancy announcement. I don't know who put that seed in everyone's mind. It's not correct at all. This is not that whatsoever. And number two, we're not here to talk about any documentary. All right? So already people are asking, what about the documentary? Is it part of the documentary? Is Pat going to be in the documentary? This has nothing to do with the documentary. Therefore, don't ask questions about the documentary. This has nothing to do with it at all. So we're just going to ignore those questions. All right?
Still playing the Gestapo role per usual. You can only ask me things that you've already asked me. What are you doing asking me interesting things that I might have to give an actual answer to? What's wrong with you? Feels crazy, man.
Right? First time that Jasper also has been able to be here with us together as a family, which is really awesome that we're all coming together today. Zombie did a super chat that just got deleted because he's probably a troll. Very nice. So congratulations. Like I said, just to forewarn you all of the moderators are here tonight, and they're not putting up with nonsense. So if you say anything that can be alluded to as trollish or stupid or detractive, you're going to get moderated, and I'm not going to be sitting on my day off tomorrow unbanning 40 people. So you probably should think twice about that, all right?
You hear that? He got him in the bushes. He got snipers on the roof. He couldn't actually nothing crazy. In fact, when you come on the stream, you gotta ask Phil if it's okay to breathe. Even though we understand that that's something that you do passively, you still instinctively should be asking him for permission. I mean, like, what's wrong with this dude, man? Like, somebody's supposed to be scared or something because their moderator's there. So what?
Alright, Phil, nice to see you. How have you been?
Good. Very well. Better than last time I was on.
Well, that was many years ago. Things were very different back then, right? Things are much better now, I feel. I guess it's just...
No, look, you know we gotta go here. She said, how's she doing? She said, good. Now, objectively speaking, you don't look good, Kat. You don't. And we're basing this off not just how we're seeing you right now, but compared to what you used to look like. So we took the last frame, or the last time we saw you, and we compared it to what we see now. Objectively, no, you're not doing good. So go ahead.
At this point, since obviously now we've been on stream for like 20 minutes and already no one's even asked a question, I guess we'll answer a question like, why are we here together tonight? Why tonight? And what are our plans? Alright, so, in a nutshell, alright, Kat has told me over the years that she's wanted to come back on stream, but she was looking for the right time. Now, was there a reason particularly why you felt now was the right time of any time? Because remember, it's always been literally an open door policy. She could have come in here at any time for any stream. I always told her that.
Well, I think over the years, being mistake, like, the first time I was on here, truthfully, I just didn't know how to deal with all the negative stuff.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard if you're not used to it every day,
Now...
It's so challenging looking at pixels on the screen saying mean things to you. I mean, there's so many other things that are actually noteworthy in your life that can cause you strife or pain, or just prejudice in general. But for Phil, the peak of that is him seeing somebody on the stream saying something mean to him. I mean, it's just so pathetic.
I mean, it's happened so much that I just don't care anymore. I've learned to not care about what the, like, I know there's trolls watching this, and I know there's trolls retweeting it, and I don't give a shit.
Yeah, so she's taking after her husband. You see, that didn't take long at all, did it? Why did you, okay, so Kat hasn't been on stream in 5 years at this point, right? And then open it up addressing detractors, man. This is peak Brunel family right here. This is peak. And I say that because when you go into the history of Kat and her admiration for Phil, she was a real live fan. And I have that video on the channel, and I will link that in the description. But she was watching him unironically, commenting on all his videos. She was even pledged to his Patreon. It's a fact. So I would not be surprised at all if she's in on a lot of the things that Phil finds himself doing on stream day to day.
I just don't care. Like, the best thing you can do is just focus on the positive, and that's what I want to do. I don't care what people say. I know these people that could, they say things like about my weight and stuff, like that's a big thing to say.
See, she addressed what comments bothered her the most. Yeah, all you're doing right here is projecting, Cat. We can pick up on this. It's not that deep. Obviously, the things that people say about your weight bother you, especially when you come from being someone who is considered objectively attractive, and you go from that because naturally people are like, wow, what happened? You know, and it's a gut-wrenching feeling, I'm sure.
And you just gotta laugh at it. I mean, before I couldn't laugh at it, and I didn't want to come back on here because it was so upsetting the first time I did. But I mean, it's been like what, 5 years now, and
It's kind of like everything else. The first time it happened, it's shocking.
yeah.
The second time it happened, okay, well, it's still hurts, but it's not as shocking. But the 1 millionth time it happens, it's like, who gives a shit anymore, right? Like, all right, say what you're gonna say. She literally hasn't been on a screen in 5 years, and if those people still haven't shut the fuck up about it, they're never going to. So who cares what they say, right?
So why are you spending the opening salvo of your stream that she hasn't been on talking about people you claim and she claims that y'all don't care about? When you find out that y'all sitting up twisting your toes together, sharing an ice cream, a bucket of ice cream, talking to each other about the detractors, man. I would not be surprised at all. Because you remember what PPP said. He said the only time that Phil wanted to engage with him is when they brought up the detractors. It's so much of the detractors are your fuel source, Phil. It's like we're the reason you get up in the morning. We didn't give us our props, man.
So there you go. All right. So Tony asking, will we ever do co-op? Well, it's been a discussion. You know, some things that we would consider doing. And one of the things, and we're just going to throw this out there, and we'll talk about this more as it approaches. One of the things that we think would be an excellent first idea would be with Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth coming out at the end of the month. That game's going to have a mode in it where you basically build a virtual island. You're able to have almost like an Animal Crossing situation. And we both played Animal Crossing and loved it. We both love Like a Dragon, and we're like, why don't we have like nights where Kat can come on stream with me and we build this island together to be the Burnell family island in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. And all the decisions we'll make together, we'll have everything going like that. And the other cool thing is,
Don't that sound so good conceptually? But we all know how it went down in practice. It sounds great. How we will come together as a family. It's something that gives us mutual enjoyment. You know, it should go off without a hitch. We shouldn't have any problems. But all it really did was really make you look worse. Because when people were seeing you interacting with your wife, number one, you're over talking her constantly. I mean, you can tell she has to shuffle through her points quickly because she knows you're going to butt in at some point and then dominate the conversation. And number two, you can tell she just didn't want to be there, man. But we'll get to that in a second.
But Jasper is already in here with us. He's like, he's going to be in here. Like, he always wants to be with us. So he'll probably be in here jumping on the chair, getting pet and everything. So it'll be nice, like, family night content, right? Now,
oh, it's just a big happy family. Like, he's trying to push this, man. Sometimes it's the things that you miss the first time watching something that you catch the second or third time around. But he really is pushing this whole family narrative thing, Phil. Look, I have a pet. You probably have a pet. And I love my pet. But it's not my child. Okay? Now, we might look at them as an extension of our family. Okay? But there's no document anywhere, you know, you're not getting a tax refund back for them. Just stop with the nonsense.
And of course, the show. Anything else in the future? Maybe, but we're not. Why get ahead of ourselves, right? We take it step by step. Tonight's our very first night doing it. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how the Q&A goes. Just hanging out with you guys, and then we'll go from there. But that's kind of our first idea of something that we would want to do, like in jail. So, yeah. Is it rude to ask why she likes a shorter hairstyle? I mean, that's up to her. She wants to answer why she likes shorter hair.
Easier to take care of.
What's the deal with Penny? It's so easy to
do. There you go.
That edit was kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. Shout out Mighty D. This is where I got the clip from. Shout out to the OGs. Shout out to the, the trackers out there that's transforming the content. But anyways, it sounds like Miss Cat is out there getting lazy. She said it's easier to deal with. Could that be because your arms are getting heavier? Because anybody who live with a woman that got some hair on her head, her arms be above her shoulders a lot when she, trying to make her hair look right. Cat, they got tired of that shit. I wouldn't even be surprised if Cat went and got her a pair of clippers and some liners, man.
Simple. Here's a $5 tip. From Love It or Leave It, how does it feel being married to the funniest gamer on earth? Oh, yes, they'll just still make you laugh all the time. Is it like you're married to the great Jim Carrey? There you go. Look at these comparisons, right? When you look at me, don't you just think Jim Carrey when you look at him? He's the first thing that comes to mind, right? Ace Ventura. Actually, with the shirts I was wearing over the summer, one of them does look like Ace Ventura's shirt from the movie. But do you really want to answer that, or just no? Okay.
He wanted her so bad to say Phil was so funny. He's just like Ace Ventura. See how he was trying to coax her into it? I am funny, and I, because he really does think he's funny, even though he has this old, antiquated slapstick humor that is funny to no one but himself. Somebody farts and Phil would be laughing on the floor, holding his stomach.
Someone says people who've been critical of Cat would never dare show their faces to respect to you all. There you go.
That's true.
Most of them are hiding behind, the internet.
Yeah, because they're cowards.
That's why they act like that. They're hiding. So.
They're very,
Phil says that as if he's a confrontational person and he's somebody that people should be worried about. Now, he had no idea that in the near future he was going to link with PPP and that man was going to disrespect him to his face, right? Because, is he a coward? Cat, what did you say to Phil when you seen what PPP said about you to him? Now, it's one thing if PPP was talking to someone else about you and Phil got wind of it, but he was talking about you to him. And he shows his face all the time. Is he a coward? No. The coward here is Phil. Okay? That's very obvious. This is why he tries to control the narrative and act as if the things that he does are not of a detriment, but the things that everybody else does is a problem. And we're not even doing anything. We're just reacting to the dumb shit that you do, Phil.
What is your favorite food to cook?
Maybe the baked chicken.
Well, that's your favorite recipe, right?
Yeah.
Out of all the ones you make, that's the one you Now,
yeah.
Is it your favorite to cook, or is it your favorite flavors?
I just like it. I mean,
it's like a healthy version of fried chicken. Like you get the taste of fried chicken, but it's not like dipped in grease.
Right. Now, I don't know about y'all, but usually when somebody says something is their favorite, that's implying that that's one of their go-tos. I like a cheeseburger or whatever. If I had the choice, I would pick that more than I would pick other things, right? She loves quote-unquote baked chicken. Now, you know where I'm going with this. Because generally speaking, if she loves baked chicken and that's her favorite, and that's what she's eating primarily, then you wouldn't look like this, Cat. So, you're gaslighting yourself and us. You're trying to act as if our eyes are deceiving us. Just like your husband. We'll see him do certain things and he will explain us off as if it never happened. Like he's the fucking Men in Black or something. He can just flash away our memory. It's crazy. You're not eating an overabundance of baked chicken. That's Cat.
Any influence on my improvement of fashion in the last year of me wearing better clothes? Was it your influence?
I influence? Probably not. No. I mean, I just give my opinion on like what looks nice, but
right.
I guess maybe a little bit. But
let me put it this way: can you confirm to everyone, because a lot of people don't believe me, that the majority of clothes that I'm wearing now I already own?
Yeah.
Right.
Except for the sweater that I got for Christmas.
Right.
That's everything else you have already.
They don't believe. A lot of people are, oh, he's full of it. He's always buying all these clothes. I had them all for like a decade. I'm not lying. This shirt is from 15 years old, but look at it, because I didn't wear it. It looks new.
Yeah.
Once again, he's stunned. If you bought that shirt 15 years ago, it would be 3 times bigger than that. We all remember seeing you walking around looking like one of the Ninja Turtles. And this is before they got on one of their steroid cycles. Alright, stop it. Alright, stop acting like you were thin this entire time. Okay, nobody believes that, and we don't have to believe it. We have proof showing otherwise. So let's stop.
It's just wearing the stuff I had from back in the day, you know. Would you ever want to have kids one day? Why or why not? You totally don't have to answer that.
No, I really want y'all to pay attention to, number one, his face. When you look at his face right now. But also look at her body language as well. Okay, I think it's very telling in this clip coming up about pregnancy and them two having children. Just watch.
If you don't want to, that's your call.
What?
Yeah, you know, I'm not going to make you answer that question. It's a personal question. So if you really don't care to answer, you don't have to.
I don't even know what I would say to that. That's kind of...
Now look at Kat's face. She is not definitively saying no at all. You can tell there's something that's on her mind. There's something that's been on her mind. 100%. But of course, Phil's going to jump in and interject and try to control the narrative per usual. So let's watch.
I've already told you outright we're not interested, right? We said it a million times. We're not interested in having kids. You know, it's a personal thing. And it's none of your business. If we ever decide to open up and talk about it, we can. And if not, we won't. And, you know, there you go.
No, look how triggered he got over something so simple. Why would that be a bad question? Now, often when people get married, especially when they're still in their youth, I'm not saying they're still in their youth per se, you know, but I'm saying they got together, 6-7 years ago? So, y'all got married, so the natural progression of the relationship would be, a child. So again, that's not a bad question at all. And when you look at what she was trying to say, she was like, I don't even know really what to say to that, because you can tell it's something that she truly desires. It is. But because Phil cannot put down his vices and his addictions, you can't have it. Because the way Phil would look at a child, he would look at the child as if he's wasting money on that, opposed to him looking at the mobile games and the booze as if something that he's wasting money on. No, it's the child that he's wasting all his damn money on. Phil is far too selfish to have a child. There's no way.
Alright, this is drama, and we're not going to talk about drama, so good luck trying to get that answered.
The only games I don't really like are sport games, because I'm not a fan of sports.
Anime fans in the super chat wondering if we play any interactive games with the audience. No. Right now, I'll tell you right now, no. Because I've done those in the past, and you know what happens is all you get is negative idiots from troll, But here's the thing. It's not like we don't want to be social. It's that we know that when you provide an avenue for those people to be empowered, they will take it, right? So why would we play a game where literally you have no filter over people and they can join and say whatever they want? This was 2017 I tried doing it. It was awful. Things people said on there. Why would I play Jackbox and have trolls coming in saying insulting things? That's dumb, right? Now, I'm not saying we would never do something, with you guys, but it would have to be something in a more safe environment so that these idiots don't get attention, which is all they're going to try to do to get attention, right? Us playing the cool Simulation Island in Like a Dragon is us playing a game with no potential for these idiots to try to ruin it. So that...
This is all a bunch of madness. No, I do think Phil is more aware than he leads on when it comes to who supports him. Phil knows that, how do I say this, the wheelchairs are supporting him primarily. So he don't want to hang out with those people. And this is for you, OIC, and Lance Catamaran, and Iron Chef Sakai, or whoever, okay? Jade, he's never going to play a game with you. You know why? Because he's ashamed of you. This is why he's never going to have a convention. You know why? Because he don't want to be seen taking a picture with you, or shaking your hand, or you all trying to give him a hug, and he has to awkwardly tell you no, because he's not fond of you at all. In fact, he hates you. This is why he talks to you the way he does. This is why the second he gets his money, he's gone, because that's all it's about. So he's going to keep you at arm's length to get what he wants. And you better not think about coming within that arm's length. Because he's going to just push you right back outside that bubble again. That's it. So he's going to keep dangling these interactions over you, but it'll never go beyond you being in a stream chat and giving him money. Period.
It's in a giant paragraph about your nephew got into a fight. Do you have any advice? Yeah, here's my advice. Don't ask me about your nephew getting into a fight on the stream where my wife is coming back for the first time in 5 years. It's really stupid. But thanks for the dollar tip anyway.
Look how mad he got about that. But if anything, like I said before, I would never troll tip Phil, and I don't recommend it. But that was funny because the way he couched it, we all know Phil don't know a damn thing about fighting. Which is really what that was about. It was to try to get him to talk about something that he's completely unfamiliar with, and to try to speak about it at great length. Which would have eventually led to a crash out, you know, because we know Phil has no impulse control. And instead of saying he just don't know something, he'll just cut you out instead.
Derek, I may or may not have seen your message. Hold on, because we're playing catch-up here, alright? Please be patient. Hold on, let me click over here.
You see that? Derek is his fan. Now he said, I may or may not have seen your message. So if Phil is responding to Derek like that, that means Derek is spammed like 50 times already. But Derek always got a pass. Always got a pass. It's interesting.
Here, did we miss anything? Shout out to Richard, who did a super chat. Can we see a smooch? Yeah, off camera when we feel like it. We're not just gonna kiss each other on camera in front of you just because you're desiring it. Plus, probably I get lipstick all over me right now. Very embarrassing. So, thank you, Richard, for the super chat. Well, dude.
What's embarrassing about having your woman give you a kiss and leave her lipstick on you? What's embarrassing about that? Like, you can't, here you go. Love you. Like, he didn't tell you to break out a stripping pole and, you know, you set up a chair for her to start working the pole. I mean, my God, bro. Like, he gets a little bit out of shape about nothing.
Here you go. Now, here's someone who's, I feel is at least of rational mind. Someone tipped $1 anonymously and said, you know, I am a detractor of yours, particularly they don't like me. But they don't understand why people are so negative towards my wife. Because you want to know the truth? There's nothing to understand. You get it? That's not rational behavior. Right. To be nasty to someone who literally has not earned your ire is not rational thought. That's just, it's mania is what it is. And she never, ever deserved any of the hate she got from anyone on the internet because she's never done anything that would ever piss anybody off, you know? She was sat on Q&A a couple times, she was on a Halloween stream, that was it. And then these people are just obsessed to the point of nonsense and mania.
No, it's not like I'm not, like I don't agree with what he's saying. Look at his face. Look at his face, man. It's not like I disagree with what he's saying. You know, Kat don't deserve, I'm sure, a lot of stuff, because it's not like she's out there putting bad energy out there to get it back. But that's where you as a husband come in. The major component of your role as a husband is protection. You are not doing that, Phil. So you need to understand the concept of collateral damage and what that means, right? Everything has an area of impact. So even though it's going to hit the intended target, there's going to be unintended targets as well. And since you know that these people are mania and deranged, like you say, day in and day out, why would you put your wife in a position to be in her crosshairs? That makes no sense whatsoever. But this was a time period where Phil was floundering a little bit. We know he's creatively bankrupt, and you know when the money's not flowing in, Phil gets desperate. And this is why she's on stream right now, because Phil was desperate. And he knew people were going to be talking about his wife. He knew she was going to read the chat. Look at her face, she's reading it right now. He knew that. But Phil was thinking about the money, the potential financial gain that he can get from this. It's the same reason why he allowed PvP to do what he do. Kat, you are a prop. Okay? You are no different than the vest that hangs up in that damn closet. It's the same thing. Okay? You are a means to an end. You are a transactional piece. Okay? It's going to use you to barter with. He threw you out there to the wolves to buy himself some time to get out the back door, man. That's your husband.
Yesterday, you get help, but you know, you can't make people get help, especially when they just sit there behind their computers and no one in their real life is monitoring their activities. You know what I mean? There's nothing you can do. But happy,
Okay, Max,
happy
cut.
that you are able to be back in a family capacity now. So, from Jimmy, $2 tip. Cap, I love your playthrough. Very relaxing. Yeah, I know the YouTube channel is still up there, and sadly it went through the tractor circles like idiots that posted it yeah, which is probably.
I bet you her gameplay is better than his. And I don't even know what she was playing. But I bet you if you played it, and we did a side by side, whatever it is light years better than whatever he did. Okay? Now, I want to put something, together for y'all, something a little longer. You can relax to, get you a bottle, whatever you're doing. You know what I'm saying? To be kind of relaxed to, or maybe you're working out, whatever you're doing. But I seen this and I was like, man, let me go ahead and knock this out real quick. I thought it was interesting because when you look at these two, you can tell there's just no chemistry whatsoever. It's like two actors showing up so they can audition for a role they just met that day. And not only did they just meet that day, but they have to stand in front of people they don't know and read off lines that they don't fully understand. I mean, seriously, it's like two people trying to play the role of a couple, opposed to two people being an actual couple.
Damn it.
It's kind of sad. That's all I got for y'all. Peace.
Copy, church. TV engage those cartels and do not fire on the church. Civilians may be interned.
Fire for effect.
Aquí presumo está en camino. 5 minutos.
Go, stand by.
Get down!
Vehicles incoming from the northeast near the graveyard. Cartel moving near the gas station.
Take an effective fire!
Moving to the gas station right now.
Damn it.
Copy, church. TV engage those cartel, but do not fire on the church. Civilians may be interned. Take an effective fire!
Cartel moving near the gas station. Gun ready.
Contact!
Coming from the northeast near the graveyard. Back on the trigger. Guys moving to the gas station right now.
Hold the dead overrun!
cartel at the gas station. No movement at this time.
Bravo 07, shot down. All visible threats are down.
Serve your round. The sun is secure. Still a bridge. You are minded as your weapons of war.
Bravo 7-1, you are cleared hot to shut the sun the hell up.
All shadows, we've got incoming vehicles at the soccer field, southwest.
Incoming!
Southwest! Copy.
TV, engage those mortar positions.
Back on the enemy personnel to the southwest.
Clear to engage all of them.
Mortar crew is down.
Sweet.
Visual on anti-aircraft team, east of the soccer field. Enemy personnel to the southwest.
Clear to engage all of them.
Sweet. Visual on anti-aircraft team, east of the soccer field. Enemy personnel moving northeast at this time. Anti-air team destroyed.
Good attacks.
Mortar crew is down. Oh, man. Back on the trigger. More cartel at the school. Enemies by the school building.
Hang on, where's the extraction? We're burning through the road there.
We got military vehicles moving to the soccer field right now. Rotor wing aircraft incoming from the southwest.
Copy. They're sending everything they got. Well, hell, we'll clean out corruption in one afternoon. 3 bags left.
Enemy school building.
Get a hook up with the junk. They're running low. Get your noise ready. Podemos luchando. We got an incoming missile.
Fully deployed, and our vehicles are north on the road. Adjust south to the school building. We're being targeted. Cartel near the school building. Missiles locked onto it. Enemy school building. Incoming missile. Fire away. Get ready. We got military vehicles moving through the soccer field right now. Rotor wing aircraft incoming from the southwest.
Copy. They're sending everything they got. Well, hell, we'll clean out corruption in one afternoon. 3 bags left.
Enemy school building.
Me queda poca munición. They're running low.
Our vehicles moving north on the road. Adjust south to the school building. Back on the trigger. We're being targeted. We got military vehicles moving through the soccer field right now. Rotor wing aircraft incoming from the southwest.
Copy. They're sending everything they got. Well, hell, we'll clean out corruption in one afternoon. 3 miles west.
Enemy school building.
Me queda poca munición. Get your dogs ready. Moriremos luchando. We got an incoming missile.
North on the road. Adjust down to the school building. Missiles locked down. We got military vehicles moving through the southwest right now. Rotor wing aircraft incoming from the southwest.
Copy. They're sending everything they got. Well, hell, we'll clean out corruption in one afternoon. 3 miles west.
Enemy school building.
Me queda poca munición. Get your dogs ready. Moriremos luchando. We got an incoming missile.
North on the road. Adjust down to the school building. Being targeted.
The side scrollers are playing you. Alright? They are doing this on purpose. You notice that every once in a while their stuff gets dead. There's nothing going on over there. So all of a sudden they bring me up to try to cause drama so you will go watch their content and then send them money. This has now happened like 4 times in a row, like once a month. You guys keep doing it. I don't know why you keep falling for it. They don't like you. They don't want you as part of their community. They just want your money. Urban style individual.
Experience, and if not, well, at least you're not DSP. And in this video, we're going to watch Phil try to appeal to the detractors because he believes Big Bad Corp is taking advantage of us. Let's get into it.
Leave it this way. I mean, this is the God's honest truth. Right before we appeared on site, they had all these other guests on, all these other notable guests, people on YouTube. Guess how much boost they got when I was on this show, right? The biggest video they've ever made, and likely the biggest video they've ever made. So they're always going back. They cannot get the level of attention, the level of profits that they will get from me from anyone else.
Moving forward, obviously this is all moving forward. surpass what they did with DSP many times over. He's not wrong when he says that that was a big boost for their channel because of Rush. But this community is a very engaged, active community. Phil, you evoke emotion in people, man, like no other. You look like a wrestling wheel. Like he said himself, if he was playing a role, you're not looking to playing a role. I think that's really who he is. But the feelings that he very much akin to an unwatchable character in wrestling or any other form of video.
And they know that. So every once in a while, when it's boring, when things are dying down, when there's not much going on, they're going to try to bring it up. They're going to try to come on on their show, or they want to be on my show, because they know no matter what, any views equates attention for them, which equates to money.
We got military vehicles moving to the soccer field right now.
If you were smart, if you would have put your hands correctly, you would have been a reoccurring guest on your show. You could have been like this, or even quarterly or whatever. Because it could have been a special occasion, and you and Craig could have worked something out to where you got part of the proceeds. But we know what happened. You got emotional and exploded. And naturally, you got just you always
right? I didn't have them on my show. They weren't on my show. Nothing. I ignored them completely. Even though they tried to hijack my podcast and everything, I completely ignored them. Right? Right? And what happened? They made money. Someone told me they were watching it. They made hundreds of dollars.
He gets so he believes he's the only person who's ever made money on YouTube. Everybody else on YouTube is putting far more effort let's put more work into it than you are. So you have this idea that people are not allowed to make money for the work that they do. Make it make sense.
Went over there. So why do you think they're doing it? And I will say this is how dumb they are. And if someone clip this and please send it to every single broadcast, every single person who creates hater content. Be sure to send this clip I'm about to make. I'll go full screen.
Alright, so I want them to get ready for this. Coming across the battlefield with the white flag saying, hey, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Allegedly, according to him. We'll see how that goes.
I'll go full screen. Oh, you know what? I clicked the wrong thing. I clicked the news link. There we go. I knew I had it. Alright?
It would not be a DSP stream without some type of tech issue with it. I mean, it's just perfect.
Everyone, I'm serious, yes. Lord Hogan and do these streams and Kevin and everyone who restreams. I'll continue whoever the fuck that is, I don't even know. Alright?
Phil came out the gate with a full round clip. I'm gonna let him continue.
I want you to please click this and listen, because I'm actually trying to help you. Alright? I'm sincere now. Please, I don't like you guys, you know that. Everyone out. I hope, as much as you dislike me, and my antics and all the things you make fun of me, I please for one moment, benefit of the doubt, and please listen to me at this moment. I swear to God, this will help you. I'm actually trying to Okay, you ready? This side scroll is alright? They are doing this on purpose. You know this. So all of a sudden they're bringing me up to try to get people to go watch their content and then send them money. This has now happened like 4 times in a row, like once a month. And you guys keep doing it. I don't know why you keep falling for it. They don't like you. They don't want you as part of their community. They just want your money. That's what they're doing it for. Like today, what did I have to do?
DSP thinks everybody else has the mind of dense, as if we want to be liked by Craig. Nobody gives a shit about Craig liking them. They went there because that was the latest product. The various other shit talking about, well, you don't want you a part of his community. You don't want to be a part of his community. In what community? What are you talking about? Everybody else gets this. You're the only one that's confused.
Anything to do with them today. Nothing. I have no intention of talking to them. They weren't supposed to come on my podcast, so they created drama, so you would go over and watch them.
No, if you just went over there and just watched it, still wouldn't care, right? Because the tractor content gets all type of views. And everyone didn't speak on it. But the real thing that really pisses him off is that you gave them money.
moving to the soccer field right now.
Bill got a crazy relationship with money. It really is odd. I've never seen somebody get so upset and so in a tizzy about money. Bill, according to you, they spend money wherever they want, right? So we'll be trying to have a good time in this particular
You want to support legitimate people that you like their content or whatever. I don't believe you like the side scroll. I don't believe that for a minute. I think that you like the completing content, but they're only doing the process. So they will stop throwing you to get them to win. They will not do it as much because they got to move on for attention somewhere else. Literally the most important thing they've ever done in their life. And they know that because you gave them massive attention and thousands of dollars. So they will continue to take advantage of you. That's literally what it is. They're taking advantage of
He's being taken advantage of you. In fact, this is how trolling works. This is how this works. Somebody else that comes into the store you make a lot of money too. Because it's fun. That's what you don't get. There's a party and you don't have a party. Now when you were invited to the Hating Somebody party, you had a problem doing it. This is just a thing that people are getting taken advantage of. People willingly did those super chats. Willingly. There was no coercion. You stop.
all of you who cover their content, who say, oh, look what they do, and you send people over there and they do and they throw money, they're taking advantage of you. So if you actually genuinely believe that I take advantage of my viewers, you or guys are being just as badly, if not worse, suckered by the side scroll. Do you not understand that? I'm trying to help you. Don't buy into that bullshit. You want to retweet my genuine content. Whatever. No, that's fair game. But literally you are playing fake detractors of mine because they make money doing it. You get it?
Or maybe people were giving them money because according to you, people like, they pay for the things they like to see continue, right? So maybe people like the way Craig was dunking on you and the side scrollers was dunking on you because in my opinion they conducted a very thorough interview on you and maybe people wanted to see that continue. Did you ever think of that? Because detractors are not dense. Okay, we did not see Stuttering Craig and they went into drone mode and started walking towards him like a damn zombie and, you know, all of a sudden start giving him all our money. It did not go like that. Okay? You're confused.
I hope so. I hope that maybe some of your eyes are being opened right now. Craig literally did a stream called Monetizing the Detractors, and he did it as a tongue-in-cheek joke. What you don't understand is that the joke was on you, because you paid him money. Get it? That guy can't make money doing anything else. At all. He tried. He had Boogie. He has Wings. He has all these other people showing up on his show. No one cares. The only thing they make money on is you. So if you go away, think of, if you say, to this day, people say, man, the impact we can get, right? If we were to stop paying attention to Phil or whatever. The truth is, if the haters stopped paying attention to me, I would have a dedicated fan base who liked my content and I would still survive. Alright?
Yeah, you would survive, but you wouldn't thrive like you do now. I think one day you're going to have to give detractors credit. And I do think detractors need to look in the mirror too at the same time and also realize that we're partly the reason why he's still out here. He's surviving out here, man. I mean, we just gotta be real about it. I mean, he says a thing and we blow our blowhorns and it echoes throughout the internet. I mean, it's a real vibe.
They can't survive without you. You understand that? If you stop buying into their bullshit every time they try to pick me up, giving them money every time they drop me, they're fucked. So you need to, I mean, you want to talk about the impact. You can't end me. You tried for many years. You can't end me. There's someone right there who's literally someone capitalizing on you because you need to do you. Now's your time to actually put the right thing here and make sure that they don't keep making profit.
So according to Phil, we are suffering from pignosis, but the Craig strain. In all those donations, super chats that y'all did, it wasn't because you wanted to do it. It's because Craig hit you with a pignosis.
Matthias, brother, good to
came out of your pockets. No, Phil, you are so far and away from what actually went down, how this actually works, man. Every time somebody comes into the sphere that's not normally in the sphere and they get wind of you and they react to you, they're going to make money. I touched on this before. Why? Because generally speaking, their reaction to you is the same as the detractor reaction to you. So what it does is solidifies the detractor's position on you. Because you might try to make it seem as if detractors are
Okay, the first thing you need to do is get to shore. There should be a dock up ahead. I'll fill you in when you're on the beach. Resistance on the ground is heavy. There's a barracks up ahead. You need to destroy it before the soldiers can ready themselves.
Every time that they bring up me, you should go over there and you should say, you guys are a bunch of fucking losers. Seriously, what are your problems? Why can't you leave Darkseid Phil out of your fucking mouth? You don't watch his content. You don't give a fuck about him. You're
I'm marking the barracks on your map now.
To make money on us. Fuck you. You're not giving you $1 today. And then you
that building should be no match for a surgical strike.
Stop the vicious cycle. They will never go away if you keep supporting them the way you do it. I can't believe that you guys fall for it every time.
So, according to Phil, we're supposed to rally to his flag and go to Stuttering Craig and say, F you, you need to leave Darkseid for the long. Is this dude on drugs? He should be drug tested immediately. Something is clearly wrong with him. No detractor ever in life thought for themselves, let me defend Phil. Never happened.
Every fucking time. I don't understand how much of suckers you can be.
Phil really thought that this speech, him pounding his chest, speaking quote unquote from the heart, according to him, was going to be somehow moving into, you know, I understand why you don't have a tear rolling down your eye right now. Because even though Darkseid Phil is a piece of shit objectively, you know, as far as this guy's crazy, man.
So there you go. Please put that and send that to the appropriate party. They need to know that they're being taken advantage of in this stock. Alright? So it's absolutely support because of love of something or important. Support that's how you get better. That create this cycle of hate, this cycle of nonsense, and they don't deserve it. Do you think that they're talented over there, talented enough to be supporting them, honestly? Really? Really? You have a whole community of people who make fun of me all day. Oh, those who should be receiving this support? Really? I don't think so.
He said supporting something because you love it, not because you hate it. Look, Phil, I got news for you. Some people love to hate. And it's very easy to not like you. You're a very unlikable person. And every time you have a chance at redemption, you squander it. And you squander it biblically too. And it's not just a regular fumble. I mean, it's a terrible fumble. The ball's going one way, the helmet's going the other way. Every single time. So people enjoy pointing and laughing at you. And when other people come into the party, like they say, the more the merrier. So that's what's going on, Phil. You're not saving us from Craig. He's not taking advantage of us. And no, we're not drones sleepwalking to him to give him all of our money because he came into this space and now we're just in awe of him. No, things have ebbs and flows. You know, it was your time in the side for the side sport at that time, and that time has passed. I mean, you see how things are going on.
That was the easy part. This island's swarming with soldiers, and I'm reading a tank up ahead on satellite. If you hijack it, that should help even the odds.
That's all I got for y'all. Peace.
Urban style content. I'm dead.
Alcoholic volume, which would make it over 90 proof, right? Here we go. Oh, it smells amazing. It smells good. Beautiful. All right. The first shot of the day. Hopefully the first of many. All right. It smells great. It smells smoky. It has a lot of nautical language, flavor, sweet scent like salsa salt. It smells good. It smells smooth. It doesn't have like a bite. It smells very smooth. Cheers to everyone. Talisker single malt. That was incredibly smooth. I'm shocked at how smooth that was and it went down. That was like the other whiskey bourbon scotch that I've been having. I've had 2 scotches. I had one in October and one in December. That is so smooth. God, look at that. Nothing chasing nothing. It's beautiful. Wow. It has just the right amount of smoke and flavor on the flavor. That is amazing. I love that. Wow. My favorite scotch right now is the Talisker. I recommend it. That is absolutely delicious. It's super sweet. Wow. Okay, well, that's one down. Hopefully more to go. Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully you guys enjoying the experience. If not, at least you have DSP. And in this video, we're going to explore the meltdown. All milk is doing. Let's get it.
James Connor did a $5 super chat. Listen to this. This is absolutely hilarious. Remember when you only drank for Christmas? Yes. I remember when I only drank out for Christmas. That's correct. Now it's 2 to 3 times a week. No. Stop. Now it's 2 times a week max. Whenever I'm driving, American Joe Sim. And now we've added Taxi Light. And each night I'm drinking 2 White Claws. Okay? Your days off, it's not true. No, you got my days off. You got that impression. And every marathon. Yeah, this is to some extent true. The amount that I drink during a marathon is determined by the amount of time you make. You say, you drink on Christmas, right? That's also true in marathon. Now,
You can't risk Carmona getting shot. You'll need to clear the area before you can rescue him.
That's the only real money maker you may have about it. But what this guy said is 100% true. Yo, we have records. We've seen these games. We know you love your game. Let's be real about it. And every time there's a marathon that comes around, you have to give us your alcohol showcase. I mean, you have a variety of alcohols to choose from. And not only that, listen to how he speaks about alcohol. He's so informed about it. Like, it's almost like he's an alcohol connoisseur, like wine testing or something. Like, he's so enthusiastic about it. It's like watching him drink. It's like watching him play the NBA champions. That's the only 2 things that he's passionate about.
So, we're getting white right? That could be good for a recovering alcoholic. Okay, why don't you explain something to me? There's no such thing
recover. He did admit to being a recovering addict, though. So you are arguing a point this guy did not make. But go ahead.
When you're an alcoholic, it means that you're completely dependent on the substance. Every day, you have an addiction. You want it. You crave it. You want it in your system. You feel better. You get those endorphins or whatever when you have to, right? And it's not just alcohol. It's any substance. But it's an addiction, correct?
Look at their side, Phil. Giving us the insight into what drugs are. Some of my 80s baby know what I'm talking about. But go ahead, Phil.
If you're an alcoholic, it means that you rely on this.
Who the hell are you? I'm Nielsen. Solana sent me here to get you.
Where's the rest of your team?
I surprise.
So you're a merc. He knows a good deal when he sees it. Let's get the hell out of here.
Welcome back. Job well done, but you should have come along. People running and screaming in fear. You would have felt riding.
I had the honor. Universal Petroleum will be our first.
Mr. Salamo. So he's
Matthias, I have another job that needs doing.
Alcoholic.
I get paid.
The job is not for you.
Alcoholic.
The job is yours.
Forgot what he got upset about. Watch how he talks.
Tomorrow, General Carmona's troops will roll into the capital, and I will be Venezuela's new leader.
Sure.
This means there will be many bounties on my head. I can't have your friends hunting me. It's bad for business.
So is this. Now I have to kill you. Sorry. You piece of...
There!
No!
After orchestrating what analysts are already referring to as a military
You're not telling me,
General Carmona
especially during the key part, that you were not up all 3 hours of the night and you didn't have a bottle.
Please, sit down.
You can't.
You got shot in the ass.
We're leaving Venezuela tonight.
No.
Solana controls the army now. It's not safe to operate here.
I'm used to people trying to kill me, but this
Get a little bit of a buzz and we're having fun.
Yeah, no one shoots him in the ass and gets away with it.
Andrew didn't get paid.
I'm being told now that Ramon Solano is
Alright, I want you to understand.
Let's join that
If
in
you
part.
actually think that because someone who has problems in the past is having one or two casual drinks in a controlled, responsible environment and having fun with an audience, if you're an alcoholic, you're actually a fucking moron.
Look at the crash out.
everybody pays. Blanco.
You see how he was ramping up the temperature slowly.
Everybody pays.
I've always said, don't. This shit is funny.
Reports continue to flood in from Venezuela, where billionaire industrialist Ramon Solano has seized.
Caracas has become a military installation.
Solano is the first person to effect change who's not a general or a all eyes now turned to the Latin American economy, which possesses an estimated 1/3 of the world's strategic oil reserve. The oil revenues should be going to the people. It belongs to them.
It's correct. It doesn't matter how you split it. Apologize.
People have suffered poverty and injustice through administration after administration. Violence broke out between long-term growth factions, the People's Liberation Army of Venezuela, and Solano's troops, led by General. They're not opposed to Solano. They're opposed to anyone running the country but them.
That caused the problem in the first place.
It's not martial law. It's a curfew. We have curfews in America. Staking condemning laws and calling upon the international community to reject the law.
As long as Venezuela's oil, nobody will be paying attention to this guy.
Administration moved into the government's offices in Caracas today, flanked by a military escort led. Communist profit is being made at the expense of the people. President Solano, meanwhile, promised to throw his own considerable resources behind his programs to turn Venezuela into, as he put it, a South American superpower. The oil belongs to you, the people, and from now on, you will
driving stream is kind of fun because I get buzzed and we have fun conversation. It actually makes the driving more difficult, and you can see having fender benders and stuff in the games. It's funny, right?
So the last couple sentences you said, that's all you needed to say. That crash out was so unnecessary. but we'll take it. I mean, you completely lost your mind over nothing. That was you. That was your opportunity for a teaching moment. Number one, you could have handled that a million different ways, but you chose obviously the worst one. But you could have
Time to get some payback. Head over to Solano's estate and take care of these flunkies. Try not to let them take anything off the ground. If they're moving it, it's valuable, and maybe important to Solano too.
Because you're probably sweating right now because you're so goddamn insecure. Just relax. I mean, you need. This is why AA meetings and friends and stuff like that is so important. Because a lot of times before you do something crazy, oftentimes you'll talk to somebody like, man, I swear to God, bro, I've been feeling like that. And if you got a good one, a real one around you, they're going to tell you, no, man, don't do that. That don't even make sense. See, but Phil was always talking to himself. So all he doing in that room is confirming his own thoughts over and over again. And that's why he keeps smashing his head into the brick wall and acting like it's not there when he gets back up. It's crazy.
So, could you be dumber? No, I don't think so. I actually think that if you think that because I have a couple drinks on driving stream that I'm an alcoholic, you're actually a fucking idiot. And you actually need help. You need help. Not me. You're the one who needs fucking help. Okay? Now, marathons, like I said, definitely interesting. Because sometimes I end up drinking way too much, I admit, and other times there's almost nothing. It really depends on levels of support and stuff. Not go crazy and drink way too much. That did happen during my birthday marathon because I didn't understand how strong that moonshine was. Oh God, I legit drank too much and I got sick. Right, that next day I couldn't even come to stream on time. That's a situation where things got out of hand. I adjusted. If you haven't noticed, that hasn't happened again. I'm not really doing that stuff anymore.
But how often is that happening when you're not on stream? You cannot tell me or anyone else that the only time that you're consuming alcohol to the degree that it gets you drunk is when you're quote-unquote doing marathons. Nobody believes that because I believe part of the reason why you have these crash out all the time is because you are tipsy. That little cup that you got over there, what you passing off as filtered water, I don't believe you. We know you like your gym. You stream most of the day. Okay? And you can tell that even Phil, on the back end of that rant, knew that he kind of went overboard because he was trying to clean it up. He was trying to be more friendly and was missing his words a whole lot more. But this is the importance of being reasonable, bro. All you gotta do is take a damn deep breath. That's it. You so ready to crash out, man. This dude is a crash test dummy. He will just run headfirst into anything. And you wonder why people play games with you, man. My goodness, you still ain't figured this out. That's all I got for my man. Peace.
Urban style content. I'm dead.
Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits and if not, well, at least you're not DSP. And oh my goodness, this marathon was a hard watch. And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't watch all of it. I watched bits and pieces from different channels. There's no way I was gonna sit through all that garbage. But I am fully convinced that the boy Phil was pre-flighted. And if you don't know what pre-flighted is when you get a little juicy before you get to the venue, alright? Bill was off his rocker during this marathon, man. The begging was off the charts. So let's get into it.
So, DSP tries is at 100 goals. Alright? We're at 98. We need to hit 300 for goal 99 and 450 for goal 100. And then we will order the food from Claim Jumper. Okay? If we don't hit the goals by around 3:30, we have to order something else. Yeah. Because we're going to be hungry. We have to eat around 4:30. Usually, if we don't eat by then, we're going to be really hungry. Tummy's grumbling, alright?
Look at Phil feigning distress. Now he can act as if he's guarantee you, if they were getting close to that goal and he wasn't getting it, he would have kept winning. But once again, he's adding cat to this content. But other people
Get out of the way.
So we have about 90 minutes to get 450. And if we do, then we'll order Claim Jumper DSP tries it. If not, then instead he's going to order something random. And it's not even going to be DSP tries it. I'm just going to eat something fast on stream here. Alright? And then we're just going to kind of just go forward.
And you know what's funny about this whole fake DSP tries it thing? The only thing that actually makes it DSP tries it in his mind is if he plays his stupid DSP tries it intro before he eats the damn food. Because this man was going to order the food anyway. But on the front end, it's in jeopardy. If they're going to get their money. Just try it.
So, FYI, that's how it works. Alright? Just want to let you guys know there's no misconceptions here. We need to hit goals in about 90 minutes or so. Okay? If not, fine, but, you know, and also the other goal.
This thing is gonna blow!
He's destroying my car. What the heck? Freaking Venezuelans.
Okay?
I needed that to get to the mission.
So we get 762
Destroy
today.
my car.
And we'll do a second mega marathon at the end of this month to cover
Great. Now I'm gonna have to find another vehicle or run over there.
Alright, so let's see how it goes.
This was nothing but a money thought. I mean, this is basically what this is. This is a Phil Burnell DSP sweepstakes, where he sits here and monetizes his addictions. Allegedly. It's his alleged addictions, right? Because that's what this was. The begging in this damn marathon was off the freaking charts. Every time you turn around, he's asking for money. And he would just pigeonhole it. You would give it to him, he'd archive your money, and he'd asking for some more.
It looks like a cheat. Not you get things early and then you pay them back. Actually, I guess that is how life works because everyone's on credit, right? Damn.
There's a car. I'll just use this.
Well, not on DSP Gaming. On DSP Gaming, we don't encourage you to borrow and pay back. We encourage you to earn. There you go. I'm completely anti-credit. I want you to earn the rewards today. So let's earn another shot at $300. Let's earn DSP tries it at $450.
Isn't it rich here, this guy who kept us like a fake credit, talk about what
There's a couple of jeeps moving. Get ready.
Oh yeah, I guess the word was moving credit yesterday. That's how I'm staying afloat for the last 10 or 15 years, all that credit card debt. And on top of that, he wants to try to equate them purchasing something with something being earned.
You need to clear out the concentrations of soldiers, then go after the local commanding officer. That should leave us in control of the estate.
The verbiage associated with working towards something. The same reason why he uses the word going. Really going as hell.
Listen, if we hit 450, it's 2 more shots. If someone right now dropped $250, I'd have to take 2 shots right now, back to back. And I get really tipsy. Right now, I'm already that second shot. I'm starting to feel really bad right now, so I'm gonna have probably some problems playing right now, no lie.
Look at him trying to talk up his addictions. Now we know damn well he was hitting the bottle before he ever came on stream, allegedly. Because ain't no 2 or 3 shots. We know he can get down in the gym daily. So we know the tolerance is crazy.
I need more ammo!
He's feeling like this right now.
Stop those trucks from leaving the ground. Whatever they're carrying is probably worth keeping.
And if I take 2 more shots right now, boom, boom, it's gonna be tough. Alright? So let's get it going, let's get some support, and let's hit those goals. We have 90 minutes to hit the goal for DSP tries it. Let's do it. Whale! Do you see any of those today on stream?
Where do I take this?
I wonder. Some in the game we've seen in real life.
You know what I was told coming up? There's a couple people who tell the truth. Drunk people, angry people, old people, and children. And if you think about it, Bill is all of those things. He always tipsy, right? He He always mad about
Stop that
something.
truck from leaving the ground.
He's always hell, but at the same time, he's a perpetual child. This is how you
No,
know
don't destroy it.
He was going on the high. Because
Destroy it.
kind of couchy no more. You see how he just called it a well? Bill would have never acknowledged a well a couple years ago at all.
Mega Man 4, we're almost done with
Verify
the
the
robot
commanding
masters, then
officer.
on
Wait,
to
did he
the
die?
boss stages, okay?
Shit.
Right now we are at, what, $217 support, thank you. Remember, at 300, another shot and another gold hit. We're on our way to DSP Tries. We have to hit 100 goals hit by around 3:30 p.m., which is just a little over an hour from now, to do DSP Tries on today's marathon. So please, if you like this, if you wanted retro games, if you like my content, please support the stream. Notably, today on Kick, we have one sub. A single sub. That's it. It would be great to get some more support over from the Kick viewers. Please support the stream. I'm looking at a couple of them who actually are some known supporters. Let's get that goal so we can do DSP Tries it today.
You see how Phil is calling out his wells in chat though? The man was on one. He said, I see a couple of y'all.
I always thought that was
Like,
pretty
what's
cool
up,
how you could do that
better?
in the original.
Meanwhile, he already made a couple hundred.
But in the
dollars.
later
So that's
versions, they
not
took
good
that
enough.
out.
What are you doing in the chat? You know why you're here. Bill feels
You
like
could beat up the
if you were just in the chat,
target,
just talking to each other, and you not giving him money,
and
you might as well
then
not
put
even
handcuffs on him and arrest him, and then take him away by
He
a
doesn't care
extraction
about
helicopter.
bullshit. You could just show up and pay your tithes and just leave it, and you'll be fine with it.
Okay? Alright. Alright. Thank you so much for beat. That puts us in position. Do we hit 400? It's another shot. At 450, it's DSP Tries it. Claim jumper, which I want to do today. We have about an hour to hit the goal for that. Alright? Alright, tequila time. Many more to go.
And you
Thank
help.
you guys for the support. Let's continue on here with Mega Man 4. We're at 300. Let's get to 450 in the next hour to get another shot and DSP Tries it on this stream. Let's do it.
You see how this is going to repeat constantly? Now, this is just a segment that I'm pulling, right? Just imagine the whole stream. I mean, this was constant, dude. And it's like, Phil, bro, like, you get in the stream all the time and you talk about how people don't respect you and you used to have so much respect back in the day. And it's like, bro, this is embarrassing. People cannot respect you because you view them as an object of pity. So naturally, those two things don't go together. How can I respect someone if I pity them? It doesn't work like that. And this is the problem with your persona. You have dual allegiances. This is why you come off as disingenuous.
That should do it here. Time to move in. Between the house and the truck, I'd say this went well.
And for what? What have you done to
Now I gotta
earn
find
this
help.
stuff, Phil? Seriously.
Now remember, number one, I owe you guys every shot. I'm gonna take right now. But also, the next thing we're working toward is topping the last marathon. Last time around in January of this year, it was $761. If we hit 762 on today's stream, we will unlock a second marathon that I will do at the end of the month. That will be Mega Man Marathon Part 3.
No one knows.
The
Besides,
finale.
we have no
We'll
money.
beat all these classic games.
Get us some money.
It looks like Universal Petroleum has some contracts
So
available.
let's hit it.
Universal Petroleum.
Huge oil company. They own all the derricks in.
They run by a woman called Ruben.
Yeah, Lorraine Group.
Space.
How'd you know?
I know we're
So you
planning.
can give me money later.
Look at that.
Ha.
She deals with Blanco.
Bill has really
And if
convinced
we
them
find Blanco,
that this is a reward. Now, we all know that this is him just overindulging, greed, and this is very self-serving. But
How's it
he
going?
somehow created a sales pitch to convince
Found some
these
medical
people
supplies in the
that this
mansion.
is some kind of
That should
reward.
help you stay patched
And
up.
when he showed up with
I'll
him,
start tracking
that's
our
why,
stockpile of
look,
equipment now
there's
that
no
we've got a
hope
place
for
to
the
put it.
next man.
If we can find a pilot, you can
Do
get
it.
the
All
stuff
right.
delivered to you
Well,
in
I
the
owe you
field.
guys another shot. All right, I got a $5 super chat. When will I make up for the DSP tries that I stiffed you on.
I just talked to Dr. Rubin. Sounds like Universal Petroleum
So
does have a
when
job
Sylvie
offer
Hurricane
for
sends me
you.
$1,000
Visit their division
right
headquarters
now,
in West Maracaibo if
either
you're
tip or
interested.
super chat, I will do DSP tries here.
I don't know who Snowy Hurricane is, if that's an actual dent, or if that's a detractor trying to be funny, but you're a dent, bro. And you got what you deserved. I mean, why would you give him $5 to say something like that? That don't even make sense. You're already drinking. All you gotta do is say something that's true. You could have said that probably without the super chat.
Where are the medical supplies then? My medical
I just
supplies
think it's funny how
intervention.
Bill is really trying to double down on this whole marathon thing. It's almost as if, like, because we've seen before how he changed the goal from, what was it before, $200 and just tips, right? And then it shifted to $150 everything. So he's already pooling his resources. Him doubling down on marathon, he'll be accustomed to that WWE or something having a WrestleMania weekend. You know, now it's all week, and it's just a little too much, right?
Brad Kohler did a $5 super chat, said do another. Thank you, Brad. Well, the unlimited contribution is 30 minutes. Let's go. Let's hit the $900 contribution for today. And by the end of the day, let's hit $1,000. Seriously.
Look at him. He got barely any strength left in him. He can barely lift his hand, but the little bit of strength he can muster,
medical
he's
supplies
gonna
at all.
beg.
Where
so
are they?
pathetic.
Let's hit $1,000 by the end of the day. Let's make it an awesome Mega Man marathon. Okay.
Oh, there they are.
I'm about to die.
There we go. Needed that.
Another goal hit. 3 out of 10 in climbing. Can we hit another goal tonight at 10:50? We could. We actually could. We already far exceeded the first Mega Man marathon, so thank you guys for that. Time for a shot of tequila. Here we go. Thank you. Woo! All right.
Wasting all my
10,
grenades.
so 10 shots I took today. Damn. We're 40 away from another goal, guys.
Look at the misery in his face, man. You know what's funny about this whole thing? He offers the least of any streamer, probably on the platform. But per capita, we'll call it that, he gets the most. And he doesn't even open his stream, the marathon, which is a reward, in a way that's complimentary, right? He opened his stream with like a good 45 minutes of just straight begging. I'm like, damn. They can give it a complimentary shot. I mean, nothing is complimentary. Everything is behind a paywall, even the reward.
At 10:50, if we hit 10:50 by the end of the stream, holy shit. 1,100 of support, we take another shot. I will take another shot, but I'm still here for at least another hour, trying to beat Mega Man 6, okay? Yamato Spear. What's the biggest Yamato Spear? And, who's gonna tribute to get that another shot? Come on. Metal Man.
Y'all see this, man? This was absolutely embarrassing. Even for Phil. I'm being serious. Like, he was so gone off that he had to know this was going to be Phil's little money. I mean, what is wrong with this? And on top of that, he acts as if these marathons are some extremes. He's sitting in his spare bed, sipping booze all day. This is something most people do on Saturday any day. But what do we get during this so-called reward? We got what I would like to call the business. Begging, bitching, and boring. And you know for a fact, when you watch a DSP stream, those three are going to be in there somewhere. Now, they might not necessarily be in that order, but they will be there. And on top of that, he acts as if this is so strenuous. Yo, what you call a marathon, people call a normal workday. They do it day in and day out. This next game is another example of you not understanding the world that's going on around you. When you say silly shit like that, people just look at you like, what's wrong with this dude, man? Like, why would you say something like that? This whole marathon, I'm gonna call it a money-thon, because that's exactly what it was. It was like watching a damn game show or something. And the dicks fell for it. I mean, so it is what it is. That's all I got for y'all. Peace.
Urban style content. I'm dead.
Careful, that's Matthias.
No, see, here's the thing. Tuna Boat says, well, you banned a lot of them. No. They came on my streams completely insulting me, insulting my viewers, saying my content was terrible. They purposely came and trolled and broke all the rules to get banned. Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you're not DSP. And Phil is a prototypical example of someone who's walking around who needs an actual therapist. Because these streams with this trucking simulator game have turned into self-soothing therapy sessions for Phil. So let's get into it.
The day anniversary when I did a co-op React event to the Review Tech documentary, Review Tech USA documentary by June the King. So first of all, to that, cheers everyone.
Phil believes if he puts the word marathon or event next to something, then it's automatically momentous. I'm not sure why he's trying to create a memorial for something that was a damn joke. It was used as a ploy for King of Casino to get closer to you. But that tells us how you really feel about your time with them.
Because really, I would argue that co-op event, even though yes, I had an appearance on that Kino Casino show before that, I would argue that it was that event, that cooperative React, that cemented in people's interest in me.
David, I understand it was destroyed. The company will reimburse you for your sports car. I'm sure you're not going to die. Besides, I looked it up and our plan covers gunshot wounds.
Well, maybe you could.
Sounds
but
like you
you're
had
acting
problems.
as if you
You're
reacted
the
to that
mercenary
event,
my
and
security
reacted to
people
that
told me
documentary
about.
was somehow
Nelson.
more tedious
Well,
than what you do on a
I'm
normal basis.
glad you're here.
Number one, you had help.
This
You had
presents a
co-hosts who were
fantastic
assisting
opportunity.
you with it.
Welcome
And
to
you only have
Universal
to speak.
Petroleum. I'm Dr.
Video games,
Rubin.
at least have to play the
Are
game
you
to get
available
used
for
to what's
contract
going on.
right now?
It's just weird to me how
I'm
you
always
create a memorial.
but I need something.
It's odd.
Anything you need, I can provide. I'm here with only one instruction. Keep the oil flowing.
That stream, that particular
I'm empowered
stream on
to use
August 11th,
any
2024
and all
was
methods,
one of my most profitable streams I've ever
you.
had. But it
I
was
want
because it was
Blanco.
co-op, right? It was
Blanco.
me working with the guys from Kino
I'm
Casino
familiar
to do
with
this
him.
epic event.
When Solano has bad news for us, he
would
sends
like to do a stream
Blanco.
where I can hit those
I don't know where he is
heights
right now,
myself.
but I can
That
find
being
out.
alone,
You help me, I'll help you. Deal?
super chats and
All
memberships,
right, let's
I
see.
made around
My marketing exec, David
I'm not
Espinoza,
kidding.
is
I
the
think I
last
made
man
like
left at our
$1,000
refinery in Cambias.
and the super
Venezuelan
chats
troops are
memberships were
closing in,
over, like,
preparing to take it over.
in reality, they were over
Solano
$2,000
calls it
with YouTube
nationalization.
takes off of
I need you to get to our refinery and
Why
keep
do you
David
think
alive
that's
while
the
he disposes
underwriting
of some
in the
sensitive
mathematical
documents we'd
breakdown
rather Solano
for some
not
money
get his
that you
hands
made
on.
almost a year ago?
Keep Carmona's
Why
troops
is
off
this relevant?
and get him back
Now,
here
you often
alive.
talk about shielding
Then
your
we'll
product
talk about
placement,
Blanco.
but Phil, this
Deal?
is far worse. You have a very hard time understanding pacing and what that actually means. You have to understand that sometimes it doesn't matter what's on the back end of your segment or the back end of your plug. If it's too long or it's too disruptive, people are not going to be interested on the back on what's on the back end of it.
So I didn't make that much like it looked like I did. But man, it was a crazy day. Alright? So now what I would like to do is find a way, somehow, someday, with my own content, to hit those levels.
Why don't you try being entertaining? You said somehow, some way, as if there's multiple options to this. No. The way you find success in the entertainment business or industry, whatever you want to call it, is you have to be entertaining, Phil. It's not that difficult to figure out. And the fact that you're still trying to act as if there's something else to the equation just proves how out of touch you are.
I don't have to do a co-op in order.
Okay, it sounds like the exec is at the refinery office near the dock.
I'm curious.
I'm marking that location now. Talk to the exec when you get there and let him know you're there to help.
We've been talking about that for a while, right? We have been. Like, what would it be? I don't know. Yeah, I would like to think it wouldn't have to be another collab, but maybe it would have to.
Who exactly are you talking to about making $4,000 in one stream? It had to have been a conversation that you're having with the whale. Now, why would this be a topic of discussion? He's not considering how can I make my streams better? How could I be more entertaining? How could I add something to what I'm already doing to entice people to want to see more of what I'm doing? None of those things matter. What he's going to do is cook up some fabricated marathon and try to assign some type of importance to it by talking about it all week. We already know how this goes.
Obviously, a lot has changed since then, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, a ton has changed. Someone just said, did I give them some of the money? No, because the agreement was they were going to, I was going to appear on their show, and they keep everything. And then they come and do the co-op with me, and I keep everything. But they get to clip it and use it for their content for weeks on end, which they did. And then I would continue to do stuff with them, which I did. Every time that I went on their show and did work with them, I never took a dime. That was all them getting stuff from me showing up on their show.
No, Phil. What you're missing is that they gave you a boost, okay? And it doesn't matter if you were on their show or if they were on your show. The person that was going to benefit the most from it was you, okay? You don't have an audience for them that's going to transfer over to them in a way that they're actually going to feel. Nobody watches you, right? So the only person that could have benefited from the arrangement is you.
It is. Okay, so for those who don't know what the hell I'm talking about, on Friday, I was doing a marathon stream and I ordered some food. I ordered jambalaya from a local restaurant, which is rice with shrimp, sausage, chicken, divided into something else, and then a bunch of peppers, veggies, and like a sauce, like a roux, okay? I got it, I started eating, I'm like, this isn't as good as what my wife makes me for dinner. Like, my wife makes me gumbo, homemade gumbo that has big ass shrimp, okay, and chicken sausage, and she makes the roux, and chops up and does everything with peppers and all kinds of ingredients, and we have it over rice. And her gumbo is way better than what I got from the restaurant. And that's the point I was trying to make. But I guess the way that I'm saying it is making people think like I'm insulting her cooking. No, what I'm saying is her cooking's really good, but if I'm buying something that's from an expensive restaurant, it should be better than home cooking, and it's not, which is ridiculous, right?
Phil is so bizarre about the most trivial things. Who cares if the restaurant's food isn't as good as how Cat cooks? This is common knowledge that for most people, home-cooked meals are better than the food that you can buy at some restaurant somewhere, right? But the part that you're missing, Phil, is a lot of the reason why people go out to restaurant is not just the taste of the food, even though that is a part of it, but it's about the interactions. It's about being around other people, right? It's about brotherhood and fellowship and mingling, you know, things you don't understand.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, why the hell did I even order this if I could just ask my wife to make me dinner? So I hope that makes sense. I guess I didn't say it properly during the event, and of course all the idiots jump on my throat because they're all fucking obsessed with retards who have to try to turn everything I say into something toxic when it's not.
So now, we're in straitjackets and we need to take our medication because you misspoke. It would be so much better, Phil, if you would just come out and own things certain times. You'll probably win some brownie points. But every time something doesn't go your way, even when it's your fault, which it is most of the time, you automatically default to it's the detractor's fault. Just own this shit, bro. It's not that big a deal.
My wife is not insulted by what I said. I told her the same thing when I went downstairs. I had it in my head. I said, your gumbo is way better than and I don't know why I paid money for this. Your food is better. And she was happy about that, to know that she could cook. She was insulted. Okay. invited Mutek on the screen, I was going to give him the opportunity to basically do that co-option with me, have fun, and at the end, I was going to possibly offer his chip back, depending on how he did.
What's funny about this whole chip thing is you feel as if that stupid piece of plastic somehow has value because you assigned value to it. You present it to the world, and we're supposed to look at it as if it's the Ark of the Covenant or something because Phil said it has value. And all it really did is make you look silly. The whole time during the whole King Snake, him reacting to the Mutek documentary, when he pulled out the whole poker chip gimmick to begin with, we already knew it was going to be cringe. We already knew that, Phil, because you're not crafty enough to come up with a compelling way to make the confrontation interesting. You just can't. It was you sitting there riding the King of Casino's coattails, hoping that they'll throw you a bone. It was a damn joke. And when they finally gave you a chance to close the show, you come up with some of the cringiest shit that anybody could think of. Come on, you're gonna keep this chip and I'm gonna keep it behind me until he changes it to Phil. First of all, it might be the right message, but it's the wrong message. You are in no position to tell anybody what they should be doing with their life, considering how yours is going.
But he failed instantly. Like, he didn't even get, what, an hour into it? Not even a half an hour. He was such a fucking schmuck, a horrible entertainer, and a horrible person. He couldn't get past the fact that he wanted to talk about dumb shit like, I don't talk into the mic like this all the time. Like, I'm like, dude, I'm about to reveal all this stuff about me working with Kino Casino. I'm about to drop the DM, I'm going to go through, spill the tea, got all the stuff you want to know about. And he goes, Phil, why don't you talk to your mic like this all the time? He's fucking retarded. Seriously, I can't think of a dumber person on this fucking planet. That's what he wanted to talk about.
You know what was actually done? You thinking that you can do a co-op with his enemies, and then thinking that you can reach out to him in desperation and think that he was somehow going to help you. You were mad because he wasn't as desperate as you were. That's really what you're mad about. So when the whole King Snake thing popped off, when RTU first popped on Phil's stream, I gotta say, it was a rare RTU dub, because you can tell he went with the bullshit from the jump. We already knew
Finally, some help.
Phil's
I've got a radio so I can keep you apprised of the situation. This is going to take a few minutes. I've got several bundles to lug out there. I've got to be getting closer.
Anyways, so here's the chip. I still have it.
I'll stay in touch with him and update your display with his status. For now, get out there and keep the area clear. We need to build UP's trust. And make sure you stay nearby. They'll cancel the contract if you don't. Make sure the refinery office stays standing until the files are destroyed. Otherwise, the VZ may be able to salvage files from the rubble.
They're on to me. Clear the area and come get me. I'm too old for this.
It's been 5 months while time flies. I haven't get any attention at all, and life's good. I don't target the VZ.
Well, we already know when you say paying attention to particular things, those are the exact things that we pay attention to.
Hey, you awake out there? I'm waiting for you at the office.
The exec is waiting for you back at the office. You should probably go get him.
Zero involvement is more than enough involvement.
I wonder if RTU would have played ball with you that day and helped you dump on the King of Casino, would your sentiments be the same? Because we know you don't really have a moral compass. How you view people is circumstantial, largely is based on if they can benefit you or not. And since RTU could not benefit you, all of a sudden now he's disposable. Until he wasn't, right? And then you try to get him back on your team, and then oh no, he's not useful to me again, right? It was just a show of ineptitude. Because if anything, that was the last person that you should have went to, and we can tell your plan was find the enemy of me is my friend, because later on when you did Smart Guys, you got Ethan Ralph. So a lot of your decision making post Kino was based on you making a move from the Kino arc.
Kyle did a $5 super chat on the 1 year anniversary of meeting from UTech. Thank you. I mean, go on the times too, how the tables start
Well, we can still say that because he actually achieved having a 1 million subscriber channel, and you did not. The fact that he
What are they paying you for? Let me know when it's safe. I'm heading to the office.
Now, on the flip side of that, you've been on YouTube for damn near 20 years, and you are live streaming to 150, 200 people. So if you're talking about numbers of who got what, it's not the flex you think it is, man. You need to stop. Your channel is terrible. Absolutely terrible by every measurable metric. I started my channel 2 months ago, and my channel health is better than yours. That's a damn shame.
He has nothing. Hey, you awake out there? I'm waiting for you at the office.
The exec is waiting for you back at the office. You should probably go get him.
No, we didn't. Someone just said, University of Honey Casino was friends we almost made it here. Dude, it ended in March. It's August. That was 5 months ago. Technically, it didn't even, less than just half a year is that. And the whole time they were faking anyway. Everyone knows they were faking.
Now, yes, that is a true statement, Phil. Everybody knows they were faking. Now, the part that you're missing out on is that you did not know. Now, of course, you're going to try to act like you do, but it's always interesting to me when he is so particular about particular dates and timelines and all this other stuff, right? Because that's very much akin to a stalker, right? No, it was 5 months ago. Like, he knew exactly when it was. Do you miss them, Phil?
It seems like the only hard work events were their viewers. Like, my viewers were fooled. I wasn't fooled. They obviously weren't really my friends. It was only their viewers who were fooled by me.
When I was a little boy, my grandparents used to watch a show called Judge Judy. She's a legend. You know, I probably know what I'm talking about. But Judge Judy had an old saying. And she used to say, when you tell the truth, you don't need a good memory. And that's something Phil needs to learn. Because he's telling these lies and he's acting as if he's speaking in passing. No, Phil, you're recording yourself lying. So it's very easy for people to look at the source material and contradict what you're saying.
There's 2 boxes left. Keep those BD off my back.
Use you to contradict you.
The truth is that I think their fans are... They're the kind of people that they just want to win the drama. Okay, they do. They want to go win the drama games. If I were a drama creator, and I stood with a casino, but I didn't even drama, some of them probably would have stuck around and been watching this stuff, honestly. Well, no, being a content creator, that's where I want to be. They don't want to just shoot. They have to do. People who are watching me and stuck around are...
I'm dead. Let me know when it's safe. I'm heading to the office.
Phil loves to create this scenario where he is so against drama, right? He don't want anything to do with it. And then he will try to put people in a box who he believes like drama. Phil, I've touched on this before.
Hey, you awake out there? I'm waiting for you at the office.
Okay? And it's sad that you're
The exec is waiting for you back at the office. You should probably go
There
get
is a
him.
boxing match right now, and they can be the best boxers on earth. They can get in the ring, and the physical things that they do, sure, they will be impressive, but nobody's going to care. They only care when storylines or narratives or tension is happening between the two fighters.
Only 1 box left. Not long now.
And even outside of the sports realm, you can look at different TV shows on Netflix and Hulu, it's the same thing. Because people want to see characters have an arc at the beginning, a middle, and the end. That's how it works. You, on the other hand, are on the far end of the spectrum. You're not creative at all, and you're only as hell.
But for the most part, you're right. The vast majority and came to check out my stuff and said, oh, I like Phil's stuff and everything. I like the gaming, I like the chill vibe. I said, that's it, I'm done with them.
All done. I'll wait for you in the office until you're ready to go. We need to get back to the HQ.
UT wants to see their man returned safe and sound. You better get him back to UT headquarters ASAP. Be careful. The BZ probably had time to build up their perimeter.
Now, he just said that when they turned on him, that's when the audience decided
out there? I'm waiting for you at the office.
Hey, sweetie.
The exec is waiting for you back at the office. You should probably go get him.
That's the official story. So if we're using the official story, then naturally, yes, their viewers would turn on you as well because you have no real reason to turn on the King of Casino, especially considering how much they
Hey, you awake out there? I'm waiting for you at the office.
Them leaving will be
The exec is waiting for you back at the office. You should probably go get him.
official canon from you. You see why it's so important to tell the truth?
So, if you start like if I did drama content, just get out my own goddamn, and we had a split, I think that would be nice, but that's what they're there for. They didn't come for a chill vibe and gameplay and stuff like that. So they're not gonna stick around. After I knocked you.
Hey, you awake out there? I'm waiting for you at the office.
The exec is waiting for you back at the office. You should probably go get him.
Finally, let's get out of here.
Platform and YouTube are only watching it for drama. No, people come on this platform and watch a bunch of different things. And the people that watch you or Kino Casino are not only watching you or Kino Casino film. So you could have been entertaining to you in a separate way, but you have no understanding on how to truly cultivate an audience and then feed that audience.
Well, Jazz, I totally agree with that. Jazz says a lot of people stuck around for the past decade and they just learned. That I agree with. That's not what we're talking about. That we're talking about just people who like my content, like me for me. We were talking about people who just started watching me last year because of the casino. See? No, see, here's the thing. Most of you realize they came on my stream. Insulting my viewers. They purposely came to get paid.
So you did that. Which makes no sense considering how kick works and how you get paid. Now you've been saying for the longest that if you work on the largest best part, I don't care if it's kick or YouTube. What do you gain from blocking all these people? Potential viewers, no potential wells. But for Phil, the second you disagree with him, you're exiled. And this is why we haven't seen any real meaningful progression of these gaming as of late, because Phil has a very hard time calculating and computing other people's opinions, especially on him.
It wasn't I just one day said, we'll just ban everyone who likes Kino Casino. That's not what happened. In fact, the opposite is you guys are still welcome to stay. I want you guys to stay. But many of them just immediately turned on me because I said, I don't want to go to casino anymore. You know, drop shit. But then it's just sad, like, a lot of those people can't really think for themselves. Because I feel like if they don't think for themselves, they just stuck around and check out the there is, like, really no place to accept it. So the casino said, oh, we're Bill now because he's not going to with us anymore. He's screwed us and he owes us, he owes us apology, all that bullshit. They just listen. They don't think for themselves or anything. They don't listen to a word I say. They just immediately, okay, well, that's what you said, so that's what we got to do. Now, it's a simpleton's mindset to not have independent thoughts. And I'm sad that there's this, like, really weird think mentality, very sheepish.
So it couldn't be that you're probably the most boring person on the platform. It couldn't be that you play video games poorly. It couldn't be that you berate your audience constantly for money and when they don't give you the money, you start to guilt trip them, you start to talk to them crazy, you treat them like shit. None of those things have anything to do with it. They're at home, they have complete autonomy, they can pick to choose anything.
Wow, the region is serious about this. They've got this area filled up tight.
Well, that makes no sense. If people find you entertaining, it doesn't matter how controversial you are, it's still in the box. I've seen that countless times in player leagues, football, in the NBA. A lot of college child in there, but they gotta go, so people let it still play. It will be the same thing for you, Phil. It's just you're not entertaining. You're boring as hell. And so the select few people that you do manage to get, even they are not actually entertained by you. They're hoping that they can have a relationship that goes beyond the stream, Phil. That's why they're so generous.
Well, let's be honest. that's probably some of the reason why so many of them watch and support him for 3 months anyway. Because they were told to, not because they actually checked out like something like it. Oh, well, if Kid Casino says that Bill's good, then that means he's good, so we gotta go watch and support him, right?
He's still so salty about that, understanding that that was part of the troll, Phil, to make you feel like you were assimilated. You would not have felt like that unless you see numbers increase across the board. So it cemented what they were trying to do. Every time you do things, you're telling you were the king, but then you look at your numbers and see, I'm the king. It worked. Look what you turned into. That's all I want for y'all. Peace.
Urban style content. I'm dead.
Good evening, people watching 65. I'm going to give you the same verse of scripture I gave when we were first in the feeding. It says, "And the grace of our Lord is feeding abundant with faith in me, which is in Christ Jesus." Let me give you the gospel. It's in 1 Corinthians 15, verse 4. Christ shed his blood for all of our sins, past, present, and future, was buried, and rose again at the third day of repentance. That's how we're saved, why we're saved. Now we kept saved in his blood. His death, burial, and resurrection. It is grace and faith in Christ alone, not of ourselves, not of works, since any man should boast. It is grace, something we didn't earn, something we don't deserve, that God gave us only begotten Son. And whosoever
Thanks for the help. As far as I'm concerned, you earned your paycheck.
The moment you put your faith and trust in Christ and his blood, the moment you accept Christ as Savior,
Looking good! I just got confirmation from Dr. Rubin. We should see the wire go through any second now.
Rapture ready, which is going to happen at any time, and sealed until the day of redemption, which means you cannot and will not the Holy Spirit will encourage you, speak to you, teach you, and change you if you let him. So, this article just came out on World Israel News, and it's talking about the Trump praises Mandani after meeting.
We've had a few casualties.
Silent on the accusation of Israel committing.
Oh yeah, the
any
coffee's
kind of
great. Once this Solano thing blows over. Speaking of which, you returned David safe and sound. You're a lifesaver.
So when asked if he would stop Mandani from having
right.
who arrested him,
Well,
Trump
we've
said
had
the two
development on that front. One of my men has a meeting planned for Flunko. I was going to have him tell you where and when.
I'm sure there was things
But he was kidnapped.
How did you know?
It's what happens to oil executives in war zones.
Oh.
And that probably we won't know about it.
Well, he was kidnapped, yes. In order to get him back, you'll need helicopter support.
Again,
Do you have
the
it?
whole thing. Alongside Mandani, that the two had a quote-unquote great meeting. And I mentioned this yesterday. They said they had a great meeting. Really good, very productive meeting, Trump said. See, the one thing, he's not,
I just made contact with a member of the PLAV. There might be an offer waiting for you at their jungle base, just
he's
after
going to
Florida.
be very careful.
Even better, I found a helicopter pilot nearby by the name of Ewan Garrett. He should be able to handle supply drops if you can recruit it.
But on the other hand, Mandani and his constituents are watching him with this meeting with Trump, who they hate. And if he is so much, if they get breath that he is so much siding with Trump on anything, oh, they're going to crucify him. So he has to tread lightly. Trump, on the other hand, now, you know what, and the one thing that I can say about this, Trump will talk to anybody. He will talk to anyone, unlike the other previous administration. He will talk to anyone. And he can talk to anyone. He's got that gift. But he said the meeting was productive. Trump said of Mandani, a socialist who has said that he would have Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrested in New York, that I met with a man who is a very rational person. They probably didn't discuss that. And if they did, Trump probably told him what he thought of that. He said, I met a man who really wants to see New York be great again. He said, Trump referred to the two having in a very strong common a priority of building housing. You're the strong common. Now, a lot of what this guy wants to do, it's just not going to be done. It's just not going to get done. Kathy Hochul has come out and said that she cannot fund. New York is going to be falling apart. New York, people are leaving New York in droves. People are leaving LA in droves. And it's because of the policies that these governments have.
Universal Petroleum decided you're a threat.
I think you're going to have a very, he says, I think we're going to have, hopefully, a really great meeting. The better he does, the happier I am.
I gotta go back and I gotta refile them.
Mandani also said that it was a productive meeting. Asked by a New York reporter if he would stop Mandani from having Netanyahu arrested. Again, they kept asking that question. Trump said that the two didn't discuss that. And I kind of believe that, because if they had discussed that, this meeting probably wouldn't be as friendly as it looked. So, in response to the question about referring to Mandani and as a communist, Trump said he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? We're going to see what works. That's a good answer. He didn't back down. He's going to change also. We all change. I've changed a lot.
Need a Band-Aid.
I feel very confident that he's going to do a very good job. See, that put him on the spot. That put Mandani on the spot. When he said that, it's like, I better be careful with this, because with Trump saying what he said, it's like, I better be careful with what I do or what I say. Trump has the power. Like I said, money talks. And if he pulls funding from New York, that's going to piss a lot of people off. And that's just putting it for real. Including him, Mandani himself. He said, I think both President Trump and I are very clear about our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers, he said. I've been called much worse than whatever you call it, Trump said. Goes on to say, when pressed in a follow-up question about whether he thought Trump was a fascist, he began to answer and began, I've spoken about that before the president said, that's okay. He said, you can just say yes. And see, that's how I am. You call me that in my face. After a while, you just get used to it. So, I'll talk to people. Just like I told my soon-to-be ex-husband, I said, this is not your fault. This is my fault. I told him that right in his face. I said, this is my fault because I picked you. God didn't. He left it at that. He got it. He understood. We're friends. But, that's how he probably Trump is with Mandani. Hey, we're friends. He's a fascist, he's a socialist, but we're okay. We'll see what happens. Trump also told reporters another thing. I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East. That rhymes. Peace in the Middle East.
Let me decline.
He said a lot of the voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that. In response to the question, Mandani said, I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about the government funding it. Trump did not challenge Mandani on this point, but remained silent. When a reporter asked Mandani about Trump's effort to make peace in the Middle East, he again slammed Israel by saying, I appreciate all efforts towards peace. We're tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars, and I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking of. Now let me explain something right there, because I heard him say this. Let me explain something. And one of the Fox News, I think it was, I don't know, I forgot who it was. She made a good point. She made a good point. Mandani wants Trump's position. If they elect, he's not coming out saying that he's running as president. If they elect, because he can't, not yet. If they elect someone like him as president, well, hey, I wouldn't know what to say about that. So a bully, he said, don't forget, Trump relentlessly attacked Zoran Mamdani and did everything to stop his win. It's funny how his tune changed when confronted with Mamdani's actual focus on affordability, something Trump claims to care about. This is Senator Chris Holland, of course a Democrat of Maryland. Leo Terrell, one of my favorite guys, chair of the U.S. Justice Department Task Force to combat Jew hatred, stated that there was excellent chemistry between Trump and Mandani. I don't know whether they were putting on a, face for that or what. The press conference, which the commentary magazine editor John, I think it's Podhurst, called Bromance with Mandani, also included a question from a reporter whether Trump agreed with Representative Elise Stefanik, who is running for governor, that Mandani is a jihadist. Trump said, no, I don't. She's out there campaigning. You say things sometimes in a campaign. She's very capable. She's a very capable person. Stefanik responded, we all want New York to succeed, but we'll have to agree to disagree on this one, she said. Yeah. If he walks like a jihadist, talks like a jihadist, he campaigns like a jihadist, he's supposed to be a jihadist. And he supports jihadists, he's a jihadist. That's what she said. Actually, she's right. So I'm going to link the article in the description box. I figured one of the Israeli news articles would have something on this, so I was waiting for that to come out. So I will link this in the description box. Again, I thank you for your prayers and for your support. And yes, I am doing well, I am blessed, and I am continuing to be blessed. I am too blessed to be stressed. So, yeah, I know where my future lies. I know what's going to happen, and I'm cool with that. I will link this in the description box, and I will be back later. Thank you.
back to the channel, share, subscribe, like this video, make sure you mention the prayer list at the bottom. Thank you for all that are praying for me. I feel better tonight. Knock on wood. I haven't had any episodes. So I'm just praying everything goes. I actually can have a good night's sleep and get back on track.
What, bud?
I need your all's help. I know I hate doing this, but I'm overwhelmed. I have gotten so many requests for Bibles tonight from everywhere that I don't know what to do. I just don't. I'm trying. I mean, you gotta remember, every time we place an order for Bibles, it's like almost $1,600 every time we place an order. And they're expensive. They just are. But we're trying to cover as many places as we can. Tonight, under this video, inside the pinned comment, under the salvation prayer, we're going to put some Bibles we just desperately need horribly bad. I guarantee 30 requests today. I don't know where they've come from. They just come out of nowhere. And I know God wants us to do our best to get them out there. I'm just overwhelmed. I don't know what else to do. And I'm a one-man trying to do all this, and I need help. I'm just overwhelmed of how many people need Bibles right now. We've got a guy that's reached out to me. He needs 150 Bibles for something they're doing. And I can't tell you how many requests for kids' Bibles. We just don't have them. So we put 3 kids' Bibles in there that are the ones that they're requesting. They want the big print where the kids can actually read it. Those are underneath. They'll be in the pinned comment. Anybody that can help with that, God bless you. I'm telling you, just God bless you, because I need the help. Because I've just got too much. There's just too many coming in so fast. I know we can't get them all. There's just no way. But if we can just get some of them out, we've done so. And trust me, I have sent out Bibles like you have never believed. And we went through funds like crazy in the past week just for Bibles, getting them out here. They went to multiple states, that was needing help, that they was doing food boxes, and they needed Bibles for the food boxes and everything. We took care of that. That was all done by family members, but right now we're going through funds so quickly. I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe we need to reach out and get the Bibles themselves. Now, the Bibles themselves I can do here because I can meet these people even if it's 2 hours away. We can't afford to ship them. There's just no way. We can't afford to ship them from here to there. There's just no way. It's too expensive. It's cheaper for us to buy them on Amazon and then ship them to their location. It just is. It's still expensive. That's the only way we can do it. And the thing is, there's just nobody does it like we do. They just don't. We do very quality Bibles to get out to people, and people love them and they won't put them down. That's just the difference of why ours has been so successful. And we found that out by accident during the flood of February here, that people just, this is what the Bibles we gave out the other night, the kids was they was playing and wouldn't let go of their Bibles. So these Bibles mean a lot to them. And so this is how we do it now. The Bibles will be there. We have 3 kids. We have 2 for the boys, 1 for the girls. It's hard to get a selection for the kids, girls. It just is. That seems to be the most popular one. That's the one they ask the most about. And we have I have 1 for men and 1 for women. They're one of the cheapest ones that are large print, that are leather. And that's the ones they requested was leather. And those are the 2 of the biggest ones we do. It's the pink one and the black one for men's. And we desperately need those Bibles. As many as you can. I mean, literally. I don't care if you can only get 4. That helps us out dramatically, because before, it died off for a while, and then all of a sudden it just picked up. Maybe it's because of Christmas, or maybe this is the end of the world. I don't know. But God's doing something here, and I'm overwhelmed, and I need the help as much as I can. I don't mind shipping Bibles out to anyone, and that's just what we do here. That's what we do, but we're eating through funds so fast. We need to get some Bibles to this location where I can get them out to multiple locations here, and different ones. If we have like an order for like 25 or 30, I can't ship those from here. It's just the ones that are 100 I can't do. Now the one that's 150, they need 150 Bibles. They're about 3 hours away from here. I can actually drive them, and I will drive them. Oh, it's going to be a fun month, people. Just don't get us out here. Because I'm telling you, I can see it happening. There's something happening here. I don't know what it is, but God's making a move here again with these Bibles, and it's flourishing, and it's coming in faster than I can see straight. So I'm going to put those in the pinned comment. You can go over there. The links are in there to Amazon. The address to send them to is there. And hope to goodness that we will be able to raise enough to be able to go through all these requests we're getting. We was caught up this morning, but today we've had 25 to 30 requests in the last 4 hours of Bibles needing them for homeless and all different kinds of situations. And I told them, listen, if I can get them, I will get them to you. I said, let me talk to the family tonight and see what we can do. And that's all we can do. We can't do everything. But if we can knock some of them out, we've done something, okay? So thank you guys for listening to me. I'm sorry we took the first video, but Scripture is very important, people. And we know what's coming. And evidently it's closer than ever, because I have never seen such an influx of Bible requests that I have in the last week. It has picked up 50-fold, okay? Now tonight, the White House is proposing a U.S. military leaflet drop over Caracas on Maduro's birthday. Now, if you know, the Jews do this when they're going into the Gaza Strip stuff, they will drop leaflets. This is psychic. It kind of messes with the psyche of their soldiers to drop these. And basically, that's what they do. A move officials describe as physiological, like I just said, operation designed to pressure him into leaving the country. Even him leaving the country is not exactly what they want. They want the country itself. That's what they want. They want the resources, because like I said, now Trump has come out and gave Ukraine a deadline. But let me tell you something. Don't trust that, because we already know how bad that goes. And I think it's all it's just propaganda. I think he's doing that on purpose to throw the Russians off, and I think the Russians know that, because the stuff that we're hearing out of Russia tonight tells us that they're like, yeah, we've heard this before. So there's something here. Neither side is going to budge here, and it's going to end up in tragedy. All we can do is wait for the Lord, stay in our Scripture, and try to get out as much Scripture as possible to those, the tribulation saints, because that's evidently everything that he's doing right now is for us to do that, and that's what we're trying to do. We're scrambling to put Bibles every location we can. It's an overwhelming task, and we're trying our best to get as many of them out there as possible. So now, here's the thing. Now, this is breaking news tonight. This just came out. The United States is poised to launch a new phase of Venezuela's related operations in the coming days. So this could be tomorrow night into Monday, Tuesday, we don't know. But multiple airline cancels flights to Venezuela after U.S. warns of threats. So they got to warn. People ask me, Sister Shelley even asked me one time, why do they do that now? Because now there's so much air traffic going into countries, they have to do it. They have to warn you beforehand, because they can bring down commercial airliners. When you got missiles flying in there, they could hit a commercial airliner. That's why they've got to tell you that, and they put NOTAMs up. I will tell you this, when we first started the show, the NOTAMs was all over Ukraine. You couldn't see the land of Ukraine. I am now here to tell you, as of the 22nd of November, America's pretty much covered up in them too. Why? It just started about, since Trump got in office, NOTAMs started popping up all over the United States. On the West Coast, East Coast, in the middle of the country, they're everywhere. Intelligence flights all over this country. And it's not illegal aliens, people. It has nothing to do with it. They're watching everything that American people do right now, including us. We've got intelligence balloons from the West Coast to the East Coast, and they're watching everything that happens and everything you say. I'm telling you, they're preparing for this day of this reset, whatever it is. And people know it. This is why I do believe Margarine, she got out of there. Because people are starting to figure out that something big is coming, and it's not good. It's good for me and you because we're leaving. And I do believe they know that we're leaving, so that's why they're preparing for this day. That's why they got the digital ID and everything ready to go. For when me and you disappear, bam. Now listen to this. Now Sister Shelley sent me this and quite a few others. at this point, I'm telling you, it's crazy what's going on out there. So this new 2026 Lego set that is set for the Chinese New Year of the horse has 4 horses, and they resemble, it's identical to the 4 horses of the apocalypse. Now, why would they do that? Because they give you solid points. I know you get tired of hearing that. You'll see these videos of people showing you all the 923s, the 924s, all these movies and everything. They give you hints of what they want to do. Yeah, I kind of, I've seen it enough where I just kind of went back to this is what they do. They tell you what they're going to do. The devil always does. But see, he's supposed to. He has to reveal himself and tell you his plan. People just don't pick it up. They believe it's just garbage, but he tells you what he's going to do. If they're putting this out for next year, you better know that this is what's coming. The Chinese zodiac has 5 elements for each sign, and they are each decade or so, each element. There is no real reason why they would need 4 horses instead of 5. They actually match the horses of the Revelation with the being beige being the pale horse, the pale yellow horse, and the brown being the red horse. Pretty creepy. Not really. When you know what we're looking at out there, you see it through flight radar, and even on now we're tracking so many of these shipments around the world. We know something's here because we're watching it. If you're not watching it, you're oblivious to it. And people can lie to you and tell you it's not happening. And that's what the government's telling the American people. Nothing's happening, nothing to see here. We're not gonna sell Ukrainian weapons. Let me tell you, so they don't have to. They already sent them in there. That's why I'm telling you, it's all a lie. They already sent, I've told you, C-17s was rushing equipment into Europe for months. Of course he's gonna cut it. They've already got the stuff. I'm telling you, it's all lies. Everything that comes out of these people's mouths is lies. If they tell you one thing, believe the opposite. Because flight radar and everything tells the truth. These people are lying to you. Now, people ain't going to believe that. They're going to believe the politicians, and they're going to be overwhelmed when all this stuff happens. But I'm telling you, they already know the report. That's why they're in Venezuela. It has nothing to do with cartels, Maduro, any of that junk. None of it. They're going after rare earth minerals and oil people, and it's happening all over the world. Just like Monkey said in his video the other night. They're preparing for war. China has cut off all the rare earth minerals. Trump said, we got that fixed. 2 days later, they cut off more. All lies. To try to keep the economy, the stock markets, which is their money, their bread and butter, afloat. They don't care about you. They care about their paydays. And that's what we're looking at. Our banks are crashing. Our auto industry is crashing. Now they're saying there's going to be a microchip. Major, worse than 2008, even 2020, coming. That's what we're looking at. And right now, more cars are being repoed than any other time in history. That's happening right now. See, they're telling you the economy's great, we're hiring everybody. No, they're hiring people they fired. They're not hiring people. What they're hiring is robots and AI. Elon Musk and all his technology, that's where they're going, not people. This is a plan, people, to control you and me. And that's what they're doing. We just worked out a deal with Japan to come here and build 6 nuclear silos for this Stargate program. What the heck? See what I'm telling you? They're going to control. That's what they're going to, just like the Bible said. And the Bible said, don't be fooled. Don't let yourself be fooled. Don't let yourself be deceived. And many are letting themselves be deceived because they're believing that we're going to take back the world, and that ain't going to happen. We're leaving the world. And if you're not going there, you're going to be left here. And that's what we're looking at. That's why we're warning people, and people just don't want to hear it. They want to be here and not there. And that is a problem. Because there is coming. We are leaving. The blessed hope has already promised us. I'm just here to let you know and remind you every day that he is coming. And he's going to part that sky any moment. That trumpet will go off, and you will be at home at the supper of the Lamb. That is what's coming, people. There's no other way of looking at it. People can tell you whatever they want to tell you. But that's what's coming. What is coming, 100,000%, is the rapture of the church. I can tell you everything they want to tell you. That's a lie. That is what's coming. The next thing is the tribulation, and it will happen at any moment. As Brother John and Brother Ronnie, and I've made this very clear, they are right now top notch on what's going on right now. They're the ones to be watching. God is really touching those two. They're watchmen for that great day. That's where you need to be, watching the Israeli and the Saudi Arabia deal. This is all scripture telling us that we are in the last days. That's why we're seeing such a request for Bibles and everything else we're seeing before we get out of here, because time's a ticking. And we don't want to see anybody left behind. No one. So, anybody and everybody, if you're lost, get washed in the blood of Jesus, okay? We leave the salvation prayer, like I said, it's under the video. Tonight we'll add those Bibles to it so you can see those, because we are desperately in need of those. Until we're out of here, this is what we're doing, people. Because evidently God is trying to still getting out Scripture everywhere we can see straight. That's what we're trying to do. The best we can. It's all we can do. Anybody that can help, God bless you. God knows who you are. Trust the gospel. 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4. Jesus died on the cross for our sins, past, present, and future. He died, was buried, rose again on the third day according to the Scriptures. Trust in Jesus and Jesus alone. Confirm everything through Him. Do not take your eyes off of Him, people. There are so many things moving here. So many things at works. I mean, it's all over the planet. From earthquakes to sunspots. It just never ends at this point. It's like pure chaos out there. The birth pains are off the charts, which tells us anytime we can be out of here. And I hope and pray we are, for what I'm seeing and all the requests for help that we're getting. The world's hurting. Jesus, come quickly. I love each and every one of you. If I don't see or hear from you again, I'll see you at home.
So it's Saturday, November 22nd, 2025, and it is a strange day, and we're going to talk about that. My name is Tom. You're watching the Watchin' River channel. I'm really glad you're here. Thanks for joining me. I hope you're well. I want to remind you that I am not a prophet. I ain't no pastor. I'm just a guy sitting here in my little mobile office in the middle of Connecticut by the river on this rainy morning, proclaiming Jesus. So let's start off before we chat. Let's start off with some scripture. It's so important, I believe.
No, see, here's the thing. Tuna Boat says, well, you banned a lot of them. No. They came on my streams completely insulting me, insulting my... Let's take a look. Ready? Elephant Pilsner from Denmark. Danish beer. Open it up, and it is foaming up right away. Oh, I just poured it all over my leg. It's all over my legs right now. That's delightful. I'm completely soaked in beer. That did not go well at all because it's a can. If the bottles will pour, the cans don't pour. That was a huge mess. I am soaked in beer. I don't even know where to put it down where it's not going to make a mess. Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you're not DSP. And for good reason, because it appears Phil is once again trying to monetize his addictions. Now, we've seen him have success with this, with DSP tries it, but it's never enough for Phil. He has to have it all, of course, because he's bound by his greed. So let's get into it.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Thursday, the 28th of August, 2025. And no, I didn't suddenly become a crazy alcoholic on a drinking binge. This is a whole bunch of beer next to me.
No, you did not become a crazy alcoholic because you are one, allegedly. And I'm not just saying that. There's plenty of proof out there to show that that's the case. I mean, you can look at some of his old videos. You see big handles on countertops and on shelving. You know, Phil loves his booze.
But there's good reason for it. Tonight we did the first ever Flight of Beers taste testing here on DSP Tries It. And it opened up with a disaster as I spilled some beer all over me. but hopefully it'll dry up and not be too big of a problem, I hope. Anyway, let's talk about how today went, because today was a big day. Today was the premiere of Metal Gear Solid Delta, and I'm sure that many of you want to hear my first thoughts about it, correct?
Real quick, before he get into it, ain't it nice to have a new Metal Gear Solid game? Man, but the only thing about it is, why does Phil have to play it, man? I'm just being real, man. He be ruining, I be trying to watch it in case he drop a nugget or something, but at the same time, I gotta watch him dismantle something that I love. It's just bittersweet.
Right, so, today, no podcast. We hung out for about a half an hour, and then the antics began. And let me tell you, a ridiculous amount of people showed up. Attendance was up. Engagement was way up. Support was up. I hit a goal before we even booted the game. Okay, I hung out for a half an hour with the audience. I already hit a support goal. I was like, holy crap, that's insane.
Now, I'm of the firm belief that there's a troll element contributing to the whole Metal Gear Solid playthrough. Because he's right. Before he even started, he had his money. But I think more trolls want to see him play this than his actual fans want to see him play this. But to be real about it, Phil doesn't care either way as long as he's getting his money. Now, I will say this. If you do give him money, I don't care for what reason, you're a dent, and I'll never waver on that. But I do believe the playthrough is 100% troll-driven.
People really wanted to see me play this game. In a nutshell, without spoiling, Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater is exactly the same as Metal Gear Solid 3 when it comes to the stages, the story, the actual mode capture cutscenes, and all of that. What's different is the visuals are upgraded to be modernized, so all the character models are upgraded, all the environments look modern. The controls have been tweaked. Now, you can either play with Legacy mode, or with the new control scheme, you can now aim third person over your shoulder to shoot the gun. Previously, you had to draw it and then go into first person mode to try to aim and fire. It became very clunky and you were frozen in place. Now you can kind of move when you aim, just like modern games. And in addition to that, the CQC has been completely revamped. When you run up to an enemy, you can now just press the button and beat them up and throw them down. You can grab them and toss them. It's not like it used to be. Like, I remember you used to have to go behind them, grab them, go, ooh, 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 take them out. You don't do that anymore.
This is great. And I'm glad Phil is going through this whole thing. He probably feeling a little good because he has some booze. But I'm glad he's showcasing and highlighting the great mechanics of the game. So, I don't know, a week from now or maybe 2 weeks from now, depending how slowly and how poorly you play the game, I don't want to hear no complaints. In fact, none of us do when you stop getting support. Because we know what the narrative is going to be. You're going to start acting like the game is poorly made, it's not functional, it's having all these problems. We know how you get down. Now, I'm going to remember this clip too. Now, you gave it a nice little opening salvo there. I'm going to remember this.
It's actually been completely redesigned to be a more modernized system. And the other major change is that the camera is no longer locked. Remember in these areas the camera would be locked and hovering around and you have to crawl in the distance to control your character. Now it's always behind you in a third person mode, a la most modern games. So big changes for sure to how the game plays and the way it looks, but it is exactly the same game.
Now let me say this on a side note. What they did with this is exactly what you're supposed to do when you remaster or bring the game back to the forefront. That was a relic of the past. We want to play what we played then, just in a modern setting. So that means quality of life changes, menus being a little bit snappier, and even modernize the controls. But we want the framework of the game to remain the same. So to me, these are all W's.
Still is Metal Gear Solid 3 at its core. Okay? Now here's the thing. I didn't do a podcast. I went right into the game. I played for nearly 4 hours today. I did 3 videos. I think one was like an hour and a half and 2 were like just over an hour. So almost 4 hours in, we just barely started. We got up to the Ocelot boss fight, which is the first boss of the game, and we ran out of time. Why? Because the game is all cutscenes, which, I criticized heavily in my first 1 to 2 runs of the game. There's so many cutscenes, and I'm going to be honest. Now that I've been through the game 3 times, I got bored.
You know why you're bored, Phil? Because you're always on your damn phone when you're not playing a video game. You need to spend time away from screens. Your brain and the dopamine hits that you get have been fried, bro. You don't have the attention span to really play games like this, because we can tell by your body language and your facial expressions when you're playing things when you are bored. You know, you start to become overly negative. It's almost like you're trapped in a room that you can't get out of. We can feel the tension and the pressure that you're creating.
You know, I've already seen these cutscenes, but it's like, well, I guess we gotta let them play because this is the game, and if I skip them, that's kind of unfair if someone's watching it for the first time. But I know the story. Like, do I really need to watch these cutscenes with insane backstory about the Cold War and all this bullshit? It takes forever.
No, you don't have to watch the cutscene, but you're not playing the game for yourself. This is what you say, right? When you don't get support, you say, why would I play this game if I'm not making money for it? I don't do this for myself. I do this for an audience, right? According to you. So if that's the case, you just be quiet during the cutscenes so your audience can absorb the information. That's it.
So, honestly, I started joking off. I started joking around. I grabbed my sword, and I turned it on. I was like stabbing the camera like this, like, ah. I put on the Mario hat, and I was doing a Mario voice and stuff. It's like, what else am I going to do? I can't entertain you when cutscenes are playing endlessly. It's boring.
You sit there and you be quiet. You act like a functional adult instead of a toddler. Toddlers have this inability to be quiet. They feel like when it's quiet, they have to fill that space with some type of noise, and that's fill. If this is a remake or they're bringing things to the forefront, so naturally some people have put some distance in between them and this franchise. They haven't played it in a long time, so of course the developers are going to have to lay the groundwork as far as what the narrative is, so when things start happening in the game, you actually care about the action. Okay? That's called an arc. That's called character development, Phil. You have to allow these things to happen. But we know you don't care about entertaining, right? You don't care about being entertaining. You don't care about entertainment in general. So naturally, you're not going to put yourself in the shoes of somebody who's viewing it that actually cares about what they're watching. It's just about you, as always.
After we finally got through all of those ridiculously, overly long, overblown cutscenes, the gameplay seemed fun, albeit a little easy. Like, I actually feel like the game's going to be way too easy, because playing in third person, shooting, is like you get a headshot like every time easily. And on top of that, the CQC, you can like walk up, grab them, toss them right away. It's not as cumbersome as it used to be. So because of that, it's more easy to just take enemies out willy-nilly. So, yeah.
Weren't you not too long ago just crying about how some game wasn't accessible? I can't remember which one it was, right? Now here you are crying about something being too easy. I wonder why they made it easy. Could it be because they're trying to reach a broader audience, Phil, so people like you won't smash your head up against the wall trying to do something that most people find easy? Games are getting easier, Phil, because of people like you.
Yeah, it may end up being actually way too easy compared to my other runs, but we'll see, okay? But about 4 hours of gameplay is live on the channel. You can watch it now. And I made tons of support. 2 goals hit during that stream, getting us all the way up to 32 out of 40 goals. And I announced this morning, the next DSP tries it is my taste test of 4 flavors of calorie made. And you might say, what's calorie made? It's the bars that are in the game. It's supposed to be these energy bars. It's supposed to be high calorie if you're out in the field, kind of like an MRE or something like that. You eat it when you can't get a better meal, and it's supposed to be a really good source of energy. So I got 4 flavor multi-pack from Amazon. It's actually coming tomorrow. And when we hit 40 goals in tandem here with the Snake Eater playthrough, we're going to do a DSP tries of all 4 flavors.
Is it me, or is the DSP tries it are somehow getting worse? Which we know is customary of Phil, because he is not innovative at all. He only changes when he absolutely has to. So he's not going to try to make it exciting or fun in any way. He's going to keep doing the same thing until it stops working. But his solution to that is a worse version of what already exists and what already failed. Look at his face, man. Don't nobody want to see you eat no damn energy bar. There's nothing exciting about you eating or an energy bar, Phil, at all. Because You're sitting there playing a damn video game. What do you need an energy bar for?
Alright? So, if you like the playthrough, if you want to see a cool themed tie-in DSP Tries It, please support my streams moving forward. We'll hit that goal of 40 goals, and we'll do it this week, coming up, okay? Now, tonight, it was time for Thursday Night Fights, and then the special DSP Tries It, the Flight of Beers.
Look, as much as he complained about Street Fighter and every other game in terms of its online connectivity, you would think he would have already thrown the Friday Night Fights SNK Capcom out the window by now. I mean, there's been times when I was watching it, and you can hear the announcer say KO 3 or 4 times, but the match is still playing. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, wow, why is he digging in on something that is playing this awful and is this obviously bad? Not necessarily from a gameplay perspective, but more so from a connectivity perspective, which is what he complains about the most. So there's something there. It's almost as if he's trying to prove to someone that he's worth playing in a fighting game.
Thursday Night Fights, I'm going to be honest. It went well. I played against King Crimson, one of my viewers again. I played against a random who I beat him once and he ran like a coward. And I played against another Grandmaster, and I did good. Like King Crimson and I think we went about even, actually. But this other Grandmaster guy, I spanked him. Like, he's supposed to be a Grandmaster. Guess how he hits you? Roll throw. I wish this was a joke. I wish it was an exaggeration. Most people who have high ranks in CVS2 Online literally abuse the lag and just roll and mash a button or roll throw. It's pathetic. So I spanked this guy. I think he beat me once or twice, and I beat him like 10 games. So I hit Ultra Diamond.
Which really means nothing, because when he was actually playing the game, he talked about the ranking system, and one of the things that he pointed out that I thought was the most interesting is how when you lose, you don't actually lose points. So this system is not actually determining who's the best and who's the worst, right? It's more so based on how much you play. So it's not an accurate indicator of your skill set, even though it does tell part of the story. So on one hand, Phil diminishes somebody else's accomplishment by saying it means nothing because they only got it because they played for so long. But here he is talking about now how he's going to hit a rank in the same game. Well, according to you, those ranks don't matter, so why are you announcing it as if it's something that people should be listening to? You a damn fool.
And I'm only maybe 1 to 2 more streams away from Master myself, okay? So it went really well in that regard. Problem is, no one supported. I'm serious. By the end of the night, I made 28 bucks. 2 hours of gameplay, $28 raised. Lame. And the thing is, that game has done really well sometimes, and sometimes it does poorly. It seems to do better on Fridays, because there's a few people who seem to only be able to show up for Friday Night Fights. I do hope that it'll do better. I don't want to drop it. I don't. I want to keep playing classic fighting games, and I'm getting better at them, and I'm ranking up, so I want to keep it in the rotation, so hopefully things will get better with that. Okay? Okay. Then it was time for the special DSP Tries It. I enjoyed it, but I'm curious if you'll enjoy it when you watch it. People on the stream seemed like they liked it, but I didn't get any support for it. Then again, I wasn't asking for any. You know, people had already funded it. It's not like I'm like, oh, you supported me so well to unlock DSP Tries It. Now pay me more during DSP Tries It. I wasn't doing that.
Well, that's what you usually do. And here you are announcing it as if people should be applauding you for something that you should be doing anyway. I'm of the firm belief that if these are, in fact, rewards for your viewers, which they have to pay up to unlock, you shouldn't even have a leaderboard. You shouldn't even mention support that you would like to get, that you got previously, or that you want to get right now. You shouldn't be mentioning support at all. It should be solely about the reward. Okay? So it's a good thing that you only got $28. And in the future, I hope it continues to go like that. But I guarantee you won't quit this. You know why? Because he is on a crusade to add the last of his addictions to his content. Now, we've seen it already, like I said earlier, with DSP Tries It. We know Phil loves his takeout and his DoorDash. He has to have it. And it's the same thing with the booze. Now, if he can manage to get both of those things on stream, my God. For Phil, that would be a match made in heaven. He can write off his booze? Are you kidding me?
So, I'm curious what people thought. If people liked that DSP Tries It, I would consider doing more stuff. Maybe I'll do hard liquor. Maybe I'll do, compare different vodkas, compare different tequilas, compare different whiskeys, right?
You see how he's slowly trying to turn up the temperature? Because that's really what he wants to do. And if you've been paying attention to his content over the last couple months, he's been adding alcohol more and more into his content. Because this is what Phil really wants to do. He wants to come out here in his pajamas that he's calling dress clothes, rolling out of bed, hungover from the night prior, and on his way to a shot the next day. All while receiving money in his spare bedroom for doing next to nothing. It's crazy. And the craziest part about this is he's truly deluded himself into believing that at some point this will be his content. Phil, this is why people call you delusional. This is why people call you crazy. Because you're not looking at this from the perspective of reality. Okay? And the only place that you can hide when you're hiding from reality is in your own mind. Alright? And this is why a lot of this dumb shit that you try to pass off as content is brought to the forefront, because you are only agreeing with you. Nobody cares about seeing a middle-aged man get drunk trying to play video games. You play video games so poorly, it's as if you're drunk anyway.
I could. It's up to you, but we have to figure out what you would like to do. Or maybe, how about I get 4 beers that are local beers? Things from locals. There's tons of local beers out here. Craft beers and stuff from this area, because I live in Washington State. Maybe I just compare 4 here, right? So you let me know what you think. I try to do different camera angles and stuff so people would like it. And if you like it, great. If not, let me know. Maybe we won't do it again, but I'm curious how it went. Okay, something different. It wasn't a fast food taste test for once. So today was overall was good. I had a really great first stream, tons of support. Second stream, literally no support. But it all evens out, and it was fine, so I'm not going to complain. It was still a great day overall. Okay.
The fact that you said, I'm not going to complain, is an indictment on your complaining when you do complain. Because you can only say that if the opposite exists, Phil. It's the fact that you're so entitled, you have so much greed. These people prop you up day in and day out. Phil, you are so expensive to maintain, dude. Have you actually looked at that? That's why I said you would be much better off for you and all you little dents out there if you just put how much you need per month on the screen. Just put it up there. Well, whatever that number is, $10,000, $11,000, and have allocations, right? Have line items so people know what's going to what, okay? Because this has gotten ridiculous, Phil. And the more this goes on, the more painful it's going to be, because we know you don't have enough ideas to continue to prop this stuff up, but at the same time, we know you hate playing video games. So it's a beautiful nightmare, and we're going to be here to watch, to point, and to laugh. That's all I got for y'all. Peace.
I was getting tired, after doing this all day, and I never had my cup of coffee, because I was expecting that we were going to be drinking, and when I'm drinking, I don't want to have coffee with liquor. So basically, I was like, I'll hold off, I won't have, this coffee. Instead, I'll just wait and I'll have the shots. They never came. Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you're not DSP. And I'm not gonna lie, I took a little bit of a break from the snort verse, from the DSP CU, if you will. And I'm with the firm belief that sometimes it's good to get away from a lot of this madness and some of this nonsense, so you can recalibrate and, refocus. But I'm back, so it means it's time to fry up some of this bacon. Which brings us to what's going on right now with this whole Mega Man marathon that clearly did not go the way Phil wanted it to go. So let's get into it.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Friday, the 29th of August, 2025. An exhausting Mega Man Marathon Part 3, where we took on the conclusion or second half of Mega Man 6, and then all of, looks like my wireless went out, all of Mega Man 7, and then Mega Man 8. I'd like to talk about how that went, and the stuff that we did during it, and let you know where we're going, from here in the future. Because It was interesting. Let's put it that way, okay? So.
Now, we all know what Phil means when things are interesting, because the only thing that appealed to him or garnered his interest is money, right? But I'm going to continue.
So, today we started with hour and a half chill session. And the chill session went well. A lot of people showed up, hung out, talked with me the entire time. Support was good. During that chill session, we already hit enough for our first shot. And it looked like we were on an upward trend, with people showing up and engaging and supporting.
Now, I have to say, with these whole chill session things, Phil's way of differentiating something from something else is just calling it a different name. He does the same thing with Feasting with the King / DSP Tries It, which is really what he should call it because that's what it is. What's the difference between your podcast, your quote-unquote chill sessions, or your quote-unquote impromptu streams? It's all the same thing. You're complaining about something and begging for money.
And I was excited for that. I announced that we have all this different liquor to drink, including tequila and bourbon whiskey and rum and 99 fruit shots, and that we would do it every $100 of support and all of that, as usual. Okay.
So let me get this straight. You get to pay $100 to this grown man to watch him drink on stream. Now let's think about the value proposition for something like that. I would argue that that's probably the most expensive shot in the world. I mean, when you think about it, can anybody think of a place that you can go to and a shot of liquor is more than $100? I can't think of one. Y'all let me know.
That's what we usually do for the marathons. And that we'd be jumping into Mega Man after a quick break, so we took the break, came back, and I believe if I remember correctly, we actually hit around $200 to $300 of support during Mega Man 6. Okay, so basically, Mega Man 6, the second half of it was pretty tough. Because first you have the Mr. X stages, but then you have more Dr. Wily stages, so they take a long time to get through. Fun game, like I like Mega Man 6. It was just a little bit time consuming to finish it. I would have liked to jump into 7 earlier, but it is what it is. I did wrap it up, and it wasn't that big of a deal, even though I had a couple shots in me, it didn't really affect me that well. Then, it was time for food, and we were actually, my wife and I had ordered food, and we were waiting for it to arrive. My internet goes out. The heck? And then my ISP contacts me and says, oh yeah, there is an outage that we're aware of, and it shouldn't take too long to restore. It only took like 10 minutes.
I know y'all seen this when it happened in real time. You see how paranoid he was when it happened? Because it's almost as if Phil knows that something should happen to him, even though it hasn't. He always thinks somebody's lurking in the corner or behind the bushes to pop out on him. But the real question is, why, Phil? Nobody else is walking around paranoid like this.
So the internet did come back, which was good, and allowed us to basically continue on with the marathon. But at that point, we had already had like a weird disruption. So I said, well, why don't we just go? And it was Hawaiian barbecue. I did not make a video of it. However, I am going to make the Mega Man stream fully public. So if you just want to watch the whole raw stream, there is a portion there where I sit down and I eat this Hawaiian barbecue, which is like this barbecue chicken and some shrimp and some fish and some sides and stuff. It's pretty good. Okay? Then, when I came back from that eating, I took 2 more shots, which was awesome. We were up to $400 of support halfway through the marathon. I was like, oh, that's great. It's good momentum, right? So.
You know what's crazy about this? He's talking about this food. He's not even gonna call it a DSP Tries It. And once again, I'm playing with nomenclature, the name of something, but functionally it's the same thing. And he's so lazy that he's not even going to clip that part out for the people who specifically watch that part of his content, because according to you, Phil, part of the reason why you are still here is because you are a variety streamer. You eating food, unfortunately, is a part of that variety. So that means, according to you, there are certain people that are there that just want to see that. So why wouldn't you do them that favor and clip that out so they can watch it specifically? You're so damn lazy that you're going to force them to comb through a 2-hour stream to find a point that they want to watch, man. This dude is ridiculous.
We started with Mega Man 7, and I'll just say this. Mega Man 7 has better graphics because it's on the SNES. It's better looking than all 6 Mega Man games before it. And that's about it. I actually thought that the music and sound effects were far inferior to the NES, and I actually think that the gameplay elements were not nearly as good. The game was actually pretty annoying, I would say. Disappointing game. I did not like it. And the ending too, like the last few stages were such a nut buster. Like, seriously, just like twisted your nuts just to get through these final stages so you could beat the game. And people even said, yeah, the Dr. Wily's hard. It's pretty hard. It didn't take me too many tries. It took me like maybe 3 tries to beat. But still, like, it was just overly difficult for no reason.
This man hates anything where he's required to use his brain for more than 2 seconds. Now, let's peel back some of the stuff he said, because obviously he's sitting here complaining about the difficulty of Mega Man games, which we know is part of their appeal, right? It's not the whole of it, but that's definitely part of it. Furthermore, the further that you progress into games, generally speaking, the harder they get, Phil. Because now you have more mechanics and or tools to deal with the problems that the game is throwing at you. So naturally, there will be a difficulty curve, right? And most people would welcome that. But Phil looks at the end of the game as if it's a liquidation process. Look, I'm already made it 3/4 of the way. Just give me the rest, please. He's so pathetic.
It was bizarre. Okay? Anyway, so I did complete Mega Man 7, but a weird thing happened. There was like no support coming in at all. And that was like 3 hours of gameplay. So now we were up to like 7:30 at night, and we were about to start Mega Man 8. And I was like, well, we're about like 400 something, and we at least hit 500, and we did. Then we hit 500, and I took another shot.
So this man is complaining about not having support after saying he had already made $400. And then eventually he made $500, which is better than what he would do most days. But that shows you the entitlement that comes with these marathons and what these marathons are really about. The marathon is Phil's last real grip. It just is, because he has nothing really that he can offer to the marketplace that really has value. But what he can offer is dense, is his time. With the illusion of, at some point, we can be friends, but Phil will maintain and keep them at arm's distance. It's a very dangerous game that he's playing. It really is, because once again, he likes to try to paint the detractors as if we are bugged out and we're crazy. But I'm telling you, Phil, and I've said this before, and I'm not wishing this on you, but if something happens, man, I'm telling you, it's not going to be one of us, bro. It's going to be one of them, and I would not be surprised at all if you found out that somebody was going ham on Phil screaming, I thought you loved me.
And then I was like, all right, so now would be the time to rally. We got no support for the rest of the night. I think there was 1 super chat, that was it. So basically I ended the night around like 560. Now, Mega Man 8, I like better than 7 for sure. This is the one that was on PlayStation 1. It has hilarious anime cutscenes that are very weirdly voice acted. You got Dr. Light saying, Dr. Wily, we have to catch up the Wily. What?
You don't understand charm. You don't understand why people are drawn to certain things. Everything is not for everybody, Phil. And that's okay. But you show how much of a hater you are by just not letting things be sometimes. It's okay if you don't fully understand it, but if you don't understand it, you shouldn't really have an opinion on it either way. But you always choose to have a negative opinion about something, even when you don't understand it.
What did you say? It's pretty funny. So in that regard, the game is pretty good. The graphics are good, gameplay elements are good. You got some 3D in there now for the first time. I did enjoy it. Okay, we beat all the Robot Masters. The thing is, I was getting tired, after doing this all day, and I never had my cup of coffee because I was expecting that we were going to be drinking, and when I'm drinking, I don't want to have coffee with liquor. So basically, I was like, I'll hold off. I won't have, this coffee. Instead, I'll just wait and I'll have the shots. They never came. So basically, I was insanely exhausted.
You hear his latest grip, this man will say anything. And when you watch parts of the marathon, all throughout it, he was talking about, well, I guess I'm going to go have to get some coffee now because, I'm not taking the shots. Anything that he can do to try to create fake pressure. Phil, you're a con man, bro. And that's why nobody will ever respect you. Because real men can sniff men like you out from a mile away. Bro, you a damn worm.
Exhausted by the end of the stream because I was, my body's used to having a coffee after dinner and I never had one. But I got through it. I beat all 8 Robot Masters in Mega Man 8. and that's where we ran out of time. So essentially, it's like just how we ended the last marathon at the beginning of the month, where I got through all the Robot Masters in 6, and then I ran out of time. That's where we ended. So there's 2 critical factors here. Okay, factor number 1, it just looks like Kick support isn't very forthcoming anymore. There's a few people on Kick who are regulars now who are supporting me, but not many. And it looks like a lot of the people who used to come by and support my stuff aren't anymore, for whatever reason, and I don't understand why, because nothing's changed.
Well, that's part of the problem, Phil. And in fact, that's always been the problem. That nothing has changed, or when it did change, you were 5 to 7 years too late for the change to actually matter. And you talking about Kick support drying up and it being slow, this has been a common theme on your streams for some months now. Don't you get it? The only support that you're actually getting on Kick is one of your YouTube dents makes a Kick sock account to make you feel good, dude, because they're trying to cultivate this parasocial relationship with you. And they know part of that is trying to tiptoe around your explosive and corrosive personality, Phil. They know that at any point you can implode. So there are certain times where they have to appease daddy with the hopes that they'll get what they want.
2 big supporters come in, talk in the chat for 5 seconds, leave, and never come back.
Now wait, are you stalking people now, Phil? Look at his face. He said 2 big supporters came in. They was only here for 5 minutes. You see how he had it down to the science, man? He couldn't believe, I bet you when they left and they stopped chatting, he was thinking to himself, they got a lot of damn nerve watching my content for free. They knew I was going to be doing this marathon today. And you got the nerve to show up and not pay your tithes? You going ahead.
So I don't know what to say about that. They were there, they didn't support, so I don't know what changed, okay? As for the YouTube side, there was a lot of super chats and a lot of tips, so I'm pleased with that. The other factor here is that I just did a Mega Man marathon, not even a month ago. It was early August, right? So it's like I tell you guys, these things seem to work better when I do variety, meaning I don't keep doing the same thing over and over, but instead I change it up, I alternate, I swap games, I swap events, so it's not always the same event, right? In this case, this is a rare case where I needed to have these marathons readjusted to have them at the end of the month. Because coming up, we're going to have Halloween and Christmas, where I'm going to need to have these marathons at the end of a month. So I need to have an extra marathon to get us in line.
So you're saying that you need to have these marathons at the end of the month because you need to have these marathons at the end of the month because they line up with other holidays. That doesn't make any sense, Phil. It doesn't make any sense at all. And you can keep crying about and preaching about how things are not working because you're a variety streamer. No, Phil. The reason why you have to be a variety streamer is because you're not really passionate about anything, right? And so when things start drying up, and they usually dry very quickly because you're not entertaining, you start making excuses. And whatever fun was left in what you were doing is quickly sucked out of it because you become a miserable lump. Completely insufferable, right? And you start becoming annoying and entitled, even far more than you usually are. So stop with this nonsense, man. It's you.
That's why I did the Mega Man Marathon again today. Okay, usually I wouldn't do 2 marathons in 1 month. So I do think what happened is there's some burnout there, there's some stagnation. People are like, well, you just played Mega Man at the beginning of August, don't really care about another Mega Man Marathon. I do feel like this one was different because on the last one I'd already played those games. This one I'd never played 7 or 8, so it was me a first-time experience with these games, and going through them.
Nobody cares about you doing things for the first time, Phil, because we know what the outcome is going to be. You're going to cry and whine about mechanics that you don't understand, and you usually don't understand them because you never fully engage with them. And you never fully engage with them because you don't care about the audience experience. You're just trying to get through this game as quickly as possible, or try to hold on to it as long as possible, because a lot of times he will slow down a playthrough, especially if he's making money on it. That's something that I've noticed that he's been doing.
So I think that it was good, but you can't make people watch too much of the same thing. So I understand. I think it was lower attendance this time, lower support, almost no Kick support. What can you do? Now here's the other thing. I want you to understand. Even though I didn't make insane amounts of money this marathon, I still had a great time. It was still great, and this is still better than a normal day. Like, making over $500 in one day is amazing. I want you guys to understand that. Typically on my streams, I try to aim for $150 a stream. This is like an extra 2 streams on top of that, you know? So, thank you so much to anyone who showed up, engaged, and supported. I really appreciate you. Also, keep in mind, the Metal Gear stream was heavily supported, and the other night I had an amazing night stream, so this is not me complaining at all. It was a great end to the month.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what this is. But once again, you think if you call it something else, then that's what it is. You do this with DSP Tries It, you do it with a lot of other things in your quote-unquote programming. You are crying about support, Phil. This is what this last 5 to 6 minutes was about. You laid down some preliminary things about stuff that people don't care about. So when people look at this, you can frame it as if you were just summarizing the day. But we know what these daily raps are really about, man. These are business meetings, right? You're going to do some underwriting on a few people to figure out what's been going on. And the crazy thing about these marathons to me, and the crazy thing that'll always be to me, is nothing is ever on the house. Nothing. Even when you get to what you paid for, you still have to pay for what you, I guess, allegedly already earned. Why is nothing complimentary? Why don't anybody get anything from you just on the strength, bro? Just on the love. You talk about, oh, I appreciate you guys so much, but that's just lip service, because you have opportunities daily to show them how much you appreciate what they do for you, and you never do it. When's the last time you gifted some memberships to your community? When the last time you did a giveaway, a real giveaway that's worth talking about? When you did your closet clean out, that was an opportunity for you, but what did you do? You squandered it. You jumped from one spot to another, knowing that you got die-hard fans out there that would love to have some of that stuff, but you rather let it sit there and collect dust because you in love with your damn toys, because you a little ass kid. That's all I got for y'all, man. Peace.
Urban style content. I'm dead.
Good evening, people watching the 65. I'm going to give you the same verse of scripture I gave earlier, 1 Timothy 1:14, and it says, "And the grace of our Lord was exceeding abundant with faith and love, which is in Christ Jesus." So, let me give you the gospel. It's in 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4. Christ shed his blood for all of our sins, past, present, and future, was buried, and rose again on the third day according to scripture. That's how we're saved, why we're saved, how we're kept safe, through his blood, his death, burial, and resurrection. It is grace through faith in Christ alone, not of ourselves, not of works, lest any man should boast. It is grace, something we didn't earn, something we don't deserve, that God gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believe in him will not perish but have eternal life. How do you come to that? You admit you're a sinner in need of Christ. The moment you put your faith and trust in Christ and his blood, the moment you accept Christ as Savior, you're saved. Not only are you saved, but you are justified by the blood of Jesus, protected by the blood of Jesus, rapture ready, which is going to happen at any time, and sealed until the day of redemption, which means you cannot and will not lose your salvation. The Holy Spirit will indwell in you, lead you, guide you, minister to you, encourage you, speak to you, teach you, and change you, if you let him. So, this article just came out on World Israel News, and it's talking about the Trump praises Mandani after meeting, silent on the accusation of Israel committing any kind of genocide or whatever. But I was waiting for something to come out more concrete. So when asked if he would stop Mandani from having
I can't win anymore. I don't know why I try.
Get this uploaded in the way now.
Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you not DSP. And oh my God, if you're an atheist, just play along. But this was crazy to behold. It really was. The field has no idea what it means to adapt and overcome. Things changing on the fly and having a contingency in place just in case things change. He thinks that when things go wrong, it's an excuse to act like a child, when really it's an opportunity to be a damn adult. So let's get into it.
If you don't shut up about this, I'm going to ban you. He said, the shots were $50. I literally just said, you want $50 shots? Fine. Right now, let's get $200. Right now, let's raise $200, and I'll pay 4 shots. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. Because there's no incentive for me to do that. You understand?